Welcome, everybody. How's everybody doing tonight? Hope everybody's doing good, man. Hope everybody is, having a good night. So the topic tonight, foreign versus domestic women, man. Are we chasing peace or running from the pressure? Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? What up, everybody in the chat? Shout out to Icy, my sister. Icy, miss you. Wish is here. Ray is here. Ray is here. What up? We got Cisco in the building. Says, thank goodness Icy is here. The sausage party is over. We got Kamal in the building. We got TJ, Doe Getter. It already smells. It already smells a lot less like LARPing in here. You know, get the brother some likes. That's what's up. Yeah, hit the like button. I do got Nightbot in here, but he should be a lot more better behaved tonight. I checked with Icy, so she gave me her setting. So we'll see. So do me a favor. If you have a channel, type MINE in the chat. And I just want to see if Nightbot is gonna react to that or not. What's supposed to happen is if you type MINE in the chat, mine, it should drop your channel link in there. So I just want to see if that's working. I'm laughing. Oh, I'm laughing because y'all had me laughing the whole whole stream, man. Hope that guy shows up here, man. I'll let him on the panel if he shows up here, man. Because we're gonna open up this panel. I'm gonna give you my thoughts. I got something here I want to read out to you guys. And then I'm gonna open it up, man. There it is. That's what it should look like. So that's the link to Cisco's channel, Kamal's channel. That's what's up. That's what it's supposed to look like. Thank you guys, man. Thank you guys, man. There you go. That's how it's supposed to. So Ray says, Ray MC Gunner, he says, what did I miss? Nah, the whole live stream from Sunshine Shoulders. I don't know if you know about him yet, but that's the guy that, that's like Unc. That's like Unc. You know what I mean? So we was on his channel and then we came right over to this one, man. He doesn't have the newts to get up there, Bliss. That's what happens with most of the trolls, though, man. Like, you give them the mic, man. They got so much to say in the comment sections. Give them the mic. Let them speak for themselves, man. You know what I'm saying? And usually they don't have nothing to say, man. When they put them on that stage, you know, and see what they have to say. So let me just get started. I'm gonna read something out to you guys, man, because it's not about really comparing women. It's more of culture and societies. That's what I think, man. That's just my opinion. So I want to explore the realities that men face, dealing with women and relationships here at home and then overseas, man. A lot of us are frustrated. We hear men chasing submission and peace, you know, abroad. But what 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 environment are the women that we're running from? Do we ever really stop and think about the environment? Is it the women or is it the society? That's a big question because I don't. If you guys know me, I don't do the talking points, man. I don't got time for that. I don't really got time for all the talking points. That's the easy part. But we as men, we need to really start using our minds, using our critical thinking skills. Everybody likes to talk about, you know, but it doesn't show up, you know. Yeah, everybody subscribe to Kamal. I didn't know Kamal. I didn't know you had a channel, brother. But I'm gonna go subscribe too. Gary Walker, what up? Welcome here, bro. First time on your live stream. Bacall it now via St. Louis, Missouri. Marlon, what up, brother? Good to see you here, man. Yeah, Calvin's like a big brother to us, man. A lot of us, man. I say you always looked out for me before my first trip to the Philippines. While I was on my first trip to the Philippines, man. I reached out to him. He gave me some good advice, some tips. So, I always have love for Calvin. Guess I'm number 7. Welcome to Marlon Avalis. Has our society changed what femininity means? Everybody talks about it. Has the society that we grew up in, the pressure cooker that we grew up in, is that pressure being forced upon our women also? Right? Can a woman in the West actually afford to be feminine, traditional? Can she afford to be like? Let's ask this question. This is getting deeper than the talking points that you hear online all the time, man. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not trying to blame nobody. I'm just trying to paint a clear picture of what we're talking about, man. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause I believe that a woman in America can't afford to be as traditional and submissive as a woman in the West. I mean, a woman in the East, you know. So I love LaShawn says, oh, and things anyway. I'm not just putting out a few videos. That's all. We hear you. Yeah, you need to get to work on those videos. I love LaShawn. Yeah. So let's talk about the basic traits of femininity, foreign versus domestic. So, you know, femininity for the most part means like nurturing, supportive, and a soft power, soft guidance. You know what I mean? And that understanding of femininity is global, right? It should be global, but can that exist in the West, in the society that we live in? That's what I'm talking about, man. And I'm gonna open it up. I'm just trying to lay some groundwork. And you guys know it's an open panel. So we could talk about whatever y'all want to talk about. This is the topic. I know like 6 hours. I don't think I'm doing 6 hours tonight. You know what I mean? Um, so I think the pressure placed on our women are told and taught to be independent from a young age, right? They're told to be successful. They're told to pursue a career, you know. Um, and a lot of the pressures that society places on men is placed on women too. You know what I'm saying? So if we're tired, if we're fed up, you know, how do our women feel? Like, do we even stop to think about this part? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I've only released a couple of shorts. Yo, you gotta put it out, man. I didn't know you had a channel, but I definitely support you, man. I definitely support you, man. You know, TJ. I think once TJ see them subs going up, man, he might reconsider. I believe society dictates social norms and formalities. The saying for men goes as this hard times create strong men and good times create weaker men. Yeah, I know that saying. I think it's true. I think it's true. I literally only have a creator profile turned on because I was arguing with the homie that it was easier to get views back in the day. 6 hours did. Yeah, I can't do 6 hours no more. Um, not tonight. Not tonight. I actually I didn't think I was gonna do this today. That's why I didn't even throw up the I didn't throw up the thumbnail or nothing till late. What time is it? Travels time for Scent. What up, brother? It's good to see you in here, man. He didn't believe me, so I wanted to show him that I have a 35K video just because of small sample size. Felipe G, what's up, brother? How you doing? Type mine in the type mine. Felipe, type mine in there. I got Nightbot working, bro. Felipe does some cool videos, man. He does sunsets. It's very peaceful, man. It's very relaxing, man. And then people just chop it up in the chat, you know. Go Getter says a woman can be feminine and successful. It just depends on your definition of success. Yeah, but to be successful, the amount of pressure that's placed on her, just like us. This is just my opinion. You know what I mean? Um, that pressure to succeed. I don't know. I'm not a woman. None of us are women. I don't know. Hopefully, I could get a woman up here to speak. You know what I mean? To let us know about that pressure, man. Without all the complaining, without all the back and forth, just real talk. That's all I want. I just want real talk, man. I just want people to think deeper than the talking points that we hear all the time on social media, man. Cisco's already subscribed to Felipe. Salute, salute. Good community here, man. We have good community here, man. You know. So does the blame lay on the system that places the same amount of pressure and weight on our women, that men have traditionally carried, you know, right? We live in the West, man. We complain about these things. Oh, we need two incomes to survive. You know what I mean? Like the prices are high. You know, our women are being pressured to go to school, to get a job. You know what I mean? They're not being taught to seek husbands. And even if they were taught to seek husbands, can they truly, truly rely on that individual in these days and times to do it all? Because a lot of men today are complaining about the burden of masculinity. You know, and I'm gonna bring it back around. You know, thanks. Getting ready to go out. Sun finally came out after a week. Yeah, the weather's been crazy over there. I think women need to feel secure with her man in order to be vulnerable and feminine. Yes, that's exactly what I was trying to get to. You know, to be able to embrace their femininity, man. They have to have a true man. Like and honestly, the true version of masculinity is not being taught either nowadays. You know, Go Getter says they are being taught to think they do not need a man. Yeah, they are. Um, but what we got to realize is that women are a lot of times reactionary. You know what I'm saying? And like, if we're carrying around this hurt and pain, if we're getting fed up, with women here, and a lot of us, let's be honest, a lot of the guys you hear talking, going overseas, a lot of them are doing it because they got their hearts broken. You know what I mean? They got their hearts broken, man. They had relationships fail and they had a rough time with it. You don't think our women are feeling that same thing? You know what I mean? I'm not pandering to women. Believe me, I'm not a panderer. I'm just a I just seek reality, man. I just want to talk real talk. TJ says, does femininity have a 1-to-1 ratio definition between the East and the West? I don't know, but I think the societal pressures are different. They're just different. You know what I'm saying? So can it be 1-to-1? Like we got to take ourselves out of it, man. I like trying to look at things from a mile high view and look and really take a look at it, man. The 80s taught women to kick the man out of the household. So why didn't but every woman didn't buy that. And women today still every woman today still doesn't buy that. There are women today in America that are submissive, are feminine, that know that they need a man in their life. Shit, I was just dating one not too long ago. And she had more money than I had. I mean, she had a bigger house than I had. And she treated me literally treated me like a king. You know what I'm saying? I know it's not just me. Cisco says, TJ, I think femininity and masculinity are social constructs and definitely have different meanings from country to country. True masculinity is under attack in the West. I want to talk about this. I don't think I want people's opinion on this. I don't think true masculinity is under attack. I just think that it's gotten twisted, and we as men, real men, have had our heads buried in the damn sand for too long. None of us want to talk. Every time you try to get somebody with something to say to talk, they don't want to talk. You know what I mean? They're too busy. Oh, or they're private. You know what I mean? We need more men talking, teaching. You know, that's how true masculinity is preserved, right? We let the wrong people speak for us. We let the weak men talk for us for too long. Social programs, incentives to replace the fathers. See, this is I appreciate your opinion, but this is kind of where I differ, because me as a man, I'm always going to take responsibilities for my lot in life. You know what I mean? I made myself irreplaceable in my kids' life. You know what I mean? Even when they weren't, even before I took custody of my son, I still was present, regardless. Um, Now, you can say what you want. No social program incentives can replace men, and never will. They never will. But we also have to be truthful and admit that those social programs were placed there for a reason. We like to skip over that part, right? Child support was put into action not to replace all men. It was to replace the men who skipped out on fatherhood. And those fathers exist. We talk about them all the time. How many men do get up here and say, my father wasn't in my life? My father wasn't in my life. My father wasn't in my life. Like, that's the part that when we start talking in talking points, we like to skip over, or we like to put it all on the women. And I'm not here to do that. I'm here to just talk, real talk. Because I grew up in the inner city. I live in the inner city still. I'm not running away from the inner city. I'm not running away from these real conversations, man. Michael Alexander, what up, brother? It's good to see you here, man. Don't get us as part of femininity is submissiveness. Women here do not want to submit, but submit to what? Damn, y'all do got me sounding like I'm pandering up here. But this is just real talk, man. Because it's easy to say women don't want to submit. Submit to what and to submit to who? Right? All right. Because one thing like we got to be honest about is that, I want somebody to answer this that's overseas now, right? And if you could provide the same level of, you know, protection, provision in America as you can overseas, would you get the same results that you get overseas? Because we could take a 45, $35,000 salary in America, and you're looked at as basically a bum, really. You know what I mean? Not to shit on anybody that makes that amount, but if you take that overseas, now you're a sought after man, right? So what that level would be in America, I don't know, maybe 200,000. If you are earning 200,000, you are able to provide that financial stability, protection, provision in the US. Would you have the same success in the dating pool? Like, I want guys to answer that clearly. Please, if somebody can answer that for me, man. I'm gonna try to catch up with the chat real quick. Um, Cisco says, Hassan, I think women become more financially independent in the 80s and could finally drop dudes that weren't living up to their standards. Yes, I think so too. Um, South of the border, it's men first. Don't get us as masculinity is now considered toxic here in the West. Yo, I agree with that. I agree with that. I got a whole video about that coming out. And I talked about it before about masculinity not being able to be toxic. Um, Cisco International says, Blizzard, how do you define masculinity and femininity? I think you'll get a different answer from him. I think so too. I think so too. It's not a big of a deal to me about seeking a woman with femininity. You know what I mean? I want to seek the woman that works for me at the end of the day. I don't need a docile woman. I don't need a woman that can't think for herself. You know what I mean? I love having real conversations, like my thoughts, my feelings, my true thoughts and feelings with a woman. You know what I mean? I'm not just trying to be the boss of anybody else. I need somebody that's gonna walk by my side, not behind me, definitely not above me, but not beneath me either. You know what I mean? So I think masculinity is true. It's responsibility, it's protection, right? It's also integrity and honor. It's a lot. It's a lot that comes with that true masculinity, man. You know, and it's also legacy, what we leave behind for our kids, our the people coming behind us. You know, and femininity, to be honest, what I'm looking for is the woman that fits with me. You know what I mean? And you hear a lot of this 50-50 shit nowadays. But I said it before. If you ever see the yin and yang symbol of the yin and yang symbol is not a straight line, right? It's more like this, right? And that's femininity and masculinity. That's still 50-50, even though it doesn't look like it, right? We're supposed to fulfill different roles. Masculinity is damn gone. That's the West agenda. Time. Welcome, bro. Welcome, bro. Having a beard is a masculine. I know a lot of gay men with beards. They have, yeah, that's what's up. Yeah, they'll have like a whole dress on with a beard nowadays, man. But 53 shades darker than the Philippine. What's up, brother? If you just getting here, man, type mine in the chat. Type mine in the chat. Nightbox gonna drop a link to your channel, man. Nightbox is in the building. Nightbox behaving. If not, let me know. He said, "What's up, my peeps? Checking in on you, bro. What's up to everybody in the chat? Fact Cisco 53. What up? 53. What up? If you took a single mom out the projects and put her in an upper middle class house in America, she would submit happily. I don't know. You would still have to vet her though. You know what I mean? You would still have to vet her. And I think that's the problem we're having, man. Because when you make videos like that, when you try to talk to men about that, they don't get no views, man. You don't get no views on the videos like that. I've made them before. I've made videos on boundaries and you don't get no views on that stuff. You know, he said it's sunny, yo. Master Pit Lolo in the building. What up, brother? It's good to see you in here. Cisco, what up? I'm digging your channel, brother. Me too, man. He's got some good videos, man. He's always out. It seems like he's always out and about. Don't get it says it's not a financial issue. Historical, even the poorest families still have women that were feminine. Submissive does equal docility. Okay. All right. I get that. But can every woman in America afford to be docile nowadays? Like, think about it, bro. Really think about it, man. Think about some of the men you know out here. You know what I mean? That would absolutely take advantage of every woman they could. That'll do horrible things to them. That will fuck them and leave them pregnant, whatever. Like, we have to be real about what's going on around us. We like to focus on the women. You know what I mean? And I have been asked that plenty of times, Blizz, you don't tell the women how it is. You don't talk to the women. And you always focus on the men and what we're doing. I say, yeah, because we need to fix ourselves first. Right? We got issues too, man. None of us are perfect, but we're always over here pointing the finger at the women. Always. But then when you try to talk to us about having boundaries and standards, we don't listen to that shit. Then when you try to tell men stop sending money overseas to women you never met, they don't listen to none of that stuff. They only want to hear us attacking women. You got dudes out here that celebrate when bad things happen to women in the West. I see the videos, man. I see the videos, man. Cisco has a channel. Yeah, Cisco has a good channel, man. Um, TJ says, Blizzard, have you ever heard of Maslow's hierarchy of needs? Physiological needs, safety needs, love and belonging, esteem, self-actualization. No, I never heard of that. Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Nah, I never heard of that. Put that way now. But these are all needs that shit. Let me put that back. Safety needs, love and belonging, esteem, self-actualization. There's a popular argument that this hierarchy in Western oriented is Western oriented and that Eastern society rearranged those priorities. Okay. So they're taught in a whole different manner. They're probably taught. And that's another thing, man. Yeah, it's a lot of these things, I guess, will have to do with putting ourselves first, putting our own needs first. You know what I mean? And then maybe overseas that it's not taught that way. It's about putting family first, putting other things first. But it's also that it's also like this the problem I have. Just having conversations with some people. Not you, TJ, but like people, especially like in the red pill and stuff, man. You got men crying about how hard it is in the West, the weight that they put on men in the West, but they won't acknowledge that society is placing that weight also upon our women more and more. And nobody wants to acknowledge that. Nobody on our side wants to acknowledge that. I know women that work just as hard as men. Maybe they don't have the job, same job, but they work more hours than men. You know what I mean? Like we gotta be honest, man. Don't get us a submissiveness does not equal docile. Okay. Okay, I get what you're saying now. I was gonna say from what you said earlier, like they shit, some people you can't afford to be docile in the world we live in. You just can't, you know. Cisco says, I agree. I need a partner, not a servant or underling. Yeah, true. 53. I know 53. I made a video about that before. You know what I mean? Yes, Cisco International has a channel. I just subscribe, going to check it out. TJ says, I think that you could cover more of the Eastern hierarchy of needs with money than you can with time. Okay. What time is it? Travis says, shit, I had a young sister that treated me like a king, 15 years younger than me. My kids didn't like her. It's not all like her. It's not all black women acting right. True. True, man. W Secret says, okay. It's my opinion that most women in the West USA are raised to be independent and not dependent upon a man, starting with Gen X and beyond. My mother instilled that into my two sisters. Yeah. And let's be honest, man. I've instilled some of that into my daughter. You know what I mean? Because you can't get around it, man. You want to protect your daughter, you know, because there are bad men in the West, and there's no guarantee she's gonna end up with a man, regardless. But on the flip side of that, you know, you do need to teach them what being vulnerable looks like, what cooperation looks like. That comes with it also, and I think that in this society, that part is not being taught. We're taught to be go getters. We're taught rugged individualism. You know, everything's about me, and that's not just being. It's not. It's society on a whole. We know this about America, but we just don't apply it to everybody. That it affects everybody. We'll take it and we'll put it just on the men. just on us. No, it's everybody here, man. Mine, there it is. See, there it is. Yeah, mine is working. I just gotta clean it up the way it looks a little bit, I guess. But yeah, it's in there. Hassan Lyndon Johnson's continued an agenda to destroy impoverished households. That's where I was coming from to my point that society leads the direction. Imagine what happens to a kid coming from a, hold on, let me find the rest of it, a single parent home. Oh shit, Dan, those 53 to 9. What up? What up? W Seekers drops his channel. I agree. Single parent home. I get what you're saying, Hassan, man. And I'm gonna open this up pretty soon so we can really chop it up, man. 53. I've been subscribed. Yeah. Smash that like button for your boy. Blizzard, smash that like button for your boy. Um, bro, just saw Gerald Black in the Philippines post. He's not doing well. His health has gone downhill. For y'all, salute. I wish the best for that brother, man. I didn't watch all his videos, but I watched a good amount of his videos, man. So I wish the best for him, man. I hope he gets better, man. W Secret. I mean, what time? It says actually you can't, bro, because the Western mindset is different. Consumerism, feminism. AC Knight says my ex-wife is from the ghetto in Germany. We once owned two houses, one in Germany and in the US at the same time, and the third house in South Carolina. When we divorced, guess where she's at now? Probably not big ass house in South Carolina. Oh, in the ghetto. Oh, in the ghetto. In the ghetto. Oh man. Damn. I heard something from Cardi B today that I did not expect. She said all these ladies need to look at their mothers and grandmothers. They worked and helped build a household. Households were a team. Are they not? Do we only think the worst of our women? I know that's what's shown to us all the time. You know what I mean? That's what we see all the time. We see the worst, and that's what they see of us. You know what I mean? And I realized that during this whole passport, bro, stuff when it first started kicking off, man. You know, they only showed the worst parts. And right, we know when we see that, just to say a black woman, somebody make a post about a black woman and she's arguing and angry and fighting, and we know that's not not even the majority of them. We can sit here and act like it, but we know that's not true, man. You know, and I think that's the problem. That's what's being pushed upon us. It's the same with politics. It's the same with religion. Now it's this whole gender war. You know what I mean? We're being divided. We're being divided, man. Like I can't tell you about all women in the US. I can't. I haven't dealt with enough. I can't even tell you how all women in my city acts. I haven't dealt with all of them. I've dealt with nice ones. I've dealt with mean ones. I've dealt with sophisticated ones. I dealt with ratchet ones. You know what I mean? So I'm not gonna pretend like I know all of them. You know, are we seeking submission? Are we seeking? Are we really seeking submission? And what does that mean to you guys? That's what I want to hear. What does submission mean to you guys? Is submission or cooperation? You know, what are we seeking? So so if we do, hold on, what did you say? So if we don't have the same peak, how can we say our solutions are one to one, one to one either? I don't think it has to be. All I'm seeking here today is to get people's minds thinking, man. And to get them away from these talking points that we hear all the time, man. You know, because that's what we hear, man. Like, what was it like 2 weeks ago in Calvin Stream? Somebody literally came up there in the chat and said all Filipino kids are good kids or something to that effect. I don't know if you guys remember that, man. I ain't even say nothing. I was just laughing. Like, yo, you really believe that? Like, what are these guys buying? You know what I mean? And it's true. So all foreign women are not submissive. They're just not. All of them aren't traditional. There's some ratchet ones over there too. I met them. I met some ratchet Filipina women, and I wasn't even over there that long. You know what I mean? Imagine if I had stayed over there longer. They do exist. We have to stop. We have to stop, pedestalizing women, period, yo. That's where we get into trouble at. You know, do men go overseas and meet foreign women and have successful, long relationships? Absolutely. Absolutely. But is it some miracle that's happening over there? I don't think it is, man. Like I said, like I've heard that, oh, it's not about money, it's not about money, but then you'll hear somebody else say it's all about money. It's all about what you can provide over there. It's just not spoken out loud, you know. Plenty of I've seen videos of guys go broke over there. They don't have a beautiful Filipina on their arm when they're broke over there, begging in the street. They won't. You ain't gonna have that here either, but can't take a woman out together and expect her to appreciate it. Nah, like you really have to vet that woman, man. Maria, good to see you here, Maria. Welcome, you're welcome here. All right, type mine in the chat so you could drop your channel link. Mine. Are you talking about Western women in general or Black women specifically? No, Western women in general. But I was just using that as an example. Hello, Maria says hello to all. Are you red pill or blue pill? I'm no pill, bro. Like I'm no pill, bro. Why do I have to choose a side? Do I have to choose a side, man? I'm no pill. Like because no matter what you choose on, if I'm red pill, it's some dumbass talking points. If I'm blue pill, I don't even know what blue pill is, but I'm pretty sure it's some dumbass talking points that when you really start breaking them down and applying them to your actual lived experience, it doesn't equal out, man. Says hello, Maria. If a man wants a woman to stay home and not have a job, he better have a hell of an income in the U.S. if he plans to have a decent lifestyle. Yes. He just found out he had some servants. Good topic, Blizzard. Good topic. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Have y'all seen a documentary called Iron Mountain? I haven't. We can. Maria, see you getting love in here, man. Michael, nah, but I like good background noise documentary. What's it about? I love watching documentaries, man. Don't get it says Filipino women are not slaves. They have their own minds. The difference is they have no problem playing their position. They are not trying to compete with men. But like I said, I'm not gonna act like I know all Filipino women. I know there are some bad ones, right? I know there are some bad ones, right? But we like to pretend like they're not. Like, you know, you can't teach your daughter to follow any man. That's a recipe for disaster. She'll follow the wrong man. Her life will be hell. True, true, true. I always raised my daughter to be independent. I didn't want her dependent on anyone. But that's that's the that's the crazy part about it though, because like so we're raising independent women. And I'm guilty of it too. We're raising independent women, but at the same time, you know, we're complaining about independent women. You know, 53 say you just chilling in Moncton. 53 he's talking about Gerald. He says health looks one step away from David Guy. He's in a wheelchair. It appears something with his heart. I hope he gets better. Me too. Why all Westerners and Americans want to stay living in the Philippines? Not all of us. We all don't. Just the ones that ones that live in the Philippines, man, they're the ones that are successful. You know, we root for them. We're happy for them. You know, but we all Westerners, believe me, if you have seen the last chat, you'll realize like all Westerners and Americans do not want to live in the Philippines. You know, but the important thing is just to not. Some people get it wrong and then they attack the Philippines. They attack these other countries just because they don't want to move there. They think that nobody should want to move there, and I disagree with that. Like everybody makes their own choice. You know, depopulation. I'm just running chilling here. Are you red pill or blue pill? I just answered that already. I'm no pill. I don't have a pill, man. I live in reality. You know, I live in reality, man. I don't need to be subscribed to some echo chamber, man. You know, I see both sides, and that's the thing about me. Like I said, that's why I said I'll never fit in because I always try to see both sides of the argument. You know, and then wherever I agree with, I agree. But I always try to see both sides of the arguments, man. I think it's a lot of people say that I'm always on the fence or this or that, but it just is what it is. That's the way my brain works. You know, I don't have to agree with you 100%, and I don't have to be against the people you're against either. You know, to be cool with you, it shouldn't be that way. You know, he says I don't wish no stuff on no one, even if I don't agree with what they may say on their channel. At the end of the day, it's just our differences and opinions, and we are just people. Yeah, true. Facts, Blizzard. The boss chick is dying. Guys, there's a war going on against mankind. We should be talking about that daily. Yeah, I think we all in this together, bro. At the end of the day, we're all in this together. You know, but we're so easily divided. We're looking for reasons to be divided nowadays, man. We search it out. We search out reasons to be mad at other our fellow brother, you know, and sisters. You know, we actually literally search it out. You know, the man is the head of the family. Period. You could say that, and maybe it should be that way. I don't think it's always that way, man. I just don't think it's always that way. You know, not nowadays, man. You know, the drizzle movement, even though it was satire, um, there was some truth behind that. Nightbot be with the hair trigger. Is Nightbot acting up? I took a lot of that stuff off. Yeah, Cisco says I agree. I disagree, Michael Alexander, respectfully, brother. I just think that we say we don't want to be. You're right. We don't want to be in competition with our women. You know, but I don't run I didn't run the household. Well, you said head of the family, and I think, like I was saying earlier, do you want somebody standing beside you or beneath you? You know what I mean? And I would want somebody standing beside me and say, we're the head of this family. You know, uh, he says, I will continue to pedestalize a good attitude and a feminine spirit. I agree. Like I said, there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong. I don't pedestalize anybody though. That's just me. The word pedestalize, like I don't pedestalize anybody. You know, I just take people for who they are as individuals. You know what I mean? As individuals. But what I see happening is these foreign women are being sold to us as perfect. Like I said, you was there in that. I don't know who said it, bro. But it was somebody that had always is in Calvin's chat. A lot of time I just be like I be in the chat all the time, even if I'm commenting or not. I'm there. You know what I mean? Somebody said, um, Filipino kids don't act up. It was something like that. I can't say it, but it was like, you really believe Filipino kids don't misbehave at all? And it's like, all right, this is nuts, bro. Kids are kids, yo. They're gonna, they're. I have a 2-year-old in my house. You know what I mean? He's not bad, but he's a 2-year-old, and the terrible twos is real. You know what I mean? So it's like it's just natural. Maybe it doesn't bother you when they're misbehaving, but just to say that it kind of like shed a light on how some people's thinking is. You know, be right back. Gonna desync for a minute. Nah, we here, bro. We here. What up, Beat Your Life? You got a visitor in your backyard making videos. Just go. You have a cool channel, brother. Yeah, he do. He does. God chose man, the devil chose woman. Bum Grills in the Philippines is gonna be my new vlogging channel, guys. That's what's up. There's times when a woman has to be the head of the family too, but I think both have to work in tandem. Yeah, I agree with that. No problem. I still love you, brother. Yep, yep, yep. In the Philippines, you're gonna 53. You're going to the meetup. He says, man. I thank you for the compliment. Roderick Lee, welcome to the channel, bro. Welcome to the chat. He says, in my opinion, most adult people in America do not know how to listen attentively and non-objectively. There lies the problem. You must be able to receive instruction at any time. Yes. I like to think I'm that type of person, but not all the time. But I do listen. I do take in information. I, do I utilize it all the time? No, I don't. But I think it's a lost skill. It's a lost skill nowadays. We listen to respond. We listen to react. We already have a preset opinion in our mind, and a lot of times we're not even trying to learn. We're just trying to get our shit off, our point off. You know, Yeah. Not with the pill shit. I just take Tylenol. LOL. Tylenol is not white. It's white, not red or black. Yeah, that's how it is, man. Like red pill, blue pill. That shit don't define the totality of a person. Like as a single parent, I will support and raise my children with good behavior, fear of God, and respect for others, as it should be. As it should be. He says, check out the documentary called Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars. What real man is afraid of being with a woman who isn't dependent of him? Exactly, man. A woman who is independent chooses to be with you. That means it's a real choice she's making. A dependent woman isn't there solely by choice. Some guys dig that, I guess. Yeah, and then when she monkey branches or something like that, or when she leaves when times get tough, you know, they're gonna complain about that too. You know, what would happen if every Western woman were to switch places with every foreign woman? What would be the outcome over 10 years? Thoughts? I don't know. My thoughts on that. What would be the outcome? I don't know, man. Shit. What would be the outcome if every Western woman were to switch places with every foreign woman? It might be the same. Might not be. I don't know. Matipus says, uh, he says, I hear woke. He's out here woke is a bad thing, bro. He said, I hear woke is a bad thing. Yeah, it didn't start out that way. They take everything and they switch it and twist it and turn it and make it into something bad. You know, woke started being a good thing, in our community. Matthew Pilolo says Western women have the same economic power Western men have. They travel, they do sex tourism, they're looking at other potential mates from other countries as well. Yeah, yeah. I think that's true. And I think therein lies some of the problems that we face. We as American men do not have the leverage. We do not have leverage. I asked that question before. Are we looking for love? or leverage. Because I know for a fact, absolute fact, that some men go overseas and find problems, you know, and they're okay with it, you know, and they put up with shit that they wouldn't put up with in the West. They wouldn't, you know, but for some reason they're happy. I, I can't make decisions for nobody else. Beach Life says, yeah, they said that Filipino kids are better behaved than Western kids. I talked about seeing plenty of kids on their back in the mall crying. I want that. So yeah, me too. I seen it. I seen it. I can handle an equal partner. It's not always the easiest option, but it's the option that brings the most value to my life. True. True. Many of us are in here are Gen X. We tend to be very pragmatic. Yeah, Gen X is the best generation, in my opinion. I think Gen X kind of hit that sweet spot, man. Right in time where like a lot of things were, getting modernized. We remember a lot of things before modern. We were there. We were the ones, who were actually I want to say implementing a lot of the changes, but we were there to actually see it and be kind of active in both sides of it. Like a lot of the boomers, they're not as in tune with technology as we are. Like we're right there with it. We grew up with it. You, know, you kind of say it was made for us. So Dolgetta says Filipino women are not perfect, but any stretch of the imagination. However, they are more genuinely more submissive because of their culture values that role. Yeah, then that's kind of what I was saying. Their culture values that role, right? Our culture doesn't. And that's what I was trying to get at tonight, right? We're mad at the woman, but we're not mad at the system that created that the need for that woman to be that way. You know what I mean? Like it's a need. Now, rugged individualism used to be looked at as some kind of ideal. It was cool. You know what I mean? Now it's necessary in our society. It's absolutely necessary. Who's Rena? He says, what's up, Rena? Filipinos are taught at an early age to respect the man in the house and even the man in the street. If they don't, that's a wild red flag, in my opinion. Respect can be a form of leverage if you're okay with it. Yeah, nice topic. But I need to finish my work. Sorry, I can't type it, so I stay BT. Visit abroad, listen and staying until you. And thank you, Maria. I appreciate you. Thinking of Matipus says, thinking about it, you're not in the West supporting her whole family, but in the Philippines it happens. Not saying for everybody, but for enough that it causes problems. Yeah, that's a decision you gotta make though. Like if you are supporting the whole family and you don't want to be supporting the whole family, then you're being taken advantage of. You know, and none of us should allow that. You know, but like we were saying earlier, if you know if you're handling things that need to be handled, and you're generous in times of need, you know what I mean, then I don't see nothing wrong with that. But if you're just, I don't know, like some say to walk in the ATM, I feel sorry for you, man. But some men do it. Some men do it, and that's the sad part, yeah. Because we hear those stories too, but those stories always get brushed over. You know what I mean? You got men that won't. You got men that won't take a woman out for dinner in the West. $100, $200 dinner in the West, but they're supporting whole families in the Philippines. You know what I mean? And I'm saying not all, but this is kind of like this, trying to stir up the pot a little bit. I am stirring the pot a little bit, and I'm doing it. I'm doing it intentionally. I am stirring the pot tonight, you know, because I want to spark some thought, man, some reflection or something, guys. You know, Michael says American men are the world's last chance for global freedom. Guys, please watch Iron Mountain and read the documentary Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars. All right, I'm gonna drop the link, guys. I'm gonna keep trying to. Anybody's welcome to come up. You know, just be respectful. We're not arguing. We're not attacking each other. We're just having a conversation. So I'm gonna drop the link. There's the link, guys. If you want to come up, like I said, man, this is what it's all about here, man. Conversations, having good conversations, man. He said, I think Gen X has the idealism of our parents, but are realistic about how life has changed for our generation, and we're more practical in our thinking because we had to be. 53 says, Blizz, do you think these women like to be treated like maids or just sex toys, or do you think they want to be treated as someone important also? In the back of their heads, if treated as low grade. I think that they have their own wants, their own desires, their own dreams, their own visions. You know what I'm saying? And I think that it is sad sometimes when you see guys that go over there and they don't acknowledge any of that. You know, and that's what I mean about pedestalizing them or fetishizing them. You know, because it only focuses on one part. You know, they're beautiful, they're sexy, they're submissive. Like, no, some of them want more out of life, man. They're just in bad situations. You know, they have desires too. They have wants and dreams, man. Do we acknowledge that part? Do we acknowledge that part? Man, Chu says he is enjoying the conversation. Yeah, I appreciate you, man. He says when the opportunity comes and it's a good one, they will leave. Yeah, if they're not treated right, if it's only for about money, yeah. So Mathepis says, let me ask the question. Are Filipino really submissive or just that Filipino culture values people that are non-confrontational? They just ignore you. Yeah, that I guess the tempo, I haven't experienced it. So I really don't know how I react to it or not, but I guess that's that's their form of confrontation. I get that's how you could say that's how they deal with it. I know I've heard that, oh, we don't want to say something that we regret later or something like that. But no, I think it might just be their way, of doing it. They're not gonna come out and argue and yell and scream. But I know that tempo listening to guys talk about it, it does cut like a knife sometimes. You know what I mean? It does cut like a knife sometimes. From what I've heard. I Love the Sound says, I remember when a fellow boomer told me something similar about people who were born in the 1920s. He said that they had a hard time with things that ran on electricity. The boomers, man. The elites have the elites believe that if you don't use your brain, then you are an animal and not human, and they can treat you like an animal or slave. Chris Rock said, a man is only as faithful as options. Likewise, I think a dependent woman is only as faithful as her options. There might be some truth to that, man. Cisco says, Matthew Lola, good point. Filipinos in general are taught to be cooperative culturally. Nightbot. I fully understand. Yo, what is Nightbot doing? I don't see Nightbot. Oh, yeah, Nightbot chilling tonight. I think I got Nightbot in check. Nightbot in check tonight. Yeah. Isla LaShawn says, yeah, that doesn't make sense, Blizzard, but I can understand not wanting to go on a $200 dinner date. Supporting a stranger's entire family makes no sense. You have women over here that expect you to pay for their babysitter to take them on a date. I've never experienced that though. Um, I don't think I would do it unless I was really into her. To be honest, if I was really into her, but if she don't have all that set up to go on the date in the first place, then I'm probably not gonna want to take her. But I have never experienced that in my life. I've only seen stories about it online. And that's what I'm talking about. And I don't believe 95% of the shit that I see online. I just don't, you know, not to diss anybody, not to say that, people are online lying, but I just don't. And then what you have is like, we take that one extreme and then make it the norm. And it's just not the truth. I've dated a lot of women in my life, I've never had that happen, you know. I just never have it had it. I've never heard of that until I've seen it. I've only seen it online. Like none of the guys I chill with, nobody's ever said that. Yo, this chick wanted me to pay for a babysitter. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. That's just never heard of that. Only online. We gotta remember when we're watching shit online, especially like some of those type of videos. Um, people fish for that information, man. Those people aren't the ones going through it. You got content creators that literally search for shit like that all day long, man. And that's all they talk about. Like Calvin says, you don't know what you got until she gets what she wants. True. That's true. Don't get it. Isn't paying the bill the man's job? Isn't that the man's role? I don't know. Those roles are shifted. Those roles are shifting in America, man. They are. And we can't deny it either way. Really can't. Like I've been taken out to eat by a female, and she paid for everything, man. And I ain't have a problem with that. I know some dudes be like, I'll never let a female, but I had done the same thing for her also. You know what I mean? It wasn't like a first date or nothing like that. So yeah, I've seen it both ways, man. But roles are definitely um shifting. The definition of femininity in America is not the same as it is in the Philippines or Thailand or somewhere else because we have different societal expectations here, you know, and that's all I'm trying to say. And I don't think we take that into account when we get online and we get into groups and we talk about, you know, Western women versus foreign women. We leave that part out. We leave the pressure cooker that we exist in, that we like to acknowledge all the time, right? We like to say that the West is hard for us and we can't, like, just listen to guys talk about the West, you know, can't survive there. Oh, the politics. Our women are living in the same society that we are. How could they not be affected? Guys, there's no place to run from this war on mankind. Tampo is the Filipino way of showing anger. I'd rather have that than the yelling. Yeah, me too. I would. Just go. That's not always a good thing. When you get charged extra, there are some that will not say a word. Then you will find out later. Ask why you didn't say anything. They say I'm shy. Yeah. He says, "How is paying for your babysitter for kids that are not yours a man's job?" Yeah, I get what you're saying, man. Cause like if I don't know, if it's a woman I've known and I really want to get to know her better or something like that, I could probably see doing it. I probably could. But if it's like a first date type of thing, or I don't know you, I don't know the kids, nah, I'm not doing that. I'm not paying for the babysitter. That's crazy. That's just my opinion. I'm not. So drop this link again, guys. I want to hear your opinion, man. If you want to hop up here, you don't have to show your face. You don't have to come up. You know, just I know most of the people that come up I'm probably gonna know who you are anyway, so I'm not worried about it. He says, Matt Lolo, that's why I need a woman who's standing next to me, not behind me, someone who brings more to the table than being a piece of ass or a housekeeper. He said, I agree, Dole Kidder. I'm just saying a lot of men want women to play a submissive role, but don't want to lead in ways that are of value to a woman. That's true, man. Like if you want a submissive, and we want traditional women, but we're not traditional men. We're modern men, you know, and we take that term modern women and make it a bad thing, you know. But is it a safe space for traditional women in the society that we live in? I don't think it is. We got Matt Pilolo in the building. I'm gonna bring him to the stage. Welcome, brother. How you doing?
Good. How y'all doing today?
Good, man. Good, good.
I just my brother lives in the Philippines, right? He lives there full time. So he and I go visit him every year. I also got a half Filipino brother because my father married a Filipina long time ago. So I got a half Filipino brother. He's like 30 years old. I got two of them, and one lives in America and one lives in the Philippines. So and me myself, I'm half Korean. So, very, very familiar. I've been going to Korea back and forth since I've been a kid. I lived in Japan, Korea as an adult. So I'm very familiar with Asian culture. I would just say this. When me and my brother were talking, right? Because he's 50, I'm 59, he's 57. This will we always say. The only problem you have when you marry a Filipina is what value do they bring to you besides sex? And I'm not trying to put them down in any way whatsoever. When you talk about like nutritional value, because we're older, how we eat, what we're gonna eat. They deep fry everything. They put everything in oil. They deep fry everything they cook. If you ever watch them cook, I mean, they fry everything. They don't have ovens in the house. As an older man, I can't eat everything fried because I want to have clogged arteries. I'm trying to live.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, but that's something that that needs to be discussed well ahead of time.
No, but I'm just saying these are things these are things that we have observed, right? They don't have any money to bring to the table. So if you live with them, you have to have a woman that you're going to educate. As far as like healthy looking.
I just don't know about that, bro. I don't know about that because every Filipino is not broke, man. Every Filipino is not broke.
Maybe I don't think every Filipino is broke.
Maybe the ones that are in our range, maybe.
That's what I'm saying. But when you look at who most guys are meeting, they're not meeting the upper class of the Philippines. No, I've seen a lot of guys who have Filipino wives, right? And their wives are basically just stay-at-home wives. I mean, that's just the reality. Now, there's Filipinos that make big money and everything else, but they're not. I don't necessarily see them marrying Americans or marrying Western men.
Yeah. So does that tell us something? What does that tell us, man? What does that?
That's what my brother said. My brother said, I can only live in the Philippines till I'm 75, and at 75, I'll come back to America to live. My father said the same thing. He was married to a Filipina from the time he was 50, and he came back to America around 80-something years old because he just said that, hey, he just knew he would live longer in America by himself than he would if he stayed with his Filipino wife.
Just because of the way she cooked and all that stuff wasn't
the health living, the health care, the pollution in the air, the general cleanliness, the knowledge of how to handle food leaving food out, bacteria wise, just things that he needed, that he knew. The healthcare system over there, just things that he knew.
Yeah, you gotta be careful with your health, man.
That's just the reality. When you get right, when you get a certain age, health becomes very important to you. I mean, it should always be important. But you don't want you don't you figure most guys are going to retire around 60. I was lucky I retired at 58, but most guys retire around 60. Then you only got about 10, 15 years because you don't want to be that old guy that's walking with his head down and crawling along. You see them sometimes. Like they just waited too long to go enjoy their life. And you don't want to be
Yeah,
that guy.
yeah, exactly, exactly. And I think that, like you were saying earlier, man, like I guess the women that we could get over there, I don't know, is I hear stories of guys dating and marrying successful Filipinas, though. Filipinas that have jobs and have careers. Maybe it's not the level of money that they would make in the States. You know, is that far out there? Is that far out there? Like none of the middle class Filipinos want to date Americans,
I believe this
or
right here.
because they don't want to date older Americans.
That's what I believe. I think they're upper middle class and above. They're just like age. They view age the same way people that are upper middle class and above in America do. They want somebody within their age range. That's my viewpoint of them. You know, they're a 28-year-old 8-year-old chemical engineer, has a great job, lives upper middle class, can afford to live on her own, has her own car in the Philippines. She don't want to date no guy that's 30 years older than her.
70-year-old man, yeah, she's
Yeah, I'm just being
25.
honest.
Yeah, yeah. But so is it so is that submission though? Is that
Well,
submission? Would
I,
you
I,
was
I,
is
I,
that submission or is that survival?
I think it's survival. I went to a girl's house one time, right there by Lapu Lapu, and she stayed in a squatters village, and she literally is right on the edge. Is what I can show you the squatter village. If you ever go there? It's right on the edge of the water, and it's up on stilts. So when the water raises, and they shit right in the water, and that's how she's living. So when she's trying to survive, she wants anybody that's gonna improve her life and improve her family's life.
Yeah, I do. Go Getter says a woman taking care of the home and children is an honor profession. That does not make you a maid. I don't think that wasn't what we are trying to imply. I think in America, like we all the time we're up here. We're up here all the time talking about how hard it is in the West to survive. We're talking about inflation. We're talking about the price of gas, the price of groceries, right? Us men, right? And that you need two incomes to survive in America nowadays. So where are you finding that woman that's going to sit home and take care of the house and children? Like it's almost sounds hypocritical, right? I mean, I know I'm not a high value man. I never said I was. I'm a regular dude. You know what I mean? I've been able to sustain a household with one income. You know what I mean? In the past, in a past relationship, but it wasn't ideal. It was hard, bro. You know what I mean? So I never minded my woman working. You know what I mean? Never. If she wanted to work, I never mind that. Plus, for a lot of us, it's not even a question. It's not even a question if our women are gonna work. It's a necessity in America. I don't get where we expect American women somehow to stay home and just raise our kids and be homemakers. It's not realistic for the majority of society. It's just not. But if that's what you want, I hope I hope you have success in finding that. But I just don't think that it's very likely that you're going to be able to afford that in America. all the guys I hear, right? Not all of the guys, most of the guys I hear going overseas are complaining about the prices in America, complaining about the rent and the mortgage prices, complaining about the grocery prices. They're complaining about money in America. You know what I mean? So it's kind of weird. All of a sudden now we want women to stay home, you know, and not work. Not in America. It's not going to happen. And that's kind of like what I'm getting at in this whole live stream today is that we don't acknowledge the societal pressure on our women here in America, but we'll get online and we'll complain about them being masculine, being independent. They don't need a man, right? But we'll turn right around and complain about the same societal pressures on us that we don't acknowledge exist on our women at the same time. I love LaShawn says if money. Oh, Cisco's in the background. Cisco's in the background. Let me bring him up, man. Welcome to the welcome to the show, brother. How you doing, man?
What's up, Blizzard?
Good to have you
Doing?
here.
I'm sick, bro. I'm sorry, my voice. I got a little bit of cold, but um, hey, real quick, I just want to say first off, uh, I mean, you only know somebody on YouTube as well as you can know somebody on YouTube just from what you see of them on YouTube. But I'm gonna say first off, bro, you're a high value man. I don't care what you say. You're a high value man. You're somebody that has integrity, has intelligent conversation, hardworking. You know, just again, just from my own perspective, you're a very honorable person, and I think those are the biggest characteristics of somebody who's high value. Care how much money you make, that comes and goes, but what you bring to the table is something that stays. So you're a high value man, bro.
Appreciate that, brother. Appreciate that, man. Thank you, man.
Yes, sir. But yeah,
I
I mean,
think I seen you in the comments, bro. I seen you in the comments, bro. I think we kind of thinking alike on this subject here, man. Well, what you
yeah,
think,
I
man?
mean, I can't speak about um, dating a Filipina from the Philippines. My wife, she's a Filipina, but she was, born and raised here in the States. So it is different in, certain aspects. But yeah, but I agree. I mean, I think the the conditions that women are raised in and have to live in the States way different than they have to deal with in the Philippines. Like you said, the country we live in, you almost have to have two incomes to survive and live a lifestyle that you can be comfortable in unless one of the people is making a hell of a lot of money. And most people aren't. Most people don't have enough money to support a full family with one income in this country. It's just the facts, and live the way that most people want to live, put it that way. So yeah, we expect women to go to work, or at least women have gone to work, and it's hard to say what came first, the chicken or the egg. But I mean, I think, in one way or another, with women having to get out and work, yeah, of course, they're going to have a much different perspective on what they want from a man. And if you want, like you said, if you want a traditional woman, you got to be a traditional man, which means you foot the bill. You are the one going out and working. You're the one providing. You're the one, stepping up, doing everything, and most dudes don't want to do that, and you can't have it both ways. You can't say, like you said, hey, stay at home, be a traditional wife. Meanwhile, I'm not paying for this, I'm not paying for that, or come on, you can't have
Yeah,
it both ways. You just can't.
I'm not paying. I'm not gonna pay for dinner, but
Yeah, come on.
like, but I'm a nah. It's just weird, man. That's why, like I said, man, all that red pill, blue pill, all that crap. I don't care about none of that stuff, man. It's all
But
bullshit, if you ask me.
I will say this though, there's nothing wrong with a man who wants a woman who wants to stay in that quote unquote traditional role, that wants to stay home, raise her kids, take care of the household while he, provides the income, whether he's working or he has a retirement or whatever. There's nothing wrong with that. And I understand why a lot of men want that. Ain't nothing wrong with it. As long as you got two consenting adults, nobody's, being forced to do something. There's nothing wrong with that, but everybody has to agree with it ahead of time.
Yeah, exactly. And you gotta play your part. You got to play your part, man. And
Yeah, I mean, going to Cisco's point is, this ain't 1970 no more. You're gonna need to be able to afford at least two cars. I mean, that's just the reality. Back in the 1970s, they had one car for the family. Them days are done.
yeah,
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So you have to be able to at least afford two cars. And she's gonna have a car under 5 years old because she's the woman. So you're gonna have to take the car that's gonna be iffy. And then you're gonna have to
yeah.
be able to buy a house in a
Mm.
decent neighborhood because you don't want your children going to the wrong school. I mean,
This is
all those things come into play now for Americans,
Yeah. It's a different culture.
right?
And I agree. I mean, yeah, to someone who thinks that, going out and working outside the household, bringing home a check, to some people that looks masculine. And so it's not surprising that they think, well, these women are masculine. Well, I mean, if you got to go out and work 8 hours a day in a job, dealing with who knows who the hell you're dealing with, crazy people. I mean, all of us men who've been working our whole lives, we know how you have to be out there in that working world. You got to be strong. You got to be tough. You can't let people, play with you. So women aren't going to be any different. They got to go out there and do the same
uh,
thing. So when they come home, yeah, they're going to be a little rougher on the edges, just like you are, just like you are. So, I mean, it's no surprise that, that they come home and they're quote unquote masculine because that's the culture that they've been raised in.
Yeah, and that's a
that
valid point.
balancing act. That's that balancing act that they have, bro. You have to be masculine to survive in this world. This dog eat dog world that we know is American society, but at the same time, they're trying to balance that with being mothers, with being significant others to us. It's not easy because we don't have to do that. We masculine. We don't have to worry about being feminine. You know, we do have to soften it up for the kiddos, but we're masculine. We're not asked to be feminine. Not over here. So we just gotta acknowledge that about it. I'm not saying you have to date American women. I'm not saying that we need to date American women or nothing like that. All I'm asking for is that we take the time to stop and think before we start, talking all this shit on the internet, man. Talking all this shit in these groups. Like we don't recognize and we can't acknowledge real life happening around us. We live in the real world.
And I kind
Go.
of wonder what it means to be the head of the household. Is the head of the household hold the money, the person that makes more money? Is the head of the household just automatically, default the man? What is the head of the household? I'm just curious what people mean by that.
I don't know.
Well,
I'm asking.
for
He
me,
said, hold on. He says, my point was in reference to someone saying they did not want a maid to devalue situations where a woman can be a homemaker. As a head of the household, I accept the financial responsibility.
now,
I don't know.
uh,
I don't know if that was completely in reference to having a homemaker. I think it was more to that. I can't really recall exactly what was said. But I don't think it was just calling a homemaker a maid.
I'll say
I'm not
this:
sure. I'm not sure.
I've been married twice. My first wife, she didn't do anything, and I paid for everything. And she was cooperative, submissive, everything. She just went along with the program. And so one time when we was married and we didn't have kids, she said, "Hey, do you mind if I go get the job?" I said, "Sure." And she said, "Do I have to pay any bills?" I said, "No, keep your money for yourself." And when I told her that, she was like, "Cool." So she always stayed submissive and everything else. I ended up divorcing her. Later on, I married another black woman, right? That's my second black wife. When I married her, I said, "Hey, we got to split everything 50-50." No, because we both made good money and we split everything 50-50. All right. Because I said, well, I don't want to just, you know, because I really feel like if you want someone to be submissive to you, you have to provide everything. That's just my personal belief. And then their money is theirs for their own personal use.
Yeah, same here. I've been married twice, and My first wife, she worked off and on, but I had by far the greater income. Um,
Right.
but the way I looked at it is, look, we're a team, and of course I'm gonna pay the larger portion of the bills because I have a larger income, and I didn't feel that that gave me the title of head of the household. That I don't feel like they gave me special privileges to make decisions on things because I was making more money. What she did was take care of the household, take care of the kids just as important as what I was doing. So, you know, you can't really put a dollar amount on what either one of us is doing and say, well, hey, I make more actual physical cash, so I'm in charge. Head of the household to me means, the person that needs to be the head of the household at any given moment. There's times where she had to step up and take charge of stuff. There's times where I had to step up and take charge of stuff. I think, just if you by default think because you're a man, you're the head of the household, I mean, if it works for you, go ahead and do that. But like I said, I just can't live in a household where I'm the only one bringing value to the household. I have to have somebody who's right there with me. And, when it comes to decision making, we got to work together. When it comes to decision making, it's a cooperative. It's not a monarchy.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. Um, Beach of Life says 53 wasn't talking about a homemaker. He was speaking on the men that come here and play house but don't build nothing, don't provide opportunity to the women they're with. He's spoken on it in videos. Yeah. All right, now I remember. Yeah. And it's true. I've seen that video. I don't know if you guys seen it, but he was talking about, you know, guys that don't want their significant other going to school or working. I remember that. Like they're actually like want their girlfriend to quit school or to quit working. You know what I mean? And to only care for them. So that's what he was talking about. But I remember that. But yeah, I think uh what you were saying, it's it's not like I was saying earlier, man. I always think of that yin and yang. I always think of that yin and yang, man. Because there are gonna be days where I'm just not in it. You know what I mean? There are gonna be days where, she's going to have to not lead me, but she may have to lead the household. Certain days, man. I don't know what happens if I get sick. What happens if I'm in a hospital? God, what happens if it's a military family and that man is deployed for some sort of time? Like that's real life situations, man. Like I don't maybe we're talking only to retired men that don't have anything outside the house really going on, you know, to where they're there all the time, because I've heard Calvin say that before. I've heard Calvin talk about that, like how, some men, you know, they don't want their women away from them for 12 hours, because I know how that goes,
I
maybe
just say I just say this, right. I don't want a woman that can't make a decision without me because I just don't want to make every
exactly.
Yeah.
decision.
Because one of those decisions might be your ass, something to do
I'm just
with,
saying because I
with
mean
you. You know what I mean?
I mean
Like,
from my
damn,
from my from my own experience, right. A lot of times the Filipinos that that I've dated, they're just always saying they try to tell me something. I'm like, I don't need to know all of that. I don't need to know. I just don't need to know that. I just don't care enough. I'm going here. I'm coming back. I don't need to know that either. I just please just go enjoy your life. Don't call me up. Ask me should I buy this. Please don't do that. Just,
Yeah. And I think that's the thing too, is that, again, as somebody who's, I'm living in the States, I'm married to, an American woman. So, I mean, I can't speak on what it's like to be married to a Filipino in the Philippines. But again, you know, if that's what you're looking for as a man, somebody who is, their main focus is taking care of you, and if they're good with that, I don't see nothing wrong with it. I don't see nothing wrong with it, and I see why it's an attractive thing for a lot of men. I mean, and if you have that, again, if you're retired, you got that stable income, you're not working, and you're at home, she's at home, she's taking care of you, you're providing the money, you're both good with that. There's nothing wrong with that. you know, but it's just not realistic here in the States. But,
Nah, it's
you know,
not.
again, unless you're very wealthy, but over there, it's a whole different thing. So, you know, I will never down talk guys who want to go to the Philippines for that kind of life. I mean, that it almost sounds like a dream to me, but, you know, it's just not realistic here. I think that's the difference between the women here and the women there. They're living in two completely different matrices. You know, they're both matrices. They're just
Yeah,
different matrices.
yeah, exactly. Hey, we got Ray. We got Ray in the building. Ray MC Gunner. What up, man? Welcome. How you doing, nephew?
Hello, hello. Can y'all hear me good?
Yes,
Yeah, I
sir.
hear you.
What's up, fellas?
What's going on,
How you
bro?
doing?
I'm doing good.
Welcome to the
I'm on my lunch
conversation.
break. I'm on my lunch break right now, so I
Oh
was cleaning
no,
up before I
not the lunch break.
got in here. Yeah, so I'm not sure exactly where we are in the conversation.
We
We
just
were just
spitting
talking
game. We
about
just talking,
stories about Blizzard that are embarrassing, man. Do you got any?
man.
Oh
No,
yeah, I
we ain't
got
talking
one.
about that. We ain't talking
Yeah, I
about
got one.
that.
One time.
Oh no.
Got a bunch of them, man.
Uh, I don't got too many. That's my guy right there,
That's right.
my uncle. So amazing guy.
TJ
Yeah.
said lunch break conversations part two.
I think the point that we just left off of was Cisco said the West and Philippines, they're both matrices. You just got to choose which one you want to be in.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
The
I
first
don't know
person I
nothing
ever
about.
heard say that was Icy. To be honest, the first person I ever heard say that was Icy on my stream. The first stream I did, and I was like, "Damn, I never thought of it that way." Like
Mm,
she said that she's like, "Oh, you're leaving one matrix, to fall under another matrix," and it's absolutely true. Even though I never
so,
thought about it that way, because now you're just submitting yourself to a different set of rules, a different set of societal norms. You
yeah,
know,
yeah, exactly. But I mean, that's what the Matrix is, though. You know, if you watch the movie, you know that's what it is. They're the computers, the rope, whatever you want to call them, the AI or whatever. They're giving people the illusion, you know, of happiness, and they throw in a little bit of hardship here and there to make it realistic, but they're giving them the illusion of happiness to keep them satisfied. And I mean, the illusion of happiness in the Philippines for Westerners that go there is, you know, you got money. That's the only thing that you have, you know, over people who are living in the Philippines, generally speaking, is
fact,
money. You're not
fact.
smarter than them. You know, you're not better at doing things than them. You
Miss
have
Wishy's
money.
in the building. Hey, Miss
If
Wishy,
you
how you
take away
doing?
that money, yeah, you take away that money and then have to survive in the Philippines without that. I don't know how far you make it as a Westerner.
That's it. I've said it. I've said it over and over again, man. You know, we're no better. We're just in a better um economic position.
And it's not just the Philippines. Like I say, I've traveled everywhere. I've been Brazil, Colombia. I mean, I've done the whole circuit, DR. They're all the same. It's when people sit there and say a lot of things. I said it's really a wage gap. We just have more economic power than them
Yeah.
when they're in their country. That's all it really is.
She said, "Is this sausage?"
This is sausage party. Miss Wishy. It was definitely in the building. But yeah,
What's wrong?
man.
What's wrong with sausage, man?
Like that's what I had said, man. Like you could be making like nowhere in America can you survive on $2,000 a month. Not that I believe. You know what I mean? Only bringing in $2,000 a month. It's gonna be
I would
very,
say in
very,
West Virginia, you
very,
probably
very,
can.
very, very hard though. You know what I mean? But you take that $2,000 to the Philippines, Colombia, Thailand, you become a sought after man in that society, bro. You can't deny that. You don't have to change your wardrobe. You don't have to change nothing, bro. You just get on a plane, and it doesn't mean that you're gonna be successful or anything like that. It just means that you've now moved from lower class to upper middle class just by buying a ticket and getting on a damn plane. Doesn't change who you are as a person. You know, it doesn't make you a better person, like you just said, you know. So some people conflate that status with being a better person, and it's just not true, you know.
And it's the same thing here though too. I mean, people that make $1 million a year, they have a certain lifestyle and they have a certain, way of thinking, that those of us who don't make that much money, we don't have it, And somebody was saying that I think it was actually in Cal's live, somebody was talking about, you know, it was Ernesto. He was crying about, well, yeah, you get with a Filipina, then when their family has a problem, they're gonna come to you for money. Well, look, man, if you had a cousin that was married to a millionaire, and your kid, something happened to your kid needed a surgery that cost $100,000. Don't tell me you wouldn't go to that cousin and say, hey, look, cuz I know, it's hard for me to ask this, but I wouldn't come to you if I didn't have no choice. But little Billy needs a kidney. Do you think you guys could, at least loan us 100,000 and we pay you back? What? Don't tell me you wouldn't do that. Of course you would do that. It's no different over there. Of course they're gonna come to you. You're the millionaire in the
Yeah.
Philippines.
So don't get it said what's wrong with being sought after. Not I didn't say anything was wrong with being sought after. What I said is people don't really recognize that you're not better just because you got on a plane with that same $2,000 that you had here. You know what I mean? And the only reason you're sought after overseas, and I'm not saying this for everybody, is because of your higher economic status. Like everybody will beat around the bush and try to say this, but they just won't come out and say it. You hear guys all the time, they're beating around the bush. They're just not coming out and just saying this part, man. Calvin says it all the time. It's not your damn looks. Look in the mirror. I've been over there. I seen some of those guys. I said in his chat earlier, like, damn, if she would choose between me and that fucking guy, then I'm not nothing special. I'm not nothing special, man.
No lie, no lie.
Like it was who got off the plane first, me or some fucking 68-year-old, 300-pound guy. And he got
Hey,
off the
what's wrong
plane
with 300
first.
pound guys now?
Nothing, but I'm just saying, like,
But
like,
you know,
goddamn, man.
I want to iterate like Cisco's point, because I think it's a very valid point. Because me and my brother talk about it all the time. He said, my brother has a daughter, and he said, if my daughter dated Bill Gates or Jeff Bezos, and she didn't have a new car and a new house, I'd be like, what the hell? Man, he's trash. What the hell is she doing?
Yeah.
And that's how it is for them when they get a foreigner. They just look at him like, you don't have a car yet? Your life hasn't improved yet?
Yeah, why are you with him?
Yeah, it's the exact same thing.
He said
It'd be the same way if your daughter dated Jeff Bezos.
That's what I showed us. Calvin's in the building. What up, brother? It's good to see you here, man.
What's up, Cal?
I appreciate Calvin, man. Like I said, man, I'm always gonna show love to Calvin, no matter what. So we got a lot of his people over here that came right from his channel over here, man. So I appreciate that.
That's one thing I respect
having a
about
good
Cal too.
conversation, man.
That's one thing I respect about Cal too, is that he's pretty realistic, when it comes to the situation, for him and Maryland, he's saying that, and for a lot of, probably most, couples over there, foreign and Filipino couples over there, is that, initially what attracts them to the foreigner is the money or the opportunity to be more secure. I mean, that's just a fact. There's nothing wrong with that. But over time, yeah, if you spend enough time with them and you guys match up personality wise, then it can turn into something different. But I mean, he was under no illusion that he just got better looking when he got to the Philippines.
Exactly.
His dick got bigger, and he became that guy. He knew exactly what he was getting into.
Doggett says it's no different here. If you are broke, boy, your options are going to be limited anywhere you go. It's true. But what I'm saying is, like, you're the same person when you get off of that plane most of the time. If you don't take the time to do to change yourself, to work on yourself, to better yourself, stop drinking, stop smoking, get in the fucking gym, work on your mental health issues. You know what I mean? Like, you're the same person when you get off of that plane. What's different about you? Your economic status went up.
Yeah.
Like, this shitty people that get shitty men get on those planes too. I'm not, maybe not as many as the good men that travel, but there's some shitty men we know. That's all
And,
I'm
and,
saying. That's all I'm saying, man. Like, you're no
and there's nothing
better
wrong
than
with that.
any fucking Filipino man. You're not. You're not better than a Filipino man. You're not smarter, like you said. You're not stronger. You're not better looking. You know.
I mean, it takes a lot of guts to get on a plane and go to a foreign country and make a life there. I mean, anybody who does that, I give them props just for that alone. It's like, getting up on stage to sing or, getting in a boxing ring to fight somebody. It takes guts, no matter how it turns out, it takes guts to start doing that, and again, I'll never down talk people that want to improve their life, going over there. And, it's just a different, we have different needs, over there than you have here. You have different needs.
Yeah, but just be honest about it. That's all
Be
I'm
honest
asking
about it
people.
though.
That's all I'm asking people, man. Just be honest about what's around you, the world that's around you, the world you lived. Like, don't talk about how somebody else lived. Don't talk about what somebody else girl did to them. Don't talk about somebody else paying child support. Talk about you. You. What you been through in life. What you lived. Like, and be honest. Like, we like to get up here, all Western women this, all Western women that. When we know it ain't true. We know it's not true. All foreign women is this. All Filipino kids are well behaved. Like, come on, man.
No.
We have to be honest if we're gonna have real conversations, man. You have to be honest, man. Hey, the link is in there. Anybody else wanna come up? Feel free. Feel free to have just an open conversation, man. We just chopping it up. We could be in the barbershop right now. You know what I mean? That's that's how we do it here, man.
That's like the Thailand Philippines debate, man. Your personal preference. There's positive and negatives to both sides, and the Western women versus foreign women. It's your personal preference. Some men, they could never date a woman outside of the U.S. It's just not their preference.
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with that. I think that's the thing, is that we all get caught up in that team mentality where, oh, my team's better than your team, or, you know, my guy's better than your guy. You know what? It's your personal preference,
Yeah.
man. It's your personal
Yeah.
preference. Long
And
as
I've
nobody's
always
getting hurt, do what you
and I always feel like I'm in the middle of the shit somehow. Even if like I'm just watching it, but I always feel like I'm in the middle of that shit, man. Cause I'm like, yeah, I agree with this point. Oh, but I agree with that point too. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, but so I always feel like I'm stuck in the middle when it comes to that shit.
Well,
TJ
because
says,
you're looking at different shades of things, and I think that's the problem, is that a lot of people fall into black or white, right or wrong, red or blue. Life is more complicated than that.
yeah, yeah, I agree. I agree. You know, TJ says motherfuckers would rather develop an entire persona based off their social media echo chamber, start a podcast around it, than to be honest in 2025. So this is what sells. Like, I'm pretty sure if I could make those videos, and maybe I won't go viral, but I know I will have a hell of a lot more views than I have now. If I got up here and talked about Western women suck and this and that, you know, that's easy.
Andrew Tate has been real quiet since TJ dropped that bomb right there.
Yeah. But I mean, I need me a couple hate watchers though, just like the type that Calvin got. They just watch the whole live stream, man. Just comments, everything, man. The whole time, he got like 3 or 4 of them in there. That's funny as hell,
Where is Ernesto when we need him?
right? I was gonna say that to him, like, bro, you're welcome in my chat, man. Just drive the engagement. Just keep commenting. Even though you don't like the stream, you're still watching the whole thing. Like I went out, went to the store and everything. I disappeared for a little while to chat. I come back and it's still going. Like, oh man.
I mean, they watch this stuff too. They, as many men that there are that are watching, you know, your stream, Cal, all these other people, Philippines travel vlogs, or as many people that watch that to, enjoy it or get inspired or what have you. There's just as many people that are watching, hating on it, can't stand it, think it's stupid.
Yeah, I never got that though. You had a guy in there in that chat for the whole time, over 2 hours, that all he did was talk about how bad the Philippines was. I forgot his name, Ace or something like that. He was in the chat.
And there was two
All
of
he
them.
did was, oh, the Philippines is a horrible place. Oh, it's so horrible. Like,
You're
Ray,
just
what you
walking
trying to
around on
do?
sidewalks trying to avoid potholes so you don't break your leg. Like what?
Yeah,
You're
he
talking
said they
about San
even.
Francisco.
Yeah, he says they email him right after. Yeah, that's crazy. Like I was. It is what it is, man. Don't worry. The haters are coming. I know. I know. I had one. Actually, I was in a different. I'm not gonna say his name yet. I ain't gonna say his name yet. But he's a big hater of Calvin, and he was like came to somebody else's live stream to say something to me. I'm like, all right, here we go. Here we go. But it is what it is, man. I'll just let it like I don't think it would bother me. The hate though. Like we've been in real beefs in our life. Like I've been in real beefs in my life. Um, so this internet shit.
It's just easy to talk shit when you're anonymous. And I mean, I ain't gonna lie,
Well,
I've talked some shit. I've talked some shit only because I was anonymous. I mean, it's definitely much easier than facing somebody and having to worry about getting socked
yeah.
in the
They
face.
think I see you in real life. Um oh Master Pit Lolo dropped off. Um I guess, man, but I've never watched somebody's shit that I didn't like. Well, maybe I wasn't a fan of the person, and if they have something interesting to say, um, yeah, I can still watch it. But to watch and not like the person and not like the topic and just watch it to respond and talk shit, that's just a complete waste of time to me. I just do not understand that.
I
I
got a
do not.
person I watch like that
That you
Oh,
hate
sometimes.
watch? You hate watch?
I don't hate him. DJ Academics.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Him. Sometimes I watch his stream.
I don't like him.
I think he's a cornball. But sometimes he'll be on a topic I want to hear about, and he'll just say the most outlandish shit. And I'm like, man, like the way he talks about people, I'm like, "Bro, if you said that to me in person, I slap the shit out of you."
Like they're peons. Yeah, he talks to people
like,
like they're
like,
beneath them. I know who
like,
you talking about.
and like you saying, like, I don't feel like I'm any better than anybody. Self reflection is one of the most important things. I
Yeah.
can't look at myself like I'm better than anybody, and like, I don't even remember the verse, but some in the Bible, it's like, how you gonna worry about the speck of sin in your brother's eye when it's a plank in your own? Like, I can't talk shit
Well,
about you, and I got problems going on.
exactly.
But that dude
Exactly.
is just crazy.
That's why I present myself to the internet the way I do. Regular guy, a working guy. Me with the lunch break conversations, that was intentional. Because it's who I am. Like you personally, you know that I don't never think I'm better than anybody. I
Yeah,
don't look down on nobody, man. Because we've been through it. Like that's where we came from. We didn't come from this uh, elevated place, it's elevated status. We just regular people, man.
I think that's one of the reasons why people get mellow, more mellow when they get older, is because, I know for me anyway, especially as a parent, I know how it was for me growing up, how much of a pain in the ass I probably was for my parents, the stuff I had to put them through, the stupidity and ignorance
Yeah,
and just dumb, stupid stuff I did. And then you have your own kids and you see them doing some of the same things. And it's like, you got to ask yourself, okay, you know, on one hand, I'm pissed because my kids are doing this, but am I pissed because it's inconveniencing me or embarrassing me or what? Or is it because I see myself in them? And that was a big part of it for me, is like I saw myself in my kids, and it made me think to myself, damn, man, w- you know, they're going through the same stuff I went through, and they're looking at me the same way I looked at my parents. So you get more self-reflective, and you think to yourself, well, I got to give my kids a little bit of grace because I was in their shoes, and I can't just go off on them and get crazy with them. I got to guide them in the right way. And I think that's the thing, is you get older, you get more self-reflective about these things, and you're not as quick to jump and point fingers at people, because you realize, fingers will be pointing back at you too.
yeah, exactly, exactly. Like my kids know what I used to do in the past. Like I never told them, other people told them. You know what I mean? Like shit. I used to be a wild one, you know.
I
But
heard some
then it
stories.
yeah, I used to be wild. But it kind of like with my son. I think I lightened up on him because I seen that he wasn't like me. You know what I mean? Like he was making mistakes, but then in comparison, it was like yeah, well, at that age, I was doing this. You know what I'm saying? And it's always him, uh, seeing him in a better light than seeing myself at that age. So it always makes me ease up a little bit because I used to be real hard on him, and I was kind of like fell back.
I can't even see you like that. I don't think I've ever even seen you mad.
Well,
Never. Every time somebody meets my family, they're always like, "Oh, your family is they're so calm," and I'm like, "No, they can get a little wild too." But
yeah, that
like
side
my dad,
exists, man. It
everybody
exists.
always tells me how mellow my dad is, and even I feel like he's never really had to get on me too crazy. I can't recall how bad we were as kids, but you know, he's always been calm, and I feel like I get that from all of y'all, really, but especially my dad.
Yeah, yeah.
Never,
Nah, your dad.
never real high, angry or anything, and never like real low.
Yeah, that's true. That's true about him. And I'm trying to be that way now. I mean, I am that way now, but not always. I always had a temper. I still got this. I still got the same temper though, as I had before, but it's just more now about being conscious of it, like always. That's why I say I always check myself constantly, constantly, so
I think
that
that would
I'm
be a
not. Go ahead, bro.
no, no, I was gonna say, I think that would be a positive part of, moving overseas, and Philippines in particular, because you really could reinvent yourself. You're leaving this culture over here, which, I mean, let's be honest, it does favor aggressiveness. It does favor, ruthlessness, cutthroat attitude, win at all costs. That's capitalism for you. That's how it works. And when you move to a place like the Philippines, where that's not their primary motivator, in life, is not, you know getting to the top at all costs. I mean, there's some people there that are like that, don't get me wrong, but as a culture, they're more cooperative, uh, with their neighbors, with their family, looking out for each other, and I think that's the thing, is that with the Western mindset, a lot of these guys, they don't understand that, there's a sense of responsibility that these people have for their parents, for their kids, for their greater extended family, that a lot of us don't have here in the United States. I know a couple that, you know, they're moving, to the Philippines pretty soon, and it's they're moving from here to over there, and it's going to be a big shift in culture. And she's from the Philippines originally, and um, you know, it's going to be them having to have that extra added, um, I don't know, uh, that extra added feature of having her family, in their life, and how that dynamic's going to play out. I don't know, but if you go over there thinking that your Western values and your Western situation is gonna just translate directly over there, I mean, you're a fool. And you're going over there with the intention of, having this life with where you're getting a woman who's, I hear the buzzword submissive, cooperative, all that. Well, that doesn't come with other things that are featured in her personality. Like, she does have that sense of responsibility and loyalty, but it's not going to be just to you. She also has family and friends that
Her
she's going to have
family.
to give that to. That's why she is that way that she is. And if you can't roll with that, then stay home. I mean, that's part of, I mean, other than that, you're asking her to, basically cut off her family, and that's where the problems are going to start.
Yeah, expecting somebody to cut their family off in a traditional society. Like, that doesn't mix. It doesn't line up, right? You want a traditional woman. You want a woman with these family values that's built into the culture over there, you know. And don't complain about having to take care of the family, like somebody was saying earlier. Oh, you got to take care of the whole family. I don't think the whole family, but the immediate family. Yes, that's how that culture is. Not
I mean,
all of, not everybody, not everyone, but yes, um, the mother, the father, the younger siblings, probably, yeah.
that's what traditional meant here back in the day. You go back 100 years ago, you had grandma, grandpa, mom's mom and dad's mom and dad, maybe some uncles, aunts, cousins, all living under the same roof. That was not uncommon here. And yeah, when so the neighbor next door had a problem, guess what? It became your problem too. You went over there and helped them out. If their
Yeah,
kids were getting out of line, you straighten their kids out. They'd straighten your kids out. It's not that way. That was traditional back then.
not that way no
You
more.
know,
Yeah, I
it's
remember
not that
that. I
way now.
remember, I
You
remember
you
like
remember?
aunts and cousins coming to live with us when we were little. Like, that was the shit for us. We loved that. You know, I loved it, but not
That used to
not
be normal
anymore.
here.
Yeah, it was
You
normal.
know,
It was normal. Now it's not, like,
but it still is
not
in the
anymore.
Philippines. It still is in the Philippines, and I mean that's just part of what you'd have to deal with over there. I mean, like I said, I don't understand guys who go over there thinking they're going to get reap all the benefits and none of the baggage that comes with it. I mean, that's unrealistic.
Yeah, that's not very. It's not very traditional. It's not. It's really not. Like I said, you want a traditional woman, but we're not traditional men.
Yeah.
We're modern men. Um, doesn't mean we're not masculine. We're still masculine. Um, some of us, most of us, I hope. But everything is changing. Everything is changing. Like, society is changing the definition of certain things. Like, how was that you that said woke is bad now or something? Yeah, like, things get changed, man. You know?
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't believe that. I think, in my opinion, being quote unquote woke means that you're awake to, the facts of the situation around you. You're not the wool's not pulled over your eyes. That's what being woke meant. And
Yeah.
it's been. I don't want to get into politics, but I mean that's one of the things that has been a weapon that's been used by a certain demographic of people. They
Yeah.
take something and they make it sound bad. And
Yeah.
it's been that way historically. Being
Yeah.
black is a bad thing.
Take something
Blackballed.
positive. Take something
Yeah,
positive and turn it into a negative.
turn
Yeah.
it into a negative, and that's how
Yeah.
you weaponize things against people. And but Yeah, I mean it's like you said, it's a if you want a traditional woman, you know, you're gonna get a traditional woman. And over there, that's part of it is that the family, it's a package, and it's good luck if you can find one that doesn't have that situation. But if you have one that does, then I don't know. I just feel like if you want to be that quote unquote head of household, you want to be the man, if your wife, your woman needs you, because her family needs her, guess what? Her family needs you too. I mean, that's just the
Yeah,
way that it is, be able to step up
especially
and help out.
especially if you're gonna tell her not to work because you want to spend time with her. Especially
Almost
if you're,
definitely.
come on, it's the right thing to do in my opinion.
Yeah, most
But
definitely.
let me read some of these comments. I don't got that many back here. It says Beach of Life says I saw a dude on Reddit last week talk shit about Calvin for the three bar girls. For the bar girls make better housewives video, like my guy. That was like a year ago. He's still upset. Like, yeah, I still hear that coming up about that video. Like people didn't understand what he meant by that video. It wasn't hard to understand what he meant. I just think people don't want to understand. They don't want to read deeper into things. You know,
I don't know if I saw that one. I have to go back and look at that
it's
one.
sad. Yeah, you gotta go watch that one, man. From what I got from it, and I don't remember the whole thing. From what I got from it, I think he was basically saying that um, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference between a bar girl out of work and then a regular Filipina because they have the same culture. They were raised in the same culture and environment. And I think he was also saying like we don't take the time to even learn the culture, so we wouldn't know. Like I think basically he was saying like out of work during the daytime, if you're out with a bar girl, you wouldn't even be able to tell the difference. Basically,
Hey, you might
yeah,
not.
you gotta go watch it. You gotta go watch it.
Yeah,
I
you
don't
might
know.
not.
I don't think I've ever met a bar girl. Maybe I have met a bar girl, just was
Just
in the
didn't know it.
daytime. Yeah, I don't know. I
Don't lie
don't
to us,
know.
Blizzard.
Nah, I never met a bar. I never been to the bar in the Philippines. I went to the bar on Alona Beach. Um, it was cool. I met a girl there. It wasn't a go-go bar, whatever you call that though.
Yeah, again, I'm married, man. I went over there with my wife, and I didn't have opportunities to you know get in that single life over there. But I mean, you can definitely, you know, just by looking at the other people that are there, you can definitely see, a lot of the dynamics that are going on with people. And I've seen, people that you look at, like you were saying, this old broken down dude, and she's really young, attractive woman, and they're walking around, and of course, the judgment naturally comes in your mind. And then, again, the way my mind works, I think to myself, damn, I wonder if they're thinking something about me, because, my wife looks younger than, she looks much younger than me, and,
Yeah.
I think to myself, somebody looking at me, look at this dirty old man right here with this young girl. Yeah, they're probably thinking the same thing, and they did. We were in Hong Kong one time, and we were sitting in the hotel restaurant, and we sat down, and these two Filipinas sat down next to us with these two German dudes, and the two German dudes go and they take off to go get whatever. And so the Filipinas start talking to my wife, and first they started speaking to her in Tagalog, and she doesn't speak Tagalog. So, she's like, I don't know what you're saying. So they said, oh, are you American? She's like, yeah, I'm an American. She's like, oh, so they start going on about how these two German guys are their sponsors, and they're taking them back to Germany, and they're gonna have this great life. And she's so lucky because she got an American. And she's like, wait a minute, I'm American. you know like
Right.
my wife was born in America. Like I didn't bring her there. But the assumptions that people make, it's interesting. And like I said, being over there, man, there's a lot going on that you could look at and misinterpret if you're not careful. So I definitely could see how, somebody who is a bar girl can be, wandering around, during the daytime and just living their life, doing their day to day, and have no idea what what their life is like, what they're about, blending with everybody else.
Yeah. Beach Light says he also was saying that the bar girl is gonna wake up and do your dishes just like the regular Filipina. That's true too. Yeah, she gonna
Oh,
probably
Beach
make your
Life.
breakfast. I know, right? Beach your life. She gonna make your breakfast and have your coffee just like anybody else. So, like I said, I wouldn't know, but Ray said he got to drop out. He almost forgot he was at work. And don't get in trouble, man. I was
Oh,
trying to blame
damn.
it on
Yeah, I
me.
know.
Don't get in trouble, man. But
Salute,
yeah,
Ray. Nice to meet you.
yeah, he's a good dude, man. He's a good dude. I can't even call him a kid no more because he's fucking grown up, like so, making me feel old. But
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
man, it's
crazy.
just an interesting conversation to have, man, and one that we don't hear like both sides. And you usually only hear one side of this conversation, and it's always in favor of the foreign women against American women or Western women. So I just wanted to come up
Well,
here. If y'all know me, y'all know I'm gonna try to give both sides. I'm gonna try to be fair and honest.
I think it's just not it's not sexy to, be realistic. I think it's more sexy to be, what's the word? Dramatic, I guess, and it's easier to fall in line with the, like you were saying, oh, Western women, they're the devil, and I'm a red pill, oh, alpha male, but all that stuff is attractive to people for whatever reason. It's just attractive, and to have a more measured, rational approach to a subject, that's just not as sexy. But I
Oh, you
think I
got
think
TJ in the
that's,
back.
oh yes, there we go.
There you
Yeah.
go, bro.
What
What up,
up?
bro? What up? The
I was
next
How's it
hoping it
big
was gonna be
going?
YouTube,
Ernesto.
the next big YouTuber coming to the
Nah,
stage.
nah, not
One
at
of these days.
all.
One of these days, man. You're
Don't
gonna
even
get.
put that hope out there in the world.
You got Ernesto tied up in the bathroom.
Yeah, nah. Ernesto can't afford to get to this side of the world. He'll be all
Drama
right.
sells. You're right. Drama sells. Drama, sex, violence. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I
But
think that's the thing though with your channel. That I think that will be your niche though, is that you're bringing some balance, man. It does get tiring, watching a lot of these same channels regurgitating the same stuff, and it's depressing, man. Thinking that that's the only outlook, that's available. At least for me, I try to be a little bit more intellectual in how I approach things, and I think that's your niche right there.
I get infuriated sometimes watching that. I get infuriated because it's like I know it's not true, but
Yeah.
Man said your niche is not being a wild asshole. That's crazy.
I just know it's not true. But then when I see people like believe in it, and when I hear the people mimicking this shit, it's like, oh, this is crazy. This is wild, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
was a
Beach
while
Life
where it
drama
was
sells,
funny.
and I mean that's a fact.
Yeah.
If it didn't, you wouldn't see so much of it. People love drama.
And I mean, I think like a lot of little like microcosms of the internet, it was kind of funny until it wasn't, right? Like for a while, you're sitting like, at our age, we're sitting back and going, "That's stupid as fuck." Like, why? Who would believe that? But then you forget there's a whole generation, like, you know, all these cats might say that they're gearing themselves towards 18 or men or whatever, but they're, 13, 14, 15, 16 year olds watching this, and they don't have anybody to tell them, that that's not the gospel truth. Where did everybody go?
I'll put you up there.
Wow.
I'll put you up.
Oh,
Let's
what's
go.
like the internet is crazy. What?
Put you on the stage, man.
And, but it's just it's interesting is all. That's all.
And that's what I'm saying. I think voices like yours, are going to be that balance, because there's some number of kids out there that are going to come across this channel and they go, oh, maybe it's not all about, what red pill and, you know, blah, 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 blah. You got to have that rational voice, somewhere, amongst all
Maybe Western
the rah rah.
society's not in decline. All right, that's cool.
Maybe, maybe.
Maybe. Shit. Like the guy asked me, "Are you red pill or blue pill?" Like I'm not neither one of those fucking
It's
things.
like I'm
What
a
is that,
regular
bro?
ass human being. What kind of question is that to ask me?
I remember
It's
getting asked that
crazy,
question, but it was, "Are you blood or cuz?" So I mean, I
right?
Right?
almost had a
Yeah,
flashback. You
entirely,
know,
entirely different question. Once upon a time.
It's all red and
different
blue,
answers
man.
would yield very different results too.
It's all red and blue.
Right?
Crips and Bloods, red pill, blue pill, Democrat, Republican. Damn, it's all red
That's what
and
it
blue.
is.
What the hell?
Hey, what's up, AJ? I see AJ in the chat.
AJ, what up, brother? Good to see you, man. Ray says that I don't really know much about the foreign women topic, so I couldn't really speak on that. I think men and women are the same everywhere. I think.
I think at their core, yes, but of course you're that's a nature versus nurture argument, right?
Yeah, I
Like,
was gonna
do
say
you
that.
believe that your environment and your cultural situation and the implicit biases connected to the micro level of your life, the your family, or the macro level of your life, your country, your religion, like do you believe that those change you? Because if so, yeah, I mean, we all probably start out with the same you can make an argument we all start out with the same, base set of impulses and, built-in reflexes and whatnot, with of course some exceptions genetically or statistically, but at the end of the day, you still get popped out as a crying, screaming baby boy or baby
Yeah,
girl,
that's it.
Yeah.
and the world around you kind of determines what goes on after that.
Miss Manny in the building. How you doing, Miss Manny?
Hello, Ms.
Tell,
Manny.
tell Poots I
What
said
up?
what up. Good to see you here, man. Break up the sausage, I guess. like
Break
Miss
it
You
up.
Wish, Miss You Wish said.
And nitrate overdose podcast.
Yeah, it's there's slight differences. It has to be, you know, like all our cultures are different. You look all around the world. Yeah, we're all men and women. We all got a dick or a pussy, but you know what I mean. Like the way we're raised is different.
Right. From the womb,
Culture,
basically
society.
from the
Yeah,
womb, it swaps. Like, even how you pop out. Did you pop out of the womb and, a busy, overcrowded, understaffed public hospital in Calcutta? Or did you, get cranked out at Stanford University Hospital down in Palo Alto with a nice spacious room with calming woodland noises playing in the background? Like, it's all up to chance from the moment that you're out, and honestly the moments before you're out, depending on can your family afford healthcare? Are you still in a part of the world where your mom might die giving birth to you?
yeah.
Like, it's shit is a dice roll, dog, and you're basically just rolling from there until you kick the bucket.
I mean, just the life that your mom is living while you're in the womb. If your mom is under a lot of stress from work, her relationship, family, who knows what, got hormones running through her body. Well, guess what? They're running through your body too, and that's going to affect your
Trust.
development in the womb. So there are a lot
True.
of changes, but I'll say just my experience going to the Philippines and also, I would say in Hong Kong, it was quite the same because Hong Kong they speak much less English there, but sarcasm sarcasm is lost on them most of the time. And that's my love language. And, that's one thing, my wife was telling me, stop doing that. They don't understand what you're doing. They're gonna
Yeah,
think you're weird or something. And I was like, wow,
I
it's
realized that
kind of
too.
true.
Wow.
I
There's
had to downgrade that.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
interesting because a big part of
self-deprecation
that
too. They don't get.
Yeah, no.
Like, I
a
love
big
making
part of
fun of
that is
myself.
just those are literary devices, and we
Yeah,
forget that literary devices are just that. They're devices that are used in your literature, the way you speak. So naturally a different country is going to have an entirely different way of processing that, especially when when they're then translating, and they have to go from their whole set of how like language works and then process that through how you're saying
right,
it. That's why
right,
a lot of people have difficulties with American when you don't speak very basic, or the British or the Aussies, because we tend to use to varying degrees of nuance, or like turns of phrase and shit like that. And a lot of that just whoosh. It's not an English book, so how is it supposed to translate? If I didn't learn it in a book and we don't have it in my society, why should I know what you're talking about?
I mean,
Miss
just
Wish,
translating
Mr. Wish
English
says,
to
"There
their
you go,
language.
TJ, the red pill guy."
I don't
You
know.
call
She
TJ the
must have
red
been a
pill.
typo. Must have been a typo. I am most
That's hilarious.
certainly I don't take any sort of pills that weren't prescribed to me by a physician. Thank you very much. Those days are past me. College was a long time ago. Um,
Yeah, they was making fun of me too, bro, yesterday because I had to do my colonoscopy. I did it earlier today.
yo,
That's
colon
why
health's important, dog.
yeah, they making
Damn, I
fun of
still
me,
haven't
bro.
done one.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, you out
you
here
gotta get
dodging
it.
it.
Yeah.
I just haven't set it up.
As soon as you crack 40, buddy, that's supposed to be one of the first things on your list.
All right, Felipe. Thanks for being here,
Easy.
brother. We'll see you later, man. Yeah, definitely. I put mine off. Um,
All right, Felipe.
a year. A year. I put it off a year because I was scared. But I
Yo,
said I got to do it.
you gotta demystify all that. That's part
Family
of it too.
history.
That's the
Family history. So yeah, you gotta get it done.
Well, I mean, just in general as a man, prostate health, colon health, all that shit. As you get older, those things invariably break down. So, like, that's another part of it. A lot of cats won't talk about it. Pause, pause.
Yeah,
Ain't
yeah,
nobody
nah,
touching me. No,
nah.
pause, pause.
You
And
gotta
it's
get it
like,
done.
all right, bro. I guess enjoy.
Get it
If you
done,
get
bro.
prostate, if you get prostate cancer, you're gonna be like, nah, bro. Sorry, I can't have a doctor down there. Like,
Cisco,
all
get it done,
right.
brother. Like for real. Um,
Yeah,
it's nothing.
serious.
It's nothing. It's nothing. I was so worried about nothing. You know,
Honestly, it's not even something
shit
I'm
your
worried
brains
about.
out.
Just being
Shit your
lazy.
brains out the night
It's just
before.
kicking the can.
What was that? Oh yeah, just kicking the can. I mean, it's just not something that's in my mind. On the daily. I don't think about it. But you're right. I mean, it is something that's really important, and yeah, I'm already way late. So yeah, I gotta get it. I gotta get it done in the next couple months.
The stair goes to paradise, Bliss. What you do? What you talking about, Miss Wishy? Come up, come up. I dropped the link right there. It's right there above that comment. The
Okay.
kegels, get the kegels done. Yeah, I tried the kegels. It's almost like I guess holding your pee without having to pee or something. I tried
Pelvic wall
it.
exercises.
I really did. Yeah, yeah. He says get them done. So the colonoscopy. I know me personally, I feared it. I feared it. It wasn't just kicking the can. Like I didn't want nothing going up there. You know what I'm saying? But the worst part is the prep. You drink the day before, you can't eat. You drink all this like laxative shit, and you shit your brains out all night
Yeah.
the night before. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
my buddy just had one done.
you completely clear yourself out. Then you go there, and then they get you all ready, and then they put you to sleep, bro. You don't remember anything. You don't remember anything. And you don't feel anything. Like all I remember
Yeah, it'd
was,
be pretty wild if they were narrating it to you like,
no,
Sir Richard Attenborough style or whatever.
nah.
Like,
So
but none of that. Wait, Richard or
so
David?
all the fear, I put it off a year, which is 2 visits for me, and you know, it is what it is. It was nothing. You don't remember nothing. You don't feel nothing. Um, they found 3 polyps in there. They gotta send them out to get tested.
That's pretty
I'm
common, right? I mean, that's like a common.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
they're gonna
they're gonna
find
yeah,
polyps. I mean,
extremely
yeah,
common.
I think so. I think one and a half is the average. I had to
one and a
look that
half.
shit up. I had to look that up.
Yo, you're like, I trust that you say it's no problem. However, I am gonna Google real fast just to make sure that. All right,
So
Size,
you're
okay,
so you're
okay.
above average then. You're above average.
yeah, yeah, the size of everything. They tell you like the size of it and all that shit. So, nothing to do but wait anyway. So
Trust.
AJ says I went to
Yeah.
sleep and woke up not feeling a thing, but lots of gas afterwards. Be careful.
Oh damn.
Yeah, I ain't trying to eat nothing. No, I can tell you that. I'm not trying to eat anything right now. But definitely something that we don't talk about enough. We talk about everything else. We don't talk about this type of shit. And I know people that I know personally. I know people that are putting it off too right now.
I mean, a lot of cats, especially abroad, a lot of cats get like out here and they either keep kicking the can or they don't understand their insurance as it pertains to overseas or out of coverage area, or they don't, have insurance, full stop, and they're just rolling the dice. So a lot of that shit gets by the wayside. A lot of these cats don't go to the hospital until something is like wrong. Like, um, but it
Yeah,
happens.
yeah,
Unfortunately, a little too often. It was the same thing with John. John knew how John was feeling heart wise, according to John, but like it wasn't stopping. It's like events too late. So it's really just it's again you got to be or if you're chasing that piece, I guess to bring it all the way back around to the header, if you really are chasing peace, like it's got to be a holistic one. It can't just be, oh, I'm going over there to meet a girl. All right, lit. Then what? What are you gonna do with the other hours of the day? Like, a lot of these cats are so wrapped up in the fantasy of, oh, I'm gonna get there, I'm gonna meet her, I'm gonna court her, I'm gonna fuck her, I'm gonna make her mine, that there's no actual thought to what after. And you'll the same cats are a lot of the ones that you'll find that are miserable or complaining all the time. Have 3 or 4 kids and feel trapped in the Philippines, and will complain about it every second, much to the chagrin of everyone around them, because they didn't think about that what after. They were again, they were chasing pussy instead of peace,
yeah.
and
Short term
that
pleasure.
only gets you so far.
Yeah, that's something I've thought about. We've talked about, moving out there, but I thought about, try to avoid the fantasy of it, that, oh, we're gonna be in this tropical paradise and everything's gonna be so cheap, or we're gonna have so much money, but what's your day-to-day gonna be like?
Right.
When you don't have the things that you're used to doing, you got to go find new things to do.
I
When
hope
you
you
don't
like
have,
karaoke, my brother. I
I
hope
like
you're a
watching it.
KTV aficionado. Oh no, no, no. Well, I mean that might have to work for you.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, I
no,
feel you.
my wife loves it, but yeah, I'm cool on that.
I actually
No,
love
but
karaoke. I was just talking shit.
it's very hard to drill down on the reality of it, which is your life. Like I think Blizzard, you said it. I've heard other people say it. Your life is not going to change. You're not going to change when you get over there. You're gonna be the same person. Unless you allow the Philippines to change you, and it may not change you in the way that you like. So I try to think about it, but it's pretty hard to imagine unless you're there doing it. I mean, how have you changed, TJ, living in Vietnam, living overseas so much?
For me, again, this was very much like a deeply designed endpoint for me to be working and living abroad, even if partially based in the States for job residency purposes. So a lot of that for me is just having an actual interest in the place. I tell people all the time. They ask me why I moved out of Davao. It was boredom. If you really think about the time, uh, we were still very much in the midst of COVID. Philippines had started opening back up, but Davao doesn't have too much in the face of major malls. Like you have, I guess, SM Davao, but there's nothing in the way of like a Greenbelt mall or I'm trying to think of the other Glorietta or something large like that in the other parts of the city. Is just uh, a lot of the cats I had met out there, they were already retired. They were receiving their veterans pension and they were doing something else, but they were kind of bored too, or they were just finding pastimes and stuff. And for me, I can understand the benefits of a reality like that, but I wasn't ready to be that settled down. I was still moving around a bunch. Davao's airport doesn't really go much of anywhere directly international except for 2 or 3 spots. I had a certain desire for things that I couldn't necessarily get. So for me, I moved around until I found something that fit. Um, I tried other cities. I lived in Makati prior to living in Davao. I knew that was maybe a little too much for me, as far as just uh, a lot of things, really, without getting super deep into it. But Bangkok, I had lived in before prior, but mind you, short term, 3 or 4 months. And I thought that Thailand might be a good move for us. So after we moved from Davao to Cebu, and Cebu wasn't really working out for me as far as interest level, we gave Thailand a try. Did that for a year or so. Thailand's fine. It's just the visa situation for anybody under 50 is super duper ultra annoying.
Hmm.
So we moved around and gave Vietnam a try. So I'd say, if anything, the one thing is adaptability for sure. I found the things that I like about these places, and if there are enough of them that overshadow the things that I don't care for or negatives, then I'll stick with it. At the point where the negatives start to overweigh the positives, keep it pushing. That's pretty much the way I
That's
think
it.
about it.
Ryan, what's up, Ryan? How you doing, man? Yeah, Ryan does live streams every day, I think. Um, I pop in whenever I can. Um, no live stream tomorrow. He's gonna be. Oh, he's sick. No doubt, man. I hope you get better soon,
Get well
man.
soon, dog.
Yeah, maybe there's something going around, man. Because I got sick on Tuesday.
No, I'll put that evil on me. I hope
Yeah,
hopefully it
man.
stays on your side of the Pacific.
Type
Keep it
mine,
there.
Uh,
type mine in the chat. If anybody's in here, even if you're in the bushes, man, hop out the bushes real quick. Type mine, drop your channel link so we can support each other.
and you know if it's COVID or not because COVID is a watered down version now, but we
Right.
don't even test
Yeah.
for it now. But it's just it's one of those what we call a summer cold.
I mean, it probably just get rolled into there from now on too. Which is wild because you come out here and motherfuckers still don't understand how social distancing might be a cool thing now that we don't have an infectious disease. Right back to 73 people in the elevator
Yeah,
immediately. I'm the year right after every alcohol dispenser in the Philippines had a at best 1 in 6 chance of having actual sanitizer in it. I was feeling betrayed. I was like, if nothing else, I feel like we all learned an important lesson about sanitation. And everybody in Southeast Asia turned back around at me and said, "No, you." So yeah, a little bit offended.
yeah.
A little,
No, I think it's the same here. Nobody learned a damn thing around here.
Nope.
and
They
nothing
went
of
right
value
back to
was learned.
right back to normal.
Right back to normal.
Amazing, man.
Vaccine bad. That's all they learned.
Right? Jab make me sad.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
definitely a
man.
different time. I think a lot of cats, I feel like there was a pressure cooker effect during the pandemic too. There were a lot of dudes, you were sitting inside, you're either working every day, uh, remotely, you're suddenly very much displaced work wise because of the pandemic, or you're an essential worker, mad as shit that you're one of the few people in the world that still has to actually go to their job on a day-to-day basis. And now, this whole time, the world is out there. You don't give a shit, whatever. You live in America, the world's out there. Who cares? But this perfect storm kind of boils up. Now the world is kind of through that. Not to super get off topic, but like the Cartman effect from South Park, where he had like a movie amusement park and he wouldn't let anybody in. As a result, it was like constantly queued at and one of the most like demanded like things in like the city. It's like one of those things where like now you can't get in. Now it's really attractive because all these dudes are showing videos about, oh, you're over there in the States, you're miserable, you got to go to work or you stuck inside. All of your dating is online with people in mass. I'm over here free. Look at me.
Right,
I'm
right.
drinking pineapple drinks. I'm in the tropics. You're talking about mass. Look at these girls in bikinis. Do these girls in bikinis look like they're worried about mass? You're cooked. I'm living a
Exactly.
fantastic life. Everything's perfect here and there's no faults. Like, click, and subscribe. Meanwhile, they
Yeah,
need you to keep buying into that hustle so they could pay rent because, yo, they can't get no work either right now. So a lot of cats had to
yeah,
start selling
yeah.
you a dream. So, like, and then at the end of that, people all of a sudden people can finally leave. The pressure cook, the lid pops on it because everybody can
Yeah,
finally get
I
out of the
remember. Yeah,
United
hi,
States.
how you doing?
And you had all these first time cats. You had all these first time people that were like, they've been gassed up for 1 to 5 years realistically on how amazing this paradise is and how everything over here. And all the time, all the media over there has been feeding them as the Western world's declining. It's impossible to date
Yeah,
anymore. More and
yeah,
more men are, living without. Men are going their own way. Have you heard about these places on the other end of the world where it's like they're more traditional values,
just
like
show up.
all
Just
that.
show
Just
up.
show
Yeah,
up.
yeah.
Just show up. And
Yeah,
it's
but
like at the moment you could kind of sell that. And it's interesting because it's like, yeah, at that moment it was definitely show up. If in the Philippines, in Thailand, if you could get over there, oh, but you can't. Now that everybody can get over there and you're all over there with the same dream, buddy, you're not unique anymore. You can't look around you on the plane or the bus to Pattaya or the bus to AC or, heading, checking into your apartment in Makati or BGC and see 3 gajillion other foreigners around you and still think that you are a handsome man. Like, that's wild.
yeah, it's it can be paradise, I guess, if you make it that. But
Any place can be if
just
you make
yeah,
it, but
just
some
showing
places
up.
have an easier degree of difficulty. I'm not gonna
Yeah,
hold you. It's a little easier to make your paradise in the Maldives than it is in, I'm trying not to shun anybody see but Detroit. No offense to Detroit, but like, it's easier to become a marlin boat fisherman there than it is there. That's just but if you want to be, the next big man in auto works, it's going to be a hell of a lot easier to make your dream
yeah,
happen in Detroit than it is the
Yeah.
Maldives, isn't it? So again, it's really about opportunity and what you need. But a lot of these cats spent, X amount of years having, the echo chamber tell them what they need instead of thinking about for themselves or internalizing. And as a result, you got a lot of cats coming over here very, very confused that there's not a line of women at the airport taking their panties off and throwing them at them.
It's
yeah,
Sorry.
weird how
yeah, the
it's
Canadian,
weird how no, I
the
was gonna say it's
Canadian
weird
guy.
how people with options, don't always choose you.
Right?
It's crazy.
Right?
That's real. That's a real statement right there. And then
Well, I
you
mean
can't get
that's
mad, and you can't get mad at people for exercising their
Right?
options. And I think that's a lot of what's happening online in these spaces. People are exercising their options, and the guys that are not being chosen are upset. The guys and the girls and the women, the men and the women. Or people are setting boundaries that you don't qualify for.
Yeah,
So you want
I
them to
agree.
lower them.
yeah,
You want them to
yeah.
no. What do you mean you got boundaries? You got standards. How dare
What
you?
do you 6 foot? 6 foot, that's height discrimination. That's height discrimination.
Right?
Like,
Like,
I'll date you even if you're short. Sorry, no threes. Well, what's happening here? Like, we gotta pick a lane. But that's and I think another part of it, and I'll keep it real. I'm speaking for all of us cumulatively. I think that late stage
appreciate that, AJ.
globalization and social media have both made us like we're exposed to a greater degree and variety of people that were outside of our league than we would have been in the pre-internet era, right? Like
Yeah, facts.
if you're Jim Bob in like Des Moines, Iowa, and you never leave Des Moines, You never bother to go to University of Iowa or Iowa State because you don't want to be one of those city slickers. Like, before Tinder or whatever, your perceived understanding of what you could get around you was pretty limited, right? Like you gotta search within the greater Des Moines area, my boy, or be willing to have a pen pal or look into Russian mail order brides. Like, you have an extremely finite number of options, but you're not worried about it because you only see that finite number of options. You might see supermodels or actresses on TV, but that's just a TV. But now social media, you scroll up and every day you can spend 30 minutes only looking at attractive people. By what means they became attractive for that screen is an entirely different matter, but you can scroll there for 30 minutes, and after you see an hour of hot people, you start to think, "Damn, none of these want me? There has to be one that wants
Yeah,
me.
right.
There are billions of these hot people. One of them must be into, like, dudes that really really like WWE and still, are a couple of years out of living with their, or almost like year 3 of my 5-year get out of my mom's house plan." But, like, then there are dudes on TV or on social media now that say, "It's not your fault. It's actually them. It's those girls are
Yes,
low value."
it's
Or,
the
like,
women's
once
fault.
they hit the wall, they're worthless. Like, it's not that you can't get hot women. They just don't understand value. These guys go, "Yeah, that sounds good." And here we are.
Well, I mean that's a big reason why this red pill, blue pill stuff took off because, like you said, the internet makes it available for everybody to see what's going on everywhere else. It's like we were talking about before about I think last live stream about, when I was growing up, you go to school, you get bullied, you come home, you're okay, at least till the next day. On the internet, you can open up the internet and you can literally see anywhere in the world, the good, the bad, the ugly. You can see what's out there. And,
Mhm.
when you look at the internet and you see all these people living these fantastic lives and doing all these great things and all these things that are going on, and you're living, like you said, in Des Moines, Iowa, and there ain't much going on, you get a little resentful, So imagine a guy that's living that life thinks, I'll move to the Philippines, I'll move to Vietnam, I'll move to Thailand, I'll move to
Crazy.
Brazil. And, they get there and, the dream's not fulfilled there either. That's why you get a lot of these guys, in this little bubble that have nothing but bad things to say about Philippines, Brazil,
Yeah,
wherever, because
'cause they went there and they didn't have the red carpet rolled out for them
exactly,
like they
exactly.
Mhm.
expected to. That's why I
It's
always
it's
say
that
I don't expect the red carpet to be rolled out for me. I just go and I deal with it as it is. You know what I mean? Like, I don't believe that shit. If you're believing everything you hear on the fucking internet, like, it's kind of your fault though. It's kind of your fault. Like,
But a
I
lot
just
of
don't I
cats
just
don't
don't get
have
it.
anybody else. I mean, we could loop this back around to the absence of the father figure, either literally or proverbially in the house. A lot of these cats, the only voices they're hearing going up, I older grown men have a little less of an excuse, but you can still be a child and be 50, 60, 70.
Yeah.
I've met a surprising amount of men in Southeast Asia that are 50 and 70 in body, and in mind they've never got out of high school, still haven't gotten that diploma quite yet.
Yeah.
And an unfortunate part of it is a lot of these cats, though, that are younger, that the younger dudes you see looking up for this, they don't have an alternative, viewpoint. They don't have, they don't got a big Unc Blizz or Cisco in their life telling them, like, no, women do not become genetically useless after they turn 30 and then lower in value compared
Right.
to you. Like, that's
They
weird.
do now.
That's
Like
weird
and
nerd shit.
subscribe. Like and
Like,
subscribe. You do now.
you do now.
Like and subscribe. Subscribe to Cisco too. Big Unc Cisco. Big Unc
Yeah.
Blizz.
I can't co-sign on that, bro.
No,
No.
I blame the deep state. That's my angle. I blame the deep state.
wow, the deep state's crazy.
Nah. Nah. He was
Oh,
saying that
elite cop out.
he was saying they need Big Unc Cisco and Big Unc Blizz, man. They don't got no father figures. That's what we here for,
Yeah.
Yo, you gotta be out here like Hove did that, so you ain't gotta go through that.
Sir. Let me read this comment. Maria Rosario de la Pena says, "This is my opinion about foreign and domestic, according to the title. For as a single, if I have enough money to give a good life, sustain what's needs. I don't.
I mean, are you
It-
talking about yourself personally, or do you mean in the
I think she's
relationship? Are you
saying
saying
she just
as long as bro has enough money, or as long as y'all have enough money?
yeah. You gotta. I feel like kind of like cut off.
yeah, maybe she
Okay.
was going, into, as a woman by herself, a single woman. If she has enough money to give herself a good life, and she can sustain herself and what she needs, she's good.
Yeah,
And I think
that's what
that
I
goes
was
for
thinking.
anybody anywhere. That's just, I mean, I don't want to put words in her mouth, but I think that might be what she's saying. But I mean, I think that's the sad truth is that, a lot of people, again, not making a judgment, but a lot of people expect that, they're going to go to the Philippines, to whatever country, and, they're going to find a woman who is dependent on them. And, they're going to basically get in a situation where that woman's going to do whatever she needs to do to be with them, and they're happy with that. And you know what? Again, as long as they're both happy, nobody's being used and abused. More power to you. But I mean, as time goes on, the Philippines is going to become more and more like the United States. I guarantee you, guaranteed.
You can't
And
stop it.
you
It's
can't
called
stop it.
progress. You cannot
Yeah,
stop progress.
yeah, it's
And
not
that's
going to
why
happen.
I had commented on Cal's video. I wasn't trying to be funny, but I said you can't like try to impede the progress of people like for your selfish wants and desires, basically. You know, progress is taking
So,
over. Progress is bad. No, I mean, take a look around, man. Take a look around. If there's only four people on that beach, and I'm not trying to diss nobody, but there's only four people on that beach, and there's restaurants, bars, hotels. Them people are not making money. How are those people making money if everything's empty?
Yeah,
So it's just
yeah,
like
a lot of
I get
countries are
it
still
though.
rebounding
Like
too. It's
yeah, I
wild.
get it. I get it, and the wanting the beach to yourself. I get that part. But at the same time, like I said, you got to step back and look at it. Look at the big picture. You know, the progress. They need the progress there, man. Like
I
But
would
here's
love
the
for
flip side of
millionaires
that,
to
I was
come
though.
there.
I was pissed on Puka Beach. They're building that big ass the big ass resort now, and I'm like, man, this is horrible. But at the same time, how many workers? How many grown Filipino men do you see walk into that job site that have jobs? You know what I mean?
Right. And the flip side of that is here's my thing on Calvin's side is somebody has to be that one customer that keeps it from being empty on that beach though, right? Like and it's
Yeah,
got to be a cycle cuz a lot of the spots that are wild crowded and packed to the gills now in Bali and El Nido and Siargao, I remember them being a lot smaller, a lot quieter because and those people weren't making no money either, but a lot of them are willing to bet on that someday or that eventually
yeah.
folks are going to get there, and that's got to start with somebody. Why not somebody that's got 60,000 plus subscribers? uh
Yeah, but
Yeah.
then
I feel it.
it's a I guess it's a win and lose at the same time because then you have people in the comments saying, "Hey, it's vloggers like you that you're the reason." You know,
Yeah, but there's always somebody that's gonna be ass mad in their
yeah.
chair at home, so it's not even really worth
He says,
the
"My kids,
worry.
of course, I will not work in here and stay in the Philippines to take care of kids." So AJ says, "I don't know how to ride a motor. I don't know how to ride a motorcycle. I have to wait to get a car to explore the West Coast. It's on my bucket list."
Always get a scooter, buddy. National vehicle of the Philippines.
I
AJ,
think
riding a motorcycle is pretty easy. Staying
he
alive on a
said he
motorcycle is
won't
hard.
ride. Yeah,
Oh
that's
yeah, well there's which one are we talking about? It's neither here nor there, right? Staying
my
alive
good.
on the
My
road in the
goodness,
Philippines
Manny.
is hard.
Riding the motorcycle is the easy part. Staying alive is the hard part.
There are a lot of mountain bank turns in the Philippines that do not have guardrails. Them shits are faith-based restraints.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. I
You
gotta
gotta
try to learn.
believe
I
that
gotta try to
gravity
learn how to
restrains.
ride a motorcycle again. First time I
Start
tried,
scared.
I dropped that shit.
Oh
You
shit.
gotta get back on though. That's the
Yeah,
important
I
thing.
was
You
done.
definitely gotta get back on.
My friend was like, "Hey, you want to learn how to ride? Here, just." And my dumb ass, I'd hop right on it. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, I was
Pop
young
looks
though,
like
but
into the space.
Yeah, I miss it. I enjoyed it. We were in Shargout. That was the last year when we went to Cebu. I was debating about getting a scooter and riding around town. And I thought, well, if I ride, I don't want my wife to ride because she almost killed herself on a straightaway once. So going in
Hmm.
Cebu and driving, no, and so it'd have to be both of us. And then I thought, with both of us on it, it's going to be harder to maneuver. So I said no. But when we got to Shargout, way less, of a traffic jam there. It
Yeah, it's
was
a little
great,
easier on
man.
Shargao.
Way easier, and it
Future
was
Life
just,
said he
man,
got
smooth.
30,000 kilometers on the bike in the
Yeah,
Philippines.
but he
I believe it.
really, really likes riding around.
I believe it.
But he just
No,
switched.
I'm jealous.
He just got a new John. He's talking about the old and busted. He ain't tell you about the new hotness.
Oh, you
But
got a new one?
nah. Yeah, he just caught. I'll let him do his own flexing. But yeah, no, I like it. I think Vietnam, I want to switch back to manual sometimes, but like Vietnamese drive wild, dog. Like it's entirely acceptable to drive on the shoulder of oncoming traffic and like your whole ass like motorized scooter or motorcycle. And like it's entirely okay for you to have your foot drawn cart in street traffic and just it's like
Trump
I
card.
really like I just be going through so much shit in the space of a day that sometimes I really think to myself like it might be cool if you're vacationing here, but do I want to add like shifting to my list of worries on these wild ass streets? Because the streets themselves are pretty well kept. When they do their construction projects, they don't wait for elections like in the Philippines or for never like in Oakland. So that's pretty cool. But it's the driving is legendary for a reason.
Miss Manny, you could come up if you want. Oh, Miss Wishy's up.
Crank up the
Oracle.
sausage.
Wel- welcome. Did I catch you off guard? Seemed like you was
Hi.
swinging.
Oh,
Hi, Wishy.
Hello. Hi, TJ. Hi, who's the other one?
That's
Hi,
the other
Cisco.
one.
Blue. Hi,
Cisco.
We don't have
Cisco.
We don't have
Hello.
name tags. I was gonna say that. I forgot.
I don't know
Oh
how to
la
do
la.
that. How do you do that?
What's crazy is I'm the person on the left of my picture.
Oh la la.
Wow.
So you need to open your camera then. I woke up like this. What can I do?
No camera for her right now. She's got a frog in her throat. She can't really can't be on camera. It's really rough.
Oh, pretty good. Thank you so much, best. Hi, Maria. Hello,
Oh
hello,
wow,
Miguel.
Hey, no, we
pretty,
had him. You
pretty,
had him.
pretty pro
Oh,
house.
Oh, had it.
okay. I don't think you can have them while we have chat. Maybe.
No, it was on there before. Last live.
No idea.
I don't know what I'm doing, bro. I have no idea what
It's
I'm
No,
all
doing.
in there, man.
I think because I think Bliss because of I don't really know. I don't think maybe the size of the picture. I guess maybe it's alright if there is no name tag.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I know who you are. It's just be helpful for people coming in.
AJ says, y'all just made me think of how my dad is content with his life, living in a box. He works and
Lala.
goes home. I took him to a rooftop bar. He was amazed by the view. It was a place that he drives by daily. Wow.
Wow.
So he probably didn't even know it existed.
Sana
That's how
all.
some people
Oh.
are.
Expand those views if you can. I brought my mom's and my younger sister out to Thailand when we were still living there last year, and my mom hadn't been out of the country in like a decade and a half. She's content with just going back and forth to Louisiana for family reunions. And it's great. Now all she talks about is how much she wants to travel, which is horrible for my wallet, but fantastic for me as her son because it's definitely great to see that sparklet back in her. It's like, there's a whole world out there she wasn't like strongly considering exploring until then.
Dili to tama. Good job,
Okay.
TJ.
I got the names
Really.
now. When I leave the
Because
comment, when I leave the comment on the screen, it takes your names off. So
Oh, okay.
yeah.
now okay now it's okay now. This ulan na. Oh now Cisco has a name now. Sana all.
Hey,
Or a drip TV
Is
in the
that
building.
your
What up, bro?
wife?
What up, brother?
Cisco,
How
is
you
that's my
that your
doing?
wife.
wife?
Yes. Yeah, that's my wife.
My wife.
So what you think
My
of the
wife,
wife.
topic
life.
What you think of the topic?
The topic. I think our topic was been so similar, right, TJ?
How
Well,
so? Oh yeah, yesterday.
yeah, it's kind of similar. Your escape. Like, what is that? Your
Oh,
title?
oh no, I had two screens. My bad.
It's kind of
Um,
similar.
yeah, no, I would say same, but ultimately, yeah. What's your view for people that were not at your stream? What's your outlook? Do you feel that are men coming to the Philippines or the other places chasing peace, or are they just trying to get away from being stressed out in America?
Yeah, maybe, but yeah, maybe. The rest is finding peace. Sandali lang, Jisong. So
Oh,
let me first. Now my brain is like kinda plotting.
Oh, don't nosebleed on us now.
yeah.
Also, now that you have a
Yeah, he
new
chasing
headset,
peace.
now you have a headset, you don't have to hold it to your mouth anymore like the old one. It's
No,
actually super
it's
clear.
kinda look at
You
like the
know, it's not like this.
if I say
Yeah,
it
but
like
you're out here. No, we can hear you perfectly now. That's what I'm saying. Your old headset, we couldn't hear you. This one is fine. You're okay.
tabangi daw ko best. Okay, now my brain is kinda empty, but let me think first. Why the I think Western chasing peace, I guess.
Piece of what?
Plus
A piece of what?
peace of life. Okay. Number one, I think expenses, right? I know everything in US is expensive. So in Philippines, they see some of them see that Philippines is a paradise or Asia is a paradise, but you guys can judge, not everything is paradise.
Not all that
Exactly.
glitters is gold.
Exactly. Are you selling the dream or the nightmare? Or
Well, for me,
what's in between? In the middle. Life is in the
I have
middle
been
of that though.
yes, I will be neutral. I'm not gonna tell you, "Hey, come to Philippines. Philippines is better," or "Come to Asia. Asia is better." I think it's up to you how you live your life. It depends on your lifestyle anyway. So yeah, when you say, Asia is cheap, it's depend how you live in it.
Trust. There's definitely a
Yeah.
lot of cats that come out here thinking about that $1,000 video they saw on YouTube and don't realize that there's a 5 years ago timestamp on it.
Mm,
AJ says he's running from the new Western dating culture.
I'm so glad I don't have to be dating right now. Yeah, I'm really happy.
Dating sounds wild right now. It's been a second, but like, yeah,
Good.
I can't even like. It's like I want to critique, but I don't know if y'all are cooked or not, to be honest.
I
So,
don't think we are. I
so
don't
there
think
you go.
I think
I
it's
think it's
over.
all in the mindset.
I
You
think
think
it's
it's a
over exaggerated.
generational though? You think if you're our age, you might still be safe because we're still somewhat grounded in reality. But who am I to tell a 16-year-old what an 18-year-old girl that was born in Jesus Christ 2007? Are you fucking for? I was in college. Anyway, to
Yeah, bro.
anyway, who am I to tell that I have an understanding of what their priority? Because again, it's that nature versus nurture thing, right?
I
A
just think it
girl raised in America now probably has a different set of priorities than we did.
I think I think how to date hasn't changed though. I
I
don't
think I
I
think
don't
the expectations have changed. That's what's changed because, like we said, the internet, it exposes people to all the possibilities that are out there in the world. But guess what? You don't live out there in the world. You live in your little town,
Right? You live
and
where you live.
but
you're
this is
getting
the
told.
problem. This is the problem. There is not, I don't care what the internet says, what I see with my own eyes, there is not a whole bunch of single people running around here. People are dating, people are getting married. That's what I see with my
It
own
depends on
eyes.
where.
I can't
So
rely
what is
on
the
what I see on
difference,
the
guys?
internet.
What is the difference dating Western woman and an Asian woman? What is the difference?
A
I
lot of
mean, it depends
differences.
on what you date for. I feel like there's definitely differences, but it really depends on. It's like, what's the difference between dating a girl from Zamboanga and dating a girl from, Cebu? Like, you know, the, I'm sure there's a lot of core similarities, but uh, you know, you probably have slightly different priorities, if not as macro as somebody from the states.
Yeah,
Uh,
Miss Manny says if you stay in Asia and buy American foods, definitely not cheap living. Vice versa with Asians who live in the West.
It depends on where you live in the West. You can still live very affordably in New York, Los Angeles, or the San Francisco Bay Area and be Asian, eating a predominantly Asian diet. If you live
So like
in if you live in Indianapolis, you might be cooked.
what I'm trying to say, guys, my supporting okay with that dating kind of because I heard mostly men like when they date a woman, they automatically ask a woman for 50-50. So is that like proper dating someone and ask a 50-50?
No.
I don't think that that's necessarily I that might be a little bit of a generalization. I think still the majority of dating is generally Uh, I'll say of my dating experience, I'd say the majority of it was me paying with some definitely some 50-50 spiced in there, especially as I got a little bit
Yeah.
older. I was dating primarily within the tech world with women that I knew were in the same income bracket as me. Then yeah, that's happening. But prior to that, nah, it was mostly all on me, buddy.
What up,
I mean, my
Pinoy? Pinoy
Hi,
Galan in the
Pinoy.
building. How
Pinoy
you doing?
Gilan. Nandito ako.
I think with me, it's always it's never been a question of it. What was it going to be 50-50? It was always because that's past dating at that point. When you're talking about fifty
Right.
fifty, that's a relationship.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Now we're
you,
talking girlfriend boyfriend shit
yeah,
or
you
first
do.
date.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know. Not even on the first date. I'll pay. I
It,
don't
de-
care. Like,
Yeah, but does she want you to pay? Again, it really depends on the type of person you're dating.
yeah. But, and then it's like at that point where it's whatever needs to be done, I'm going to take the lead, right? I'm going to take the lead. That's how I present myself in a relationship. I'm going to take the lead, but I may need some help. I may need some help, you know. And women in America work. You know what I mean? They work. It's almost necessary nowadays to support a family, especially if you have kids, you know.
Especially in the
But
states, you need that
yeah,
that dual income.
if
you
you
need
want to
to
live
do
the
income,
lifestyle
but it
that
doesn't
most
have to
people want
be
to live, yeah.
50-50. It doesn't have
Right.
to be 50-50. It may be 80-20. It may be 90-10. It may be 70-30. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be 50-50.
I think the
This-
point that people miss a lot of time is, what is the whole point of this relationship? What is the whole point of a relationship? It's to be happy. It's to be happy, to find value in each other, whatever that value is, to find value in each other. That's what the ultimate goal is. And how you get to that is where people have the disagreements. And again, that's why before you get too deep into anything, you got to have these conversations, because the expectations have to be, you know, uh, lined out. Hey, this is what I want. This is what I need. This is what I'm willing to do. Once you get those things ironed out, man, it's smooth sailing. But getting to that point is where, you get the difficulty. And I think, that's the difference between dating women here and what I would imagine dating women in, the Philippines, that it's it's
Kama
it's a little bit
Pinoy.
more complicated here.
Kama Pinoy.
Yeah. Anybody's welcome to hit that button, man. Anybody's welcome to hit that link. Origin TV says there's various reasons people move from the U.S.
What's
to a
up, or
different
drip?
country, whether it's values, culture, cost of living, preference of women. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Ooh la
But
la.
we only
Very
talk
true.
about the women. Like in the manosphere, come on, let's be real. In the manosphere, it always comes back down to women, bro. It shouldn't. I don't
Yes.
feel that way. And then Beat Your Life says, Passport X, what up, bro? I ain't forget you, man. I seen you down there, bro. Appreciate you being here. Beat Your Life says, I'm gonna go against the grain here. Quality of women in the US is increasing and their
Ooh la la.
standards have risen commiserately. I personally don't meet those standards and my options are plentiful here.
Ooh la la. Oh,
Honest
wow.
fucking take right there.
I
That's
Yeah,
an
don't. I
like
don't
you,
agree
honest
with.
take,
you can
man.
count
I
on
don't.
I
him
don't
for an
think
honest take every
I don't
time.
like now
I
me,
don't
I don't
agree. I
know
don't agree
him
with the word
personally.
quality of women. I don't think the quality of women is increasing. I think their financial abilities are increasing, but I don't think the quality, if you include
Well,
that in
what do you
quality,
define
maybe, but
quality?
well, quality is on the whole, but I'd say, in that particular aspect, I think women are, the gap between men and women financially is been closing, since the 70s. But
Yeah,
that's the difference. I don't think that women here are more quote unquote quality than women in the Philippines. It just depends on your definition of quality, like TJ said. But
yeah.
I think that's the difference, is that women, I said it earlier, Chris Rock said, a man is only as faithful as his options, right? And I think the same applies to women. If a woman has her own money, she's gonna be more choosy in the man that she chooses, because she don't need you for your money now. Now she needs somebody that's gonna bring something more to the table than just the money. And I think when women have more money, they get more choosy. And for men, you know, now it's harder for us to meet that standard, like he's saying. And I mean, I think that's a problem for a lot of guys. That's why a lot of guys, they will leave, because they don't want to have that, live up to that standard.
You don't have that natural born leverage. Natural
Yeah,
born
exactly.
leverage. It's not the
I think a
40s no
lot of
more.
times
It's
that
not the
makes sense
30s.
though.
You know,
It's
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 true.
um
It's
it's
true.
it's
But
a
I
recruiting
mean, I
program.
think the Beach of Life is a high value man. I think he does qualify. I said that to Calvin before. I said, bro, I said, Calvin, you can age gap in America, bro. Like you got the gifted gap, bro. You can age gap in America
Yeah, I agree.
if you
I
wanted
agree.
to. If you wanted to, you know what I mean? Because contrary to popular belief, there's a shit ton of age gap relationships here in America. We don't
Definitely.
Yeah, no
talk
doubt.
about them. We don't point them out. It is what it is, but there's a lot of them. AJ says, like McDonald's, I'm loving it.
Stop bragging, AJ. Stop
Equal
bragging.
partners for your coffee, Pinoy. I do want Pinoy Galan to come up, man. I wanted him to get him on the panel, man. He's a very intelligent, thoughtful guy. But yeah, so here you go. Look, personally, equality doesn't exist at all. Acceptance about what you can give or have more easier. Men can never have equality to what a woman can do or probably provide. That two lines. Yeah, I get what you're saying. We can't do what women can do, and they can't do what we could do. You know, their shoulders weren't built for our. Their shoulders weren't built for the load that we carry, and our hips weren't built for the load that they carry. You know, technically, but I don't.
Yeah,
I don't want it. I don't think it's about. We're equal, but we're not the same. We weren't. We're not here for the same task. You know, none of us were. None of us were put on this earth to be um a IT tech or a fucking. You know what I mean? Like or business executive or any of the bullshit that we put value in. I don't think none of us were put on the earth for that. None of that shit existed when and the creation of humankind. But we were put here together. We were
What
put
if
here
you feel
together.
like that though? What if you feel like what if you feel like you're really only you when you're being an IT engineer or being an executive, and you feel that regardless of time and space and the evolution of the position or role that you're in, that it was meant for you to be right here where you are, what you're doing right now in this role, and acknowledge that that's not a 100% occurrence to everybody.
I
Wish you
mean,
got hit with that Zamboanga
yeah, yeah,
blackout or brownout.
everybody's entitled to their own opinion. That's mine. I don't think any of this shit
I feel it.
existed in the beginning of the time when none of this existed. You know, just my opinion.
Nah, man, I dig it.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily believe that men and women are equal. Um, I don't know how to even quantify that, realistically, that they're equal. I think men and women, there should be
Yin and
equity.
yang.
There should be
Yin and yang.
equity in how women and men are treated, in society. But, it's hard to quantify what that really means. And I think, depending on your culture, your value is estimated differently. And I think, like we were saying earlier, in the US, your value is estimated higher the more money you make. That's the number one factor. There's
Well,
no other factor that even comes close.
We got Joe in the building. Joe, I'm gonna bring you to the stage, brother. Welcome back, man. Let me just
Hey,
read
what's
these.
up, Joe?
Let me read these comments real quick, yo. Uh, AJ says age gap is only talked about in the black community when a woman is of another race. At least that's what I hear. America's age gap is about 10 to 15 years if you got swag. Yeah, I believe so. I see it. I see a ton of them, though. The question: what we expect from a relationship: cash, quality, love, quality. Origin says one side doesn't fit all. You just have to find a partner who meets your needs. Yes, I believe that. Or Miss Wishy says hi. Can I choose both? Pinoy, love, yeah. Choose whatever works for you. You know,
but you might have to rank them.
yeah.
You just might have to rank them. You might be able to meet two people that can give you all three of those, but in different proportions. And now it's like, now is love really important if they both love you the same, but one has a Porsche and one has is walking or taking the jeepney? Like, what are the other qualifiers? And that's kind
Yeah,
of what I was gonna say, is that equality is a very nebulous term, because it's like, when you say something's equal, are you talking social equality? Are you talking physical equality? Are you
Right,
talking
right.
like psychological equality? Like, I mean, there's certain ones that can't be helped. Women aren't societally equal to men because we've specifically rigged the system for women to not be societally superior to men. That's the fact of the matter. That's the reason a woman can't be pope. It's the reason that we had to enact laws in most countries so that women could be world leaders, because society was baked in from its inception in a lot of these countries for them to be, on a back leg. So it's like, to what degree are we speaking about equality? And like, what else? Physical? I mean, obviously not. That's not how physiology works. But
future
again, it
life,
really depends. You're
future
floating
life.
around.
About to take us off the subject here, but I gotta bring this to the panel. So he says, "Hey guys on the panel, have you heard about this black fatigue line going around in the media in the U.S.? What you think about that?" So I'll say it.
Uh, mhm.
Let me say we kind of talked about this earlier. How something starts off as a good for one community, and then it's kind of turned around and turned into a negative. That's the same here. Black fatigue, from what I know, was started with black people saying, "This ain't our fight. We sitting this one out," right? And it started around people who didn't want Donald Trump to win the election, and they said, "All right, we're done. Y'all caused this problem. It's gonna sit in y'all lap. We not marching, we not protesting, we not doing anything. That was black fatigue. That's how it started. That I
Yeah.
know of. Right? So now it's been taken and kind of turned, trying to turn it around. And it's white people saying that they're tired of black people altogether, you know, because
What?
we commit all the crime. We are the problem in society. 13% of the society is 100% of the problem with the society in America. But we don't. Honestly, me personally, I still don't give a shit. You're not gonna trigger me because that's all it is. I feel like they're trying. We're saying we're sitting this out. We don't give a fuck, right? Y'all do what y'all want to do. Y'all want Trump out. You go protest his ass. We're not doing it no more, right? And we're not responding to the usual triggers. So they're just gonna keep pushing because they keep trying to find new triggers, right? So they can say whatever they want to say. That's my take on it. You're not triggering me to a response.
I
So
don't know.
if you
I think
guys,
it's pretty easy to see that there are definitely people who are inserting this nonsense into the out there into the ether because they want to keep people divided, whether it's a foreign government or whether it's people here domestically. It could be both, who knows. But it's just nonsense. Look, if you're a black person and you're saying because some number of white people voted for Trump, well, now we're going to sit on the sidelines because you fix it now. How does it even make sense? That makes no sense. Like, you know, if you're in a boat that's sinking and half the people on one side of the boat are helping and half aren't, are you just going to sit down? Well, half of them aren't helping, so I'm just going to not help. Who does this help by black people sitting on the sidelines? Does it help black people to sit on the sidelines? When has it ever helped black people to sit on the sideline? That's what I'm gonna say about that.
Well, this
That's
motherfucker's
that's
gonna
just ignorant.
sink anyway. If somebody's going to scream at me while I'm trying to put the fucking wood back together, why aren't you trying harder to put the wood back together? Some of your people don't even like the wood. I'm pretty sure some of your people are back there right now. What about your people that are sinking the boat? At some point in time, I'm gonna throw the hammer in the plank. I'm be like, you know what? Fuck you. You fix it, B. So that's like kind of how I took it. And of course, like everything that we take in the media that sounds catchy, somebody on Reddit was like, I've got black fatigue for sure. I'm fatigued of those blacks. And they said, you know what? That's nice and racist and catchy. We'll run with it. Get it on Fox
this
News
shit
and
don't
Newsmax
bother me
tonight.
though, man. It doesn't bother me, bro. Like we've seen this our whole life, man. It doesn't
It,
bother
it
me.
only bothers me to the
This
to the
particular.
extent that a lot of people will fall into it, just like they fell into the red pill, blue pill
Yeah,
bullshit.
man. It's like, come on.
And I mean, sitting on the sidelines don't help you. You know,
Well,
if the
this
boat's going to sink anyway, then jump off the boat. But none of these
nah,
people
there's
are
not.
jumping off the boat. They're going to
There's
sink
gonna
with the
be
boat.
some people that's gonna sit this one out. Like I said, if some people just feel like we got to get through these 4 years, and then when these 4 years are up, um, I know I'm for damn sure I'm not. You ain't gonna see Blizz at none of these protests. I'm not doing it. I'm not getting pepper sprayed. I'm not getting nothing for some. I'm not doing it. You know, but I didn't go to the Black Lives Matter either. Well, I went to one and I kind of was like, just like, damn, this shit is stupid. Like, look at them people kicking the cop car. They don't look nothing like us, the ones kicking the cop car. So I learned real quick
At a
that
Black
nah, this
Lives
shit
Matter
ain't
protest?
that ain't for me, you know. But like I said, man, it's personal choice though. Also, it's also personal choice. You get to decide. You want to sit it out. I believe a lot of people sat the vote out. That's why Trump won. You know.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
actually the problem, but they're pointing the finger at somebody else, saying you're the problem. I'm just going to sit over here now. That's just
You
nonsense.
believe that?
But here's the thing though, because that was white fatigue, right? A lot of cats said, I'm just not gonna vote. Trump sucked, Biden sucked. I'm not gonna vote for either. But we don't have to hear. I don't have to hear on TV about how the whites aren't trying harder to put the boat back together and that we're fatigued of them. Like It's only like ever since slavery, it's been a crime. And excuse me if this word triggers you or not, but it's been a crime for niggas to be tired. Since about 1863, they've done their best to make any depiction of the lazy black, the slovenly black, the welfare queen. Like we can't ever be tired. I can't be mad at the new generation if they like, you know what? I'm tired, boss. Like it is
No,
you
you
can't we
can you
can't
can
force
definitely be
anybody to
mad.
fight that fight.
No, you can definitely be mad. People can definitely be mad, and it's. I'm not going to turn it into a whataboutism, thing. I mean, I definitely agree that the expectations on Black people have been higher in this country since day one. But it doesn't mean it's the right thing to do to just say, well, I'm just going to go lay down now. You still have to step up because look at it this way: if people sit out and just say, you know what, I'm not going to do shit about it. Well, when things finally do turn in the direction that they're supposed to go, then are you going to jump back on and be like, okay, now let's, you know what, you sat your ass out. You can just keep sitting out then.
Nah,
That would be
but
my attitude. You
my
can't.
my comeback
You,
to that would be that if that was the case, then some people would never get a chance to sit down, bro. Never.
you can't. That's life though. You can't sit
But how
down
do you,
when
how do
things are
you,
But
going
you
how do you,
left. You
also
can't sit down.
oh, all right, one second. Hold, we
how do
got
you, how do you, I mean, we all know those people who had a losing NBA or NFL team, and then oh, they saw these people, and but when they start winning, they then want to kind of like sneak in the back door, like, yeah, I believed in y'all all along. That's kind of like how it
Exactly.
is. You are part of this country. You live in this country. It's not like you can just pick. Most of us blacks, we're not going outside the country to live anywhere else. Like you rely on the system that you so much loathe that you say I don't want to participate in. But yet, if you don't, which is 13% of us, then you basically allow other people to have an 100% influence on your life politically, which is a big part of your life. So
I
Nah,
it
mean, I'm
but
gonna
doesn't
keep
make
it chill
but
with
but the
you.
um,
I
but
live
but
in
the
Vietnam
to be
and
real,
no political influence.
the black fatigue was about protesting and marching.
It
You
was
know what I
yeah.
mean?
It was about
Started with
having to
like
stand at the forefront of civil rights again.
yeah, it was about because the first time I heard it was about protesting immigration and how there was a lot of black people online saying they're not going out to march against Donald Trump for immigration for so much different reasons, many
Different
different
reason.
reasons. You know what I mean? I can't name every one of them, and everybody has their own reason. But that is the first time I heard black fatigue that they were sitting this one out. So it's not about just disconnecting from the system altogether. It was more like, all right, I'm not putting my body on the line, for people
that's what,
who voted against their own best interests.
Yeah, but that's a cop out though because everybody from that demographic didn't vote that way, and so everybody else who didn't vote that way, who did vote the way that was the right way, with the way that you agree with, you're just leaving them out to dry too. Which makes no sense. You're generalizing a whole group of people based on some that you don't like.
But how can
And I
you
and I
force that
You
responsibility
can't
on
force that
you
somebody?
on
you
him.
can't
That
you
is,
can't force it. You can't force it on nobody. I'm not saying to force it on people. I'm just saying I can't force people to get up and go get a job either. But they can't lay there and just expect me to feed them and to clothe them and to provide everything for them. It's not gonna
But here's
happen.
the extension of that to what you're saying by the same logic. You would say when that dude finally gets up and says, you know what? You're right. I've been wilding the fuck out. I'm going to go get a job. You can't be like, no, you could have had a job this whole time and now you want to be employed. No, go sit your broke unemployed. Go be homeless. Like we can't gatekeep progress just because we don't like the avenue in which somebody approaches it.
No,
but
I
there's
think I
no,
think the better
like I
I think
said,
the
a,
better
a person like
analogy.
me would never sit down because I don't really agree with either side. I could
yeah,
protest both sides. The fuck, I never
you,
get a chance to rest.
Yeah, but
You know
that's
what I
the thing.
mean?
It's not about sides though. The better analogy is this.
It's about
No,
sides.
it is.
in a sense it's not because
Should
look at
be,
it
but
this
it
way.
is.
If we have a river, right? We got to get across the river. Okay, but there's no boat. So guess what we have to do? We got to go down, cut some trees, you know, make a boat out of these trees, nail it together, do all this stuff. Okay,
It would.
while I was sitting there cutting trees down and putting this boat together, you were saying, you know what? last time we went to the river, some people didn't help out, so I'm not helping out this time. Well, when the boat's all done and you want to hop your ass in this boat that I built, fuck you. You didn't want to help. Stay off. That's the way I look at it.
You gonna
And
let them
that's what these
drown.
people are saying because other people didn't help last time. We're not helping this time. It's been that way since the beginning of time. The people that protested during the 60s, there was just as many people saying the same thing then. Well, you know what? Back in the 20s, when this was going on, no, these people didn't help us, so I'm not helping them. It's been going on since before we can remember. At the end of the day, what it boils down to is you as an individual have to be self-responsible to get yourself where you want to go. You can't rely on other people. You can hope, but you can't rely on other people until they actually step up. And if they don't step up, guess what? You got to step up still. You
But
can't just go and relax on the sidelines. Black people cannot afford to do that in this country at any time.
in your
Period.
analogy, you're failing to mention that we're on our fourth boat building exercise because there's some assholes on the other side of the river that come and swim out and dismantle the ropes and swim and break the boat apart. And now I'm wet and drenched. I gotta swim my black ass back across the river, start on the raft again. And again, while I'm doing it, there are people criticizing me for how I build the raft, my choice in twine. Why am I more polite to the harbor master when I speak to him? Like, why don't I shake hands with the ferry clerk? Like when I'm building my boat. And like after boat 3, yeah, dog, I can understand. Even if I have the willpower to keep going, I can't criticize somebody for going, okay, dog, I built 3 boats. Can I take a boat off? Can I take 1 to 3 boats off? Would that be cool? Bro, get out, come back when you can, because mental health is important. You can't be out here fighting the battle for civil rights or people's rights if you're losing the battle internally over whether or not you feel good and all right getting up every day.
Yeah, but the people
What
I
is
hear
it?
complaining about it aren't the people that are in their 60s, 70s, and 80s that were fighting in the civil rights era. I'm hearing people in their 20s. Oh,
Yeah,
I've
yeah,
got fatigue. Man, shut up. You're 20
yeah,
years
yeah.
old.
You're right.
You don't know what fatigue is.
I don't believe in that either. I really push back on that because how are you gonna have you ever we have no frame of reference for the amount of bullshit that these kids have gone through in the last 20 years. We have no frame of reference. We've never had drone bombings weren't a thing when I was a child. Deep fakes weren't a thing when I was a child. Uh, Worrying about whether or not the bottom was gonna collapse off of Social Security wasn't a thing when I was a child. Nobody ever tried to break into the Capitol when I was a kid. Like they're fighting battles on a day by day basis now.
Yeah, I
And on
kind of
top
agree.
of that, they're exposed to every other
I
battle
kind of agree with
happening to their
both.
generation and their world. So it's like, yes, on
But
occasion it's going to be a harder lift because it's not the 60s where they're just worried about what's happening in Tuscaloosa or what's happening in the States or what's happening on the West or the East. Like, these cats have the entire weight of the world constantly chirping in their ears. I can't sit here and say, man, get up and pick yourself up by your own bootstraps, because you know what really made me tell old people to go fuck themselves when I was that age? The same advice.
I'll tell you what. I'll put it
there's
this way.
always been people that sat it out though. We know this. There
I'll
I've
put it to you
always
this way.
been there are people that weren't at them protests in the 60s. You know what I mean?
I'll,
There
I'll
there,
put it to
there
you
are
this
people
way.
that sat that out. Where was the
You're right.
backlash? Where was this level of backlash though?
It
Where
was
was
there.
this
It
level
was
of
there. We just
backlash?
weren't there to experience because none of us is old enough. But I'll tell you what, if I had a choice to be a 15-year-old today or a 15-year-old in 1960, I'll choose the kid today because the battles that these kids are fighting today, they wouldn't have even had to think about these battles had it not been for the battles that they fought back then. And,
Is
you
that a
know,
plus though?
I don't know, bro.
it's a
It's a
plus. It's
different
a
world, man.
plus.
It's a
It,
different
it's a different
stressors.
world. You're right. It is a different world. It is different stressors. But on a day to day, the things that these kids have to worry about, there is a lot of stress. There is a lot of other things that people didn't have to worry about in the 60s. But your life expectancy as a person, your opportunities in life way different then than they are now. So for
Depends
you
on
for
how
you
black
for
you are
you
and where you live
today,
in the world.
you're right. But for you to say, hey, you know what, I'm just fatigued. I can't do it anymore. You know what? It's okay to feel that way, but to actually do that, man, you're disgracing
I
everybody that
don't know.
came before you that didn't do that.
I don't know. I know
I
what.
can't get
I
behind
don't know if I
respectability
I don't know
politics.
because I think we're kind of drilling anxiety into our kids. I never had to go through a school lockdown, school shooter drill.
Hmm.
One of those shits would traumatize me, man.
It was fire
You
I
drills.
know
did.
once
You
I
never
had
had.
school
You never
shootings in
once
my
had
school
shoot.
when I was in high school. I had people run up in classrooms and beat the shit out of people and run back out.
yeah, we had
I
that.
Yeah,
had
but
that growing up.
nobody came and
We
got
had
shot
that
in the
too.
face
But
though.
not in
Come
the
on
fucking
now.
not in the kindergarten, not in
Right?
first grade.
Nobody came to your first grade class and sprayed nobody. That's an entirely
That was high
you can't
school.
equate those two situations. That's what I'm saying.
In
Like we
high
don't have a
school,
frame of
yeah.
reference. Yeah, by high school for me, Columbine had already happened. So there's that.
I didn't see first graders being picked up and lynched and dragged down the street either, and nobody do nothing about it. I didn't see that happen either to kids these days, but it happened back then, and that was a normal occurrence
Hmm.
back then. So
Was
I
it a
mean,
normal
Yeah,
occurrence?
come on now.
yeah, that,
I
that
mean,
was
like
that was something that happened on the regular in a lot of
they
parts
would
of this
pick up
country.
black kids and lynch them. You saying this happened? I just I did a lot of study on these things, and I just find that as cruel as these people were at the time, for them to intentionally go and pick up young black kids that you're claiming and saying that you make it sound like this was just a thing similar to what happened with Columbine and the school shootings, which is that's maybe once, of course, millions of people. I'm sure it happened, but to the scale that happens with school shootings today, it's a completely
Thanks,
different
Beach of
thing.
Life.
I just
Thanks,
don't see
man.
that anymore.
Yeah, it's a lot of your fault. Well, I mean, you've heard of Medgar Evers, I hope, but you know, there were a lot of different things that were going on then that weren't happening now, and there's a lot of things going on now that were happening then. We all agree on that. What I'm saying is, it's okay to feel stressed out. It's okay to feel, fed up. But for people to say, you know what, I'm completely sitting out, if people are okay with that attitude, it's just like, how do you ever expect to make progress? What good is going to come from that? I'm just wondering, what good do you think is going to come from it besides you getting a break?
What's good gonna come from the protest?
I'm not saying just protest. I'm talking about doing something. If you had a choice to do something that effectively will make a change or just sit on the sideline, what would you choose? Of course, you choose the thing that's going to make the effective change. But sitting on the sideline is going to accomplish nothing ever, period. And the more
True.
people that have that attitude, the less that's going to change. Who benefits from black people sitting on the sideline? Tell me that.
Who benefits? Oh yeah.
Who
Oh yeah.
benefits?
Because they get the 13%. Let's just say
The
all 13%
majority.
of
The
them decide to
majority.
sit out. Then they
You want to
gain the
see Trump do a
13%.
third term? Go ahead, sit on the sidelines then.
I wouldn't go that
Yeah.
far. But I will say that the
I
sideline
know, I
thing,
know you wouldn't.
the sideline thing is like it has to be. It's like a middle thing, right? So you have people who protest, and we know that accomplishes nothing. And they don't just protest now; they burn buildings. First of all, they burn the stores in the neighborhoods down. The neighborhoods that they're living in, they can't even go to the grocery stores and the places
Or the
that they
Capitol,
are
or the
living.
Capitol.
So it's
Or,
foolish.
or the
But
Capitol.
so you got that extreme, but then
Who
you have the
burned
other
those
extreme.
stores? Who burned those stores? Because like I said, I was at one of those. I went to one of those protests.
Who burnt them?
Yeah.
Well, I haven't been to one personally.
I
So
went
you
I
just say
went
you
to
saw
a
one
Black
guy,
Lives Matter and I seen suburban white kids kicking cop cars. The
and then you
only
had the
time cop cars got kicked.
I went to
Or
Oakland.
trying to
I
flip
went to
or
a
trying
few
to
of the
flip a
Oakland
cop car over.
BLMs,
I'm sorry. And
but
I don't really separate people by race like that. Try not to. But that's the truth. That's what I seen with my own eyes.
well, I'm speaking about like what we have done. Like, okay, I'm in Detroit, and we have everyone. Well, most people know about the Detroit riots, how famous that is. I can see the residual effects of that riot having taken place because of people that look like us, who, who maybe they was mad for a right reason. Who knows? Whatever the reason was, it destroyed the areas in which they lived in, and it's still like that to this day. Because I drive by them quite often, and I'm like, damn, how did that happen? Oh yeah, they show me pictures of how the neighborhood used to be before the riots took place. Who was the ones responsible for it? Predominantly, it was just straight up black people. Like, hey, we're gonna burn something. Okay, now you got to live in these places that you burned down. But just real quick to get back to down top right's point, we go from one extreme to the other extreme.
Let's go.
The balance that they had in the '60s is that they protested. They didn't burn stuff down. What they did is they boycotted. So they used their money to speak. Money speaks in this country. I don't know why people don't know
No,
that
they
yet.
they
If
did
you
burn
don't have,
stuff down too. They did burn
yeah,
stuff down
but
too.
I mean, it's if it
You've
wasn't
heard
it
you've heard of
wasn't
Watts, right? You've heard of Watts.
what you
They
talk
burn
about
stuff down. I'm
I'm
not
talking
I'm
about
not
the 60s.
co-signing on burning stuff down by any means, but they were burning stuff down. All the arguments that they're making today are the same arguments they had back then. Oh, they're too violent. Oh, they're destroying their own neighborhood. Oh, they commit
But
all the
that's
crime. It's
true.
the same arguments.
But
There's
it's
no
true.
difference.
But
There's
it's
no
true.
difference. No, it's
You're
not
saying it's
true.
an argument.
It's not
Wait,
true.
wait,
It's a
wait, wait, wait,
segment.
wait,
It's
wait.
a segment
Hold
of
on.
people. It's a segment of
Hold
people who
on.
have that activity going on. It's a segment.
You're saying it's an argument, and then you're saying it's a segment. But I'm telling you, that's like I live in a city in which I grew up in it. I've seen what we have predominantly done. That the neighborhood I lived in prior to me having to move. I moved into the neighborhood because it was the way it was, nice, middle class. So, and then you start seeing certain
Oh,
people
watch.
moving out, and not just white people, but black people with a certain mindset, with a certain class, and they're like, oh, we don't want to go that direction. And it was overwhelmingly, it was all people that look like me, and I was disappointed because I'm thinking like, oh, it's people that looks like me that's burning down the neighborhoods that we live in. So what it, and so I began living in that for almost 5 years before I said, okay, now I can afford to get out. So when you say it's a narrative, or when you say it's just an assumption, or it's like, oh, it's just a segment, it is not a segment. These are large swaths of places where it used to be habitable. Now it is inhabitable because of people that look like, and I've seen it. And I wish I could just say, theoretically in the book, oh yeah, they say this, but I don't believe it. But I've lived in it, and I have a lot of friends who have seen it. I'm like, did you see? Yeah, they look like. I'm like, damn, really? So we need to speak with our dollars. We don't understand the value of money.
All right. So quick
To enforce the
follow up to
thing,
that.
you can't
Oh,
do
yeah,
anything. You
I
don't
can
have
cut it out.
power. You don't have any power. So gay people, that the reason why they got the gay rights passed is because they put the money behind it. They believed in their cause so much they put the money behind it, and they pushed it, and they good for them. They got what they wanted. White people too. We want this to happen. Okay, we got to raise some money to do it. When black people want things to happen, let's go take to the streets and burn shit down, especially the places in our own community. That does not work in reality, and you are then forced to live in the very places that
But
you
see, you're
live.
saying it like the you're saying it like the intent of the majority of the people is to burn shit down. Not that it's like the 1% of the majority that burns shit down. You know what I
It's
mean?
enough to cause a
Like
problem. I don't care what the percentage is. If it's enough to,
But you should.
the
it doesn't
population
matter
of,
what the
I'm looking
percentage
at
is.
the population of Detroit, 633,000. That's the population of Detroit. If I said 2% of the population of Detroit is causing the problems, that probably would be accurate. You know what I mean? So we're gonna just dismiss the whole rest of the 633,000 because of the 2%. You know what I mean? So that sounds like right wing talking points. I'm not gonna lie when you say that, because what it says is what I'm hearing is like, oh, so nobody should even be marching when something goes wrong, because it makes it sound like that the whole protest or the whole march, the the intent of that was to burn shit down, and it's
Yeah,
not.
exactly.
You always
Exactly.
No,
have a
that's
few bad. You always have a few bad apples. Just like
that's
you
like a
hear all
spinal tap.
all cops ain't bad. All cops ain't bad. It's just a few bad apples. You know what I mean? Rose colored glasses. Hi, how you doing, Lady Logan? Puts on the boots in the building. Let me read this comment. Then we'll keep going. Let me read this comment from Oradrip. He said he's been working since 14. Worked for Google and Sony. In sports, I won nationals. Hold on. In sports, I won nationals. Junior Olympics, all NYC team, went to the military, fought in the war, signed to Dylan Music, yet I'm still just another black man. To who, though? Not to
Hmm.
us. You know what I mean? Not to us. Not to the people that matter. You're not. You're not just another black man, bro. You're a brother. You're an uncle. You're a mentor. You know what I mean? You may be an inspiration to somebody. So not to the people that matter, not us. You're not just another black man, bro.
Agreed.
To the people that don't matter, yeah, you might be. You might be. But
What's up, puts on boots?
it puts on boots in the building. Then he says, at the end of the day, I feel like you should just Follow your dreams and try to make best of it. Live your life without regrets and don't limit yourself to society expectations.
Agreed.
True.
Yeah.
I want to
Hey,
say,
Try to get out. What you try to dip out on us?
Nah, nah, wrong window, wrong window.
TJ is very
Okay.
unconfrontational. He avoids confrontation. That's why he
At
dipped
all
out.
costs. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
I just
right.
trying to stick to my
Yeah,
Zen Buddhist
right.
roots,
Oh man, Lady Logan's
peace
in
in
the
all
building.
things.
Put some boots in the building. 100.
10 out of 10 dad joke. Puts on boots. I see you out here. Always
man,
respect the
look,
quality dad joke.
Yeah,
I
man.
just,
It
I
says
just,
don't
I just
say that in
understand.
the red light district of Amsterdam. Wrong window.
There's a black guy who I respect highly who nailed it. And I think most of you guys know who he is. It's Dr. Claude Anderson. He spoke about that. He spoke about how important economics is and how we lack the financial education the the fact that our dollar can go so far and that it can put a major it can do more damage now than it did in the 60s when they was boycotting the buses. They say, you know what, hell, we want the blacks to come on the bus now because we see what happens when you stop taking our buses. But we don't have that collective mindset anymore to actually do anything. So we'll say with our words and we'll go on the streets and protest and say, we don't want to do this, we don't want to do that, but then turn around, or we don't want the Koreans, doing this, or we don't want the Muslims doing it, but they turn around and spend money in their stores. You protest these things with your mouth, you walk with your feet, but you do nothing with your wallet, or you go and spend the money in the very same places that you're protesting against. That's the issue. So
It's
we are
because
hypocritical. We are hypocritical in the
we're
way we
not
do business.
hypocritical.
It
No,
is
we're
very
not.
hypocritical.
We're not hypocritical because we're not a monolith. No matter how many times you say that, people don't realize it. We're not a monolith. Black people are not the only. It seems like black people are expected to be the only group that moves in unison at all times. We don't. We don't have all have the same background. You're a Republican. You know what I mean? Like we're different, man. We're different. So we're not gonna protest the same things. We're not gonna be against the same things. And it seems like black people are the only ones that are expected to move in unison on every single issue, man. The black vote, the black, you know what I mean? Like, where else do they say that at?
Or the leaders of the black community.
Where else do they
What
say
other
that?
group of people do you hear that for? You never hear,
Right?
I
let's
can tell
get the
you. I
leaders of
can
the
tell
white
you.
community together.
I can
You
tell
never
you.
hear that.
Where?
I live in Detroit. Dearborn, there's Hamtramck. Everyone knows the big Muslim community. Here's the thing. Let me tell you the difference. You say, where else do they do this whole monolithic thing? They come together, and you have people who are maybe they're more liberal, more conservative in the Muslim community, just like I'm more Republican, or you might be more in the middle, whatever. But the difference is that they set aside whatever ideological, political differences or whatever they have and say, you know what, we disagree on all these different things. And that person might even disagree on the common thing, but he'll get
Ah,
behind.
yes, the
Wait.
Muslims, famous for
Hey,
47
agreeing with one
hold
another.
on. But
47 million people though. You're talking about 47 million people spread out over the entire United States.
about black people.
Yeah.
Yes.
And we're
Well,
expected to all move and think the same way.
it's the
Yeah.
majority who don't do it. Even back then, they didn't all move the same way. We get that,
No,
but
no,
you
didn't.
don't get the boycott and the way that it was, how effective it was. If a large enough portion of those who had different beliefs and different idea, whatever difference in everything, come together in March and not just March, but also say they spoke with their dollars. We don't have enough people who do that, who can set aside their, oh, you believe in Trump or I believe in Biden. I can't support this cause that they know they should support, but because you believe in something different. Back then, they say, you know what? Yeah, we got differences in political ideology, whatever. We got differences in the way we raise it. I don't care. You're light, I'm dark. You came from jail. We come together as one, and we have to make this happen because it benefits the whole entirety. So
They did
yeah,
that. It
I
was
see it
called
all the
Black
time.
Wall Street. You
Even
know how
back
That's
that turned
true.
then,
out.
no, even back then, there were black people who didn't agree and who didn't participate. And
But
who
it still
actually
worked.
it might have been some that was against it.
But it worked. The point is
It
not that
worked.
how many people
It
didn't
did.
participate. Is that They got them. They got the intention of the people who was running it, and then it started from the bus, and then it went to the White House, and then it went to having, okay, we're going to give these people equal rights because they understand the power of their money and where how far it can go. But they didn't do any changes. Those white people in office, they did nothing until black people, enough of them, not all of them. We know that, some of them still spent money. They still went and caught the bus. I'm sure they like, yeah, give me. I don't care. You look like me. I don't. I'm. We know that, but it was enough of them who didn't do it. That's the point. You don't need everybody to do it, but you need enough of them to make that change economically for them to say, "Oh, okay, yeah, they're not gonna just if you don't vote for us, you ain't black." I mean, that's what it came down to. Where it's before you had to put up or shut up. Show me what I'm getting for my vote. Oh, okay. And everyone else does that but us. So when you say, yeah, we should be more monolithic or unified as we used to be compared to other groups. I see it all the time. In Muslims, in the Jews, in the Arabs, in the Chaldeans, I live amongst them. That's why they have the gas station stores. The Indians, they have 7-Elevens everywhere. There's no reason why we can't have them. But they come together. They have different. I see them arguing. They argue amongst each other in 7-Eleven, and yet they turn around and still taking our money because they can come together and understand if we come together on this common thing, we can achieve a greater thing. It's the family, it's the community. That's what we're missing, and that's what we don't understand. Got to
Okay, but
stop
there's a
marching on the
big
streets
difference.
and actually
There's a
put something
big
on.
difference between all those people you talked about and quote unquote black people. Black
What's the
people, black people were enslaved in this country for hundreds of years, went through Jim Crow in this country for decades. Okay. We were systematically stripped of our humanity for generations. There's a specific reason why quote unquote black people can't come together as easily and homogeneously as other cultures can, because we didn't come here by choice to have a better life. We were brought here to make a better life for someone else with the sole intention of being used as property, as chattel. So that's one huge difference, and that's something that's been passed down from generation to generation to today. And again, that's why this whole thing about sitting on the sideline kind of burns me, because there's generations of black people who were enslaved, who were born slaves, who died slaves, who wish they had a chance to stand up and say something, but never got a chance because the second they did, they had their balls cut off. They were drawn and quartered. Okay. Whereas, these generations today, they're fatigued because what? They had to do a school shooting drill because they had to witness, somebody, say something rude to a transgender person or whatever. Not that those things aren't bad, that they're not traumatic. What I'm saying is it doesn't give you the right to just say, well, I've seen some things that have bothered me, so now I'm just going to go lay down. You cannot do that. You can feel whatever you want to feel. Nobody can take that away from you. And nobody can deny that the way you feel is the way you feel. But what people can expect from you is for you to still stand up on any given day and reach out for what people before you wish they could have reached out for. And
Yeah,
so
I,
for
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but the star running back need to get a drink of water every once in a while, bro. You know what I mean? You
and there's
can't run
times when
them
the
into
star
the
running
damn
back has to
ground.
just suck it up. There's times when the
Yeah,
star
but
running back has to suck it up.
that's not conducive to health. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Right, and then
neither
you're
So I
neither
get
confusing.
it.
neither
So
is
the
neither is
people,
not
the
breathing.
people that need to take a break should be allowed to take a break. I'm not gonna lie. Like I do my part. I'm not out here like some people are. Like I see some people that
Right, I'm
are
not
at
out here flipping
every
bricks to the
damn
community or nothing.
like
Like,
that are at everything political. They're there every time they're at City Hall.
No,
That's not me.
nobody's talking about that though. Nobody's
I
talking about
show
that
up
though.
what they
There,
need.
there's different ways to support. Nobody's expecting everybody to go out and be a protester out in the streets. Not everybody can go be a lawyer that's in fighting in courtrooms. There's different ways. When people say I'm not doing nothing, that's the problem.
Yeah.
And they
I'm
haven't
sitting
done
this out
anything.
and they
I
haven't
And they
don't
done
haven't done
anything.
anything.
see you
That's the problem.
who though?
The
Who?
people who are
And
saying they're so fatigued, you know what? You
Social
guys take
media,
care of this.
do
You
people
guys
do it
take
on
it.
social media though?
No,
Like
the people that are literally saying they're not going to do nothing. You know, we've
But
done enough. We're not doing anything else.
you understand fatigue comes from overwork, right? It's not, you don't become
Absolutely.
fatigued because you were chilling and you weren't doing shit and now you're tired from not doing anything, so you need a break from not doing anything to do nothing. These are the people that are actively fighting the battles, and they're not saying that they're done forever. They're saying,
It's
"Yo,
like
like, can I
it's
get a
like the
water
people that
break?"
telling me like, oh, I'm gonna take this year off, coach. I've been coaching. I've been volunteering for 16 years. You can't. We need you. We need you. Like, no, I need a damn break. I've been trying to balance. Working third shift. I got my. You know, I can't do it. I can't do it this year. I have to take a break.
Yeah, but there's
Ah,
a
man,
big
that's
difference
messed
between
up.
coaching a football
No,
team and
I'm not just
allowing a
talking.
person who's a
Or,
fascist who wants to be a fascist theocratic dictator
yeah, I'm
from
not trying to
continuing
say
his
it's the
agenda.
same. I'm not trying to say it's the same.
Well,
What I'm trying to say is that sometimes you get overwhelmed and you do need a break. Like me and
Overwhelmed.
you, like that'd be like me telling you, nah, bro, don't go to Hong Kong, bro. You need it right here. It's like,
right, you
nah,
need it for the
bro,
struggle,
you need it
brother.
right here, bro. I know you need to go. Nah, like we need you in the struggle on the front line. So I think
No,
people are
I think
just
that's
saying,
apples to
I
oranges.
think a lot of it is
Is it
overblown.
though?
Like we know, no, a lot of it's overblown. People get online and they say shit that they really don't mean and they're projecting. Some people do mean it, but some people
It's
are
the
just
number one
trying to
activity
send
on the
a
internet, saying
message.
shit they don't mean.
Some people are just trying to send a message and to
But
project
we
something.
just talked about that earlier though, that you got these young kids that are very, you know, they hear this stuff. They're very impressionable. They hear this stuff and they go, yeah, that's right. And they have no clue the context of what these people are talking about. They have no clue the history of, what's been going on for
Yeah.
decades and decades and decades, and how what this person is saying, it may be just bluster, may be bullshit, but these kids will take it seriously. And then they'll just get real cynical because that's the number one thing that they want us to
I feel
do is
like
get
you're
cynical.
infantilizing children pretty heavily there. I think that you should probably give a little more credit to like the
Nah, but that's
average
been
16 to
around for a
18 year
long
old's ability to
time.
discern reason. Like
Wait,
they
to
know that,
children?
I
To
remember
12,
they
saying
know
11,
that.
12, 13, 14, 15, 16-year-olds that are coming up?
are do you think those are the people that are worried about black fatigue, Cisco? You think there are
No,
12-year-olds
no.
out here that are like, I've done too much for the struggle, I got to take a break?
No, what I'm saying is the people that are the ones saying that, they're saying all this stuff, and the context in which they're saying it is lost on a lot of these children who are going to be the next generation that has to step up. And so when
Yeah,
it's
but
just like everybody
you
says,
gotta
What, that
remember,
oh,
sometimes it's okay to take a break?
a lot of these people that
it's
I
not
No,
think
about taking a break.
maybe
It's not about taking a break. It's
well,
about
some of these
being.
people are the people that were marching for Black Lives Matter, are the people who have been marching and protesting against Trump all these years, bro.
and accomplished nothing. Nothing.
It
No,
doesn't
that's not
matter.
true.
But
That's
that's
not
maybe
true.
they
There was a
have
lot that
That's
was
changed
not true
people's
at all.
accomplished.
minds. Maybe they
Laws
have
were
changed
passed. What are
people's
you talking
minds.
about? There was a
You know what
lot
I'm
that was
saying? Like,
accomplished.
but we get it in our mind what other people should be doing. And that's where we get it wrong. What are you doing? That's the only person you have control over. What you can do. You can't tell nobody else what to do. You can
That's
wish
true.
they do it. You can try to convince them to do it.
That's true.
But at the end of the day, like maybe them seeing you go back out there and do something will
Motivate them to do.
motivate them to take that next step. I don't
Yeah,
know.
but I can
But
also verbally influence people by the things that I'm saying, and that's all I'm doing. I'm not commanding anybody to do anything. All I'm saying is, you know what? Sometimes we get a thing in our head because we're emotional. How many times have you been pissed off, frustrated, at the end of your wits end, and you said something, like, man, fuck you. I'll never want to fuck with you again. And then the next is like you come back, hey man, I didn't mean that. That's how I think these people feel. They're frustrated. They've done so much, and they feel, like, it's not being appreciated, or it's just
yeah,
there's not as many people helping, whatever it is that's got them
yeah,
quote unquote fatigue. I get it, and like I said, they have every right to feel that way. But the problem is you can't say, you know what, oh, I'm just going to drop out. I'm not going to vote this time around, or I'm just going to drop
but they
out.
couldn't, but they
I'm
can
gonna
though.
let this. They can, but I can also talk to them, influence them to
Yeah,
try to get them out of it. And that's all we're doing right now. We're all just
yeah.
talking to influence each other. That's all we're doing.
Yeah.
You also got to understand that that can work both ways. Some people respond to that sort of thing. Some people respond negatively to it. Again, a lot of people are going to be turned off more by you telling them they need to suck it up and get off the floor and go, you know what? Fuck it. I was taking a break. Now I'm not doing shit at all. Because, you know, a lot of people
Yeah, because
ultimately they have free will. They don't like being told what to do.
a lot of these people have been the ones carrying the weight, though. They have been the ones carrying the weight. And then you got somebody that's been sitting on the bench, you know what I mean? Saying, get back in there. Now, I'm not talking about you or anybody here personally, but you got somebody that's been sitting on the bench saying, get back in there. We need you in there. Keep going. You know, so it's a
So
lot
they
to
are
it's a lot to unpack. It's a lot to think about, but you know, I don't try to tell nobody what to do, man. But we all have our opinions. We all could speak. We all got the freedom of speech. You know, freedom. The power of persuasion is very strong. You know, so I
listen,
gotta
you are
read
very.
something.
I don't know how you get like so down the middle like that. Like you got the rest of us. Most people are kind of like they lean more to one side or heavily to one side. You really are like, yeah, I was at the Black Lives Matter and I thought it was shit, but I was, then I hit when like this balanced mindset is that's something I think I might want to
Uh,
strive to accomplish myself. It's really nice.
bro, I'm a real independent. When I say I'm an independent, I mean it. A lot of people say they're independent and they're not.
Very biased, very strong biases in some cases.
Yeah. I gotta read some of these comments, man. Try to catch up a little bit. Or Drip says, well, Put says can't be monolithic based on skin color. Or Drip TV says, true. I seen when people I see when people come from other countries to the US, they have a community of people who come together and help them get situated.
Thank
Now,
you.
guys, if we want to
Keyword.
respond, yeah,
Keyword. Come from other countries to the U.S.
I knew that was
You
going to be the one. I
come
knew
from other countries. That means that they got up and said, you know what? The U.S. seems like a better situation than the one I'm in. They didn't wake
facts.
up in the middle of the fucking Skyrim opening scene going, first time? What the fuck are these chains doing here? Like, those are two different
And
What
it's
situations.
other?
it's it's different though because you know it's not like anybody that wants to come to the US can just pack their bags and come to the US.
It's a
Right?
lot of
You
work.
are vetted very, very heavily, before you could come over here.
It's a
So it's
fight for them
not
to get
like,
here.
yeah, it's not like we're getting any of the
And
Pookie
here's
and
another
Ray
point that
Rays.
that
We're not
conveniently
getting
gets
any
lost
of their
too.
Pookie and Ray Rays.
No, and here's another point that conveniently gets lost. There are specific programs set up for a lot of these groups too.
That's the point.
They get special status and special privileges. In fact, there's a group of people um, from South Africa who are being brought over here under the pretense that they're being persecuted in their home country, and they're being given not only jobs but money to help get them started, places to live. That's happening right now.
That was
Meanwhile,
white South
the
Africans.
descendants of people who were enslaved for decades and decades and hundreds of years and generations, they're not getting any of that. So, again, there's a lot of differences between how people come to this country under the circumstances of immigration and other ones that come here under forced labor. There's a big difference.
So you came up. Okay. I mean,
No,
I get
I
what you're
didn't I
saying.
didn't come here. I didn't come
I
here. I
know.
was born here. But
I
here's
know.
the
I know.
thing.
That's why I
My
stopped
my
myself.
ancestors, my ancestors, okay, were enslaved, and the culture that they had was passed down generation to generation to generation. And not every family, not every black family in this country who had enslaved ancestors had the same exact experience. Okay. But what I'm saying is, on the whole, black people on the whole, they shared a big experience together that was detrimental to the whole culture. And not only was it psychologically detrimental, but systemically detrimental. To this day, there are features in the system that are not only roadblocks, but complete fortresses to us. There's less now than there were before, but they still exist. And that's why it's so difficult for black people to get over that hump.
And
We
I
don't
would.
have the same history as other people do. And just because a few people make it doesn't mean that it's easy for everyone to do that.
Yeah, that's a totally different mindset and perspective that I'm used to. And that I think the biggest, yeah, we all had ancestors, just about every black person had ancestors that were slaves. I think the worst thing they did is not so much what they did to our ancestors' bodies, but what they did to us, the future kin of those ancestors, to our minds. So they enslaved not our bodies, but our minds. And so now they have you thinking, it's I hate to say it's a victim mentality. I don't really feel that like, oh, it's a victim mentality because I feel like a lot of white people use that. So you got to pull yourself. No, but it does start with the mind, and that even in spite. Now I give you that. Even in spite of the obstacles that we do have, that you say is not fair, that doesn't mean that it's insurmountable. That we cannot overcome it because we were born here, and we don't see that we have a lot of opportunity in front of us, especially with the internet and everything, so we can create that. But because we have this in our head, oh, they're doing something to us. They're holding us back. These are laws and things like that. It happens everywhere you go. Everywhere I go. Still somebody say something stupid to me, somebody like, okay, cool. But it's not going to stop. Now, if it gets into my mind and I start believing it, that's when the problem becomes. The problem becomes when I start believing the things that they insinuate about me. Oh, or as a young guy that say he's just another black man. I don't personally think that way of myself, but I understand why he would think that because that's what is portrayed. You have to do above and beyond to get recognized. But who is he trying to get recognition from? The people who he wants validation from. You can't say something like that unless you want validation from someone outside of yourself and outside of those people
Yeah,
who actually matter the most. So, but that's
guys,
something
I
I
gotta
had
read some
too
of this
growing
chat. I
up.
gotta read some of
You
this
have to
chat,
get
man.
yourself out of that.
Yeah, I gotta read some of this chat because I'm missing a lot of comments, man. Let me read some of these guys, and then like if you want to react, just kind of like hold on to the thought, and then we'll go back over it. But I gotta get through some of these. Uh, Lady Logan says, I'm an idealistic thinker because I want to see everyone come together as peaceful, connected human beings instead of the division of countries, cultures, and races. We're a global community. AJ bounced on us. He said, take care of everyone. Uh, I know he said he was busy. Yeah. Galan, that would be a good sequel to the old movie Armageddon. Puts, or go back in time and handcuff Eve before she eat that damn apple. It said,
Wow.
anybody got a time machine? We got to save humanity. That's what's up. Some people come to the U.S. as a community. Those are a subset of a whole people. True. Even if we remove history from the futures, they hate and discrimination, race and color, superiority. One other was still rebirth. Emotion's still going to exist. They are also not a monolith. And Lady Logan says you can be for one type of people or you can be for the other type of people. Or instead of choosing sides, you can just choose people, humanity. Or it says, I personally have been around all types of different cultures and people. I enjoy seeing their perspective of things so that I can broaden my horizon and have a deeper understanding of the world. And we got to realize that these aren't just Americans here. You know what I mean? There's people from the Philippines, or people from Belgium. I think Pino is Filipino, but he's in Turkey. You know what I mean? So they don't. Some of this discussion may be lost on them, right?
Yeah, I
Just
agree.
by reading the
Yeah.
comments,
What
because
part of Turkey? I miss Turkey so damn bad.
they don't see race the way we see it. I believe sometimes because it's nice to say you could choose all people or to choose people. That's easy to say. But when you're the one on the losing side of that constantly, you it kind of changes. Kind of changes. Yeah, he just said he's in Istanbul, you know.
Nice. I
But
lived
I agree.
like don't know if you call it lived, but I lived in Belmonte for about 5 months back in like
Yeah,
2020.
I
Istanbul is
I
good.
agree. This this is how it should be. This is how it should be.
That's not how it is
But it's just not how it is.
though.
Not, it's just
I
not,
want to. I want to
you know.
say,
And
here's something crazy right here. I'm a person who believes race is a bullshit social construct. It's not a real thing. It's not a biological thing. It's something that people just made up. And I don't want to get too far deep into it, but you know, I don't look at myself as an American. I don't look at myself as a Black person, a Latino person. I just look at myself as a person. Okay, but here's the thing. I recognize that other people don't share that same opinion. They look at me and they'll see a Black person, a Latino person, an American. That's what they'll see. So I have to live in that world with the understanding that how people perceive me is how I have to sometimes, I have to speak their language, so to speak. So the terms that I use, when I say Black people, in my mind, I'm thinking it's such a stupid term. Okay, because you can't give me a definition of a Black person that describes all Black people. You can't do it.
No,
There's no
no,
such word. There's no such definition.
can't.
It's a stupid thing. But people believe stupid things. So I have to go through life with that understanding of what people think about me when I'm talking about things and speak their language. With that being said, I agree with what I can't remember who it was that said it, but I wish we could all just be looked at as people. And that's my ultimate goal, is to have everybody just realize, we're all human beings. And I mean, all of us have a limited finite time to be here, and the fact that we're arguing about this nonsense, wasting our time, wasting our lives on it, it's just sickening. It really is. But it has to be done, or else we end up in a situation where we've been before, and I don't want to be there.
Well, if it's not about race, which I agree, and if it's not about ethnicity, then the discrimination is going to be in religion. You got the Shiites and the Sunnis, they fighting each other. And then you go to India and they have the caste system. These are all people who look exactly alike. So it's not about race. It's about class. So it's just I like that what she said. It's like he said, like Blizzard said earlier. It just sounds so pretty. It's poetic. Oh, why don't we all just get along and sing Kumbaya, and we sing those songs in the idealistic world? It's just unfortunately, and I don't think anyone here would disagree. It's not something that we it's something that we want to happen and wish could happen, but when you get to a certain
What's
point in
up,
life, it's
Icy?
like, yeah, this is not how it works. Which is basically go to
I see. Wish we could come up. It's just that, like, we gotta be realistic. This is the world we live in, man. We didn't ask for it to be this way, but it just is reality.
born into.
It's just reality, man. I would love to have these glasses on too, but I can't afford to have those glasses on. You
Trip
know,
over your feet.
and,
Rose
Even
colored
more.
glasses, I agree with you 100%.
yeah.
There's no one here that would not disagree with her. They all agree.
No, we don't. No, no, we
It's
don't. We
just
don't.
like
She
it's just
says,
not
no,
a
it
thing.
isn't how it is, but why give up on trying to make it the way it should be? Why fight against each other when we can fight for each other? I know idealistic. This is my mission in life. Yeah, but it's hard to fight for somebody when you feel like they're punching you in the back, like they're punching you and you're taking blows from them. That's just, it's not about trying to argue or start fights or anything like that. Here, right now, we're just having a conversation, you know, and
And
it's
that's and
off
that's
topic.
important.
It's off topic, but it's important to have these conversations, to actually talk about the things that we see as problems. That's important too. We can't just act like everything is all right, man. Like,
Because it ain't.
especially if we can change something, if we can change somebody's mindset, if we can, if we can, change somebody's opinion, you know,
I thought you
there are
just
people,
said, listen,
there are
you just said
people,
earlier. Oh, I'm sorry.
there are people who would look at me and wouldn't give me the time of day because of my skin color. I know that exists in this world. You know, do I walk around every day fretting about that, thinking about that? No, I don't. I don't. But there are times when it rears its ugly head where you just can't ignore it. You just can't ignore it. So,
And I want to go back to something that Joe said earlier about victim
okay, I see
mentality.
we here.
Oh,
Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
um, you know, in my mind, it's not having a victim mentality to expect the person or people or group who's responsible for where you are in a negative way, for them to accept responsibility for it, or to at least recognize that it's happening. That's not a victim mentality. You know, if somebody if somebody runs up in your house, takes everything you have, puts it in their house next door, and you go over there, knock on their door and say, hey, you just stole all my stuff. They can't turn around and say to you, oh, you got a victim mentality. Stop having a victim mentality. You're literally a victim. And you know, me expecting you to right that wrong is not a victim mentality. It's called me standing up for myself and expecting you to do the right thing. You know, and
Restorative
I think
justice.
restorative justice. I know that's a bad word, but I mean, it's something that, you know, it's come on. I mean, we already talked about how they take something and they make it sound bad because it's something that's effective. You know, it's effective
It works.
and
It works.
it works. And
Because
you know,
you've
the
already
idea
made
that
that. We've already made woke. Woke was already a thing. We already made it recognizable. You know.
and they took it and they changed it because they knew it
Yeah.
was. And you know, recognizing where we came from and how we got to where we were, you know, is not a victim mentality. You know, it's getting everybody. Look, we can't have a conversation if we can't all agree on what the facts are. That's the problem, is we all can't agree on what the facts are. That's the biggest detriment to people advancing, you know, through conversations. When we can't agree on what the facts are, we have nowhere to go. And if we can't all agree that, hey, this is something that happened in this country that has caused a huge portion of the population to be in a significantly disadvantaged position, you know, if we can't agree on that, then where do we go? You know, that's why we have these conversations. It's not to be a woe is me, it's to be a hey, this is what happened to me, this is why it happened to me. Now where do we go? That's what these conversations are for.
But it's that reality
Yeah,
though,
appreciate that.
because the moment you take on that
Absolutely.
seed of thought, even though it is, and I never said that it wasn't that what you experience or what most of us experience as Black people isn't true. I remember my father. The reason why he made me sell candy and chips on the street when I was 12 years old, when I want to go outside and play with other kids, is because he told me, "I don't want you working for these white men because they do me dirty." But it was never him saying they do me dirty. White men do me dirty. White men do me dirty. And then I'm left with no solutions. I have nothing to go from there. So now if that's all he told me growing up, then I would just have this mindset of, well, white people do this to me, white people, and you don't have any way path forward out of it. The fact that we are living, have been born in America, which is, I think, in my opinion, our best situation, considering that everyone else around the world is fighting to come here for the opportunities that we are born into,
It's a
that we don't even
generalization.
that we don't realize that we even have, and that we don't take advantage of because of that mindset of other people do these things to me. That even so being true, my father made sure that there was a solution. He said, well, now you do this. And then it went from that to stocks. Then it went from that to copywriting. And I became extremely good at these things and circumvented the that reality that you speak of that we all have. So I'm not denying the fact that we have been targeted for racist things and me getting fired from jobs because I was just the only Black kid at the bank and me trying to figure out a way. I didn't steal no money, but they're blaming me. I'm the scapegoat. I'm young. I experienced it. So where did I have to go? I had to figure something out. Now, if I stayed in that and say, well, yeah, they fired me, I could talk about that, live in that. Now it's in my mind. Now I'm doing it to myself. Now I'm not going out there and applying to jobs. Now I'm not going out there and starting a business because that virus has been planted in my head caused by
No,
something outside of myself.
no,
So
no.
that's
Of
the
course
choice we
not.
have.
Of course
That's the
not. But
choice
you
we
don't.
have.
Of course not. You don't go. You don't sit in it. You don't let it defeat you. But you don't. You also don't deny that it happened.
Yeah, we don't pretend it doesn't
You
exist
know what I mean?
either.
You can't deny that it happened. It
But
happened
it
to you.
defeats a lot of
You were
people.
over.
I
You were
kind of
over the. You had the
kind
right
of feel like
mentality though. Like, all right,
Like
let
I was
me
taught
let
it.
me keep going. Let me not let this stop me. I'm not a victim.
I didn't
Of
get
course.
fatigued. I
Yeah.
didn't get fatigued. I just say, you know what? I know it's harder for me. Cool. But listen, being in America does make it, if I was anywhere else in Africa, for example, or anywhere else in India, it would not have been, and I say easy relative to us, like how easy it is for us here. But there's a reason why other people from Black who looks like us come here and say, you guys got it easy. And they live in Africa. They're like, oh my God, God, this is just the most amazing thing. You guys take it. They darker than us. I've seen people who are blacker than midnight just out here hustling. They had the mindset of wanting to succeed, even
out of
if they have a white
curiosity, do
person.
you know how their countries got to the state where they felt like they needed
I
to
was
come to
just going to
America?
ask the same question.
So I know you're going to say because American imperialism and they went over there and
Well,
pillaged
not
the
just
resources
American
and
No, it wasn't
imperialism.
in
Google
America.
the partitioning
Western.
of Africa, sir.
Well, that's part of it. You can make that argument. And then I did some more
That's the
research.
biggest part. That's the biggest
That's
part of it.
that's the vast majority of it.
There was a
I
lot
mean,
of fighting
unless,
well before these partitionings happened. And you
well, I
can
mean,
say, okay,
Did they?
there was a lot of fighting in Europe as
oh,
well, but that did not stop them. That did not stop them. There was a lot of fighting all over the world. That
Yeah, but it was the
the biggest
extraction of
factor
wealth. It was the
was the
Yeah,
colonialism. I
extraction
mean,
of
period.
wealth,
yeah.
I agree.
whether
We were the
material, human, you know.
right, and who is the
Material.
ones that extracted us? Because let's be logical, and I know you guys are, but um, this not it's not possible. And if you ever been around white people and how they get burned in sun, they're not going. They're trying to stay close to the coast as much as possible. It can only have been possible for us to get here with the help of other people that look like us, warring tribes. So you say, yeah, there's partitioning, but
Mhm.
it was if they really was, these good, wholesome people that we want to imagine these people in Africa to be, then us and our ancestors would still be over there and living harmoniously amongst each other. So these
Do you
are,
think
again,
sub-Saharan Africans get the concept of chattel slavery?
do I think they get the
Do you
concept of
think
that
that
to the degree
Africans
that we did
understood
it?
the concept of chattel slavery? So when those people that you say they were capturing people, they were putting them on boats, do you think that they thought that they were sending off black people to live a slave-like existence, building a country that would essentially extract all of their resources in the long term, whether that be Western Europe or America or anywhere else in the Atlantic slave trade? Do
That's a
you
great
think that
question.
they knew that was going to happen?
Great
Uh,
question. I'm
I,
gonna answer it real quickly. The way I think, the way logically, they didn't print and press. Let's just say that wasn't really a thing.
it
News
was
travel
not.
much slower. So okay, so news travels
News did
much
not
slower.
travel.
That cannot be true.
The
That's not
concept of
remotely possible.
intercontinental news did not exist to African chiefs until the introduction of Western explorers.
Wait,
So
You're
it
not
is
let
gonna
me
it's
jump in real
factually
quick.
true.
hold
Let me
on.
jump in real
Eh,
quick. Let me jump in real quick. It's irrelevant whether they knew or not. Here's the thing: the point of
doesn't
the
matter.
wait, hold on, Joe. The point of the conversation is not to lay blame. I want to make it very clear. I don't want to lay blame on quote unquote white people for what they did. Okay, that's not the point of this conversation, and that's sometimes how people take it. It's not to place blame. Okay, what's done is done. Okay, I don't need apologies. I don't need people to feel guilty. We're not trying to place blame and say white people were bad and black people were good. That's not the point. The point is to just say this stuff happened. This stuff happened. People did it. People are people. People did it. And let's acknowledge that they did it and look at what all the negativity that came from it, all the disadvantages that came from it. Let's address them. Who cares? Right at this point, it's not about blame. Nobody alive today did any of that stuff. Okay, but I'll tell you what, people alive today are benefiting from that stuff. Black and white
Truth.
both. But some are benefiting it from it more. Some are disadvantaged by what happened in the past more. Okay, those are facts. Let's address those facts and move on. It's not about a blame thing. Okay, you waste time placing blame. Okay, the point is these things happen. Let's acknowledge that they happen, not because we're victims, but because they have actual real world consequences today. Things that happened hundreds, thousands of years ago happen, or they affect things that happen today. And all of those things that are going on have to be addressed. That's what this
Trey
is
Tate,
about.
what's up, bro? It's good to see you here, man.
Money and power. And we got the power.
He said
That was my
talking
only
about
point.
money
Is
and power.
that all the stuff you're saying, man? I agree with it 100%. I've seen it. The stuff I saw, man. Getting straight, having the dogs released on me here in where the Ford family and the Goodyear family live, and me being a young kid riding on my bike, completely oblivious to these things. My father used to tell me all these things. Just riding my bike, and next thing you know, you just hear barking. That's weird. You only see loose dogs in the hood where I'm from. That's really you start hearing it louder and louder. Oh, this dog is chasing us. Next thing you know, you see a cop car go woo woo like you boys need a ride back to where y'all coming from. Yeah, we do. I'm so I didn't think about it. I turned 18. I said, oh, so it took me. I'm not saying these things don't happen. Now, if I let that get to me and say, man, that really sucked. Let me think about it. Let me mull over it. Let me. That's what messes us up. It's not. It's the physical thing. Those happen. The external world, it happens, but it's how we allow it to affect our internal world. That's the real. That's the real
Yeah,
slavery I was talking
but
about, and the real fatigue that I'm talking
it's gonna affect certain people. Like it's gonna have that effect on a certain amount of people, no matter what.
You're
It's
right.
just that's just
I hate that
reality.
it does.
But it's not everybody, and that's what I meant by expecting us to move all in unison and be one, and not have different emotions and not have different feelings. Like I don't have anxiety. I can't tell somebody with anxiety to how to feel and how they react to something. You know what I mean? Because people are going to react to stressors and life situations different. Not
And there's a lot
like
of
you shrugged it off, you was able to move on. Maybe
I say
I
shrug it
wouldn't
off.
have been able to not shrug it off, but you dealt
Yes,
with it in
work
a
with it.
different way. Maybe I wouldn't have been able to. I don't know. I wasn't in that situation.
hey,
So
hey,
But
we all
there's no
know.
fair footing here. There's no fair footing anywhere else in the world, and we expect it to be that way here. It has to be fair. Yeah. Well, the reality is that, let's be honest, we lost. We lost, and we are behind the 8 ball, and now we have to play catch up. And no, and everyone's saying, well, we gotta get all the equal. It's not going to ever be. So, but you have people expecting and hoping that the reparations. I'm like, listen, hey, the closest thing you got to reparations, black people, was that COVID check, because everybody got it. If it wasn't attached to white people getting it, you wasn't getting the money. So if you didn't get that COVID money, that was your reparation. Congratulations, move on. Take that money, invest it. What did I see black people do with that money? They bought spinning rims. I saw a lot. And you say, don't generalize. Downtown Detroit, you see
Man, I
nothing.
could. Okay,
Listen,
one
listen, listen,
second.
listen.
We're
but
not
some
about
of
to
Nah,
them
sit
though,
here and act
I'm being
like
some
people
honest.
were
of
just
them,
ran
bro,
to
What
the
is
liquor
second?
store and
some
Kool-Aid
of
Hut
them.
with their
I
It
bought
checks. So you
stock
gave
with
happened.
me.
my
I let
shits.
you cook for a second, bro. I'm gonna
No,
just
you
give
I
me a
bought
you
moment
my
here.
stop
first
making it
stock.
You're
known.
still
I'm being honest.
absolutely disregarding. No, you can't right now because you just told me that black people went out and took their reparations checks and bought spinning rims. So I'm gonna need you to give me a second to cook now. You are wholeheartedly disregarding the circumstances that lead to these situations. You talked about
Got
Detroit
black
earlier,
people.
Spinning.
how you seen
Okay.
people go through riots and how the city got burnt down. Do you understand how Detroit got put in a position where a lot of the working class, predominantly black population or predominantly black workers that were in those neighborhoods got forced out? You understand that's foreign trade though, right? That wasn't because they didn't decide to pull themselves up from their bootstraps. That's a lack of investment from external communities because again, as great as it is to say, oh, we have to all gather on our own and pull ourselves up for our own bootstraps. We don't live in a country with only black people. We live in a country that's a multitude of races. So as a result, different people are going to start at different places. We're not saying that black people shouldn't have to do anything. We're just saying you have to acknowledge some people start at the starting line, some people start a few paces back, some people start several paces back. So to say, hey, why didn't you finish the race in the same time as little Jimmy that got a two-step start? It's disingenuous it's disingenuous at best.
That's
Learn from your experience and reflect what
I
continue to
respect that point of view.
And I want to say this
examples.
too.
Just how do you navigate difficulty
I'll go ahead and read.
is the main factor that
Yes,
will
sir.
either
Sorry.
get you out of it or stay in it. And a whole lot of luck. Use the system that's in place to your advantage to play the game. But see, I respect your opinion, but you gotta understand this is the United States we're talking about. I know it's different. It's hard to understand like where we're coming from. But how do you navigate that system? And we have been navigating that system. But
Yeah, we've been doing that
historically, that
since
system
day one.
was pit against us. We were starting at 0, and some other people were starting at 25, and some other people were starting at 50, and some were at 100. Shit. So it's hard. You know what I mean? It's hard to just. It's hard to communicate that to people that haven't been in the United States because race is our thing. It just seems like race is our
Our cross
thing.
the bear.
Yeah, in America.
And every country has their cross to bear, whatever that may be. This is just
Yeah,
America uniquely.
some is classism. Like in
Yeah.
India, they were talking about India earlier. It's classism in India. It's just
North
hard
Korea
to
is
explain
dictatorship.
to that person at the bottom of the totem pole of classism that everything's equal and they just have to navigate the system. You know,
But
And
even we have
nobody
it
is
better off.
saying
but
and
I
nobody
mean,
is saying
go ahead.
nobody's saying that people don't have to quote unquote pull themselves up by their bootstraps, but you got to have boots first. You can't pull yourself up by your bootstraps. You ain't got no damn boots. So,
Right.
with that being said, we've all seen families where they got like say 3, 4, 5 kids in the family, and one turns out to be a doctor, one turns out to be, a factory worker, one turns out to be a gang member, one turns out to, go to prison,
Yeah.
but they all got raised in the same family. Okay, now put that on a bigger scale where you've got literally millions of people who, you know, are enslaved, and then they have a generation of kids that are enslaved, and then they have a generation of kids who are enslaved, and then they have a generation of kids who are enslaved, and so on and so on and so on. All of the psychological damage that that does to people, you know, thoughts of self-hate, thoughts of that you're nothing, that you're property, you know, every little scrap that you get of anything, you're going to hoard that. Anytime that anybody else looks like they're getting ahead, you're going to pull them back down. That whole mentality was ingrained in Black people in this country for generations. It doesn't just disappear when somebody says, hey, you're free, because guess what happens when you're free? For a couple decades, you kind of start to recover, and then somebody says, oh shit, they're recovering. Slap Jim Crow on them. So then they slap Jim Crow on you, and you're almost right back in the same situation, except for you're not property anymore. Now you're a worker. And being a worker is almost as bad as being a slave, except now you get a little bit of money, and that's it. Okay, so then you had that for several decades. Okay, I am the first generation. I am the first generation in this country of Black people who were born with the right to vote. My dad wasn't born with the right to vote. I'm the
Same with my
first
mom.
generation that was born in in the United States of America, land of the free, home of the brave.
True.
Okay,
Me too.
when the Constitution was written,
Same.
it didn't include me. When the Constitution was written, it didn't include people that look like me. Okay, I'm the first generation in this land of the free, home of the brave, okay, that has had the right to vote when I was born. Okay, so for somebody to say that decades and generations of slavery did not have a psychological impact, decades and generations of slavery and systemic racism did not have an impact on how our system and how our country works, you're naive, you're foolish at best, but it's not, again, it's not a victim mentality, it's just a recognition of the facts. It's not done to place blame. Okay, it's not done to place blame. And yes, of course, if somebody has their arms chopped off and their eyes gouged out, can they still earn a living? Yeah, sure they can. Okay, but you can't expect that person that has their arms cut off and their eyes gouged out to do exactly the same as somebody who has all their arms, all their eyes. And I'm not saying that all Black people are the same. They're not. Some have fared better than others. But it's just like a family. You got one kid that does well, you got one kid that goes to prison, and that's just how it works. But without recognizing that, hey, this is a very dysfunctional family, and there's reasons why these kids turned out the way that they did, is again, it's foolish, it's naive. So let's just recognize, what happened, not to place blame, but just to recognize, white people are the people who should most care about getting Black people back on track. Because if Black people get back on track and get equal footing, and we all could live together as one group of Americans and society, think of how great this country really would be, if
That's
everybody in
ideal.
this country was on
Let
equal
me
footing.
let me read
But
these
they're not
comments.
doing it with
These
no.
comments.
Oh,
USA has Black judges in the justice system, Black police chiefs. I mean, what else do you need? There's evidence there that there's a game in place and you can play to win. But it sounds that simple. It really does. From the outside looking in, it really does sound that simple, man. But
Yeah,
it's
I get
not.
why he's saying what
And
he's saying.
it's I get why you're saying what you're saying. It's because you haven't lived it. And maybe you have. I don't know. Like, I don't know how it is where you're from. I really don't. But there's absolutely a game being played. And you got to remember that, there have always, not always, but there's been Black judges, there's been Black police chiefs, there's been Black um towns, you know what I mean? Black businesses, Black millionaires for a long time, you know.
Well, let me ask you this:
But
how many
like
Black presidents have
hold
there
on,
been?
hold on. But like Cisco was saying, my mother was born in Birmingham, Alabama in 1949. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like we're talking about hundreds and hundreds of years ago. We're talking about our parents.
Right.
You know what I mean? That grew up in Jim Crow. That actually seen the Ku Klux Klan. She grew up in Birmingham, Alabama. You know what I'm saying? And if everybody knows in Birmingham, Alabama, the church bombing where the 4 little black girls died, the church was blew up by the Ku Klux Klan. That happened in my mother's lifetime, not hundreds and hundreds of years ago. Like people like to, it seems like it was that long ago, but it wasn't. It really wasn't, man. You're talking about a generation.
Yeah, a generational trauma had a short commute.
You know. And then Lady Logan says, "What about the white female here in the U.S.? It's hard for me to feel comfortable sharing my rose-colored 2 cents because maybe I don't have the right to share here.
Oh, she's a white American.
Being a white American, you absolutely have the right to share here. We don't do that here. We don't do that here. We will listen to you. You're welcome. You know, you're not gonna get shouted down. You're not gonna get, you know, your
To
voice
be
matters
honest,
here
it's
too.
a pretty rare opinion on one of these shows that's not intentionally, setting up like some OnlyFans model or something to roast or like downplay her. So
Yeah,
it's not like it's not a view to have. It's just, you got to also be welcome to listen too, or
yeah.
be willing to bear disagreement.
I had to teach myself everything through trial and error. My parents barely finished high school. Frank Tate says, read a book about how to use money to make money. Stop being a consumer. There are more poor whites
Read a
than
book.
poor blacks. It's just more of them, you know.
Yeah, I was gonna say there
Just
are more
more
white
of them.
people than black people. This is as a rule of thumb.
Uh, and she says, my ears are always open for sure. Yeah, we're not here. Like I said, me personally, I like an open forum so people could come up here. We could talk about anything as long as it's not attacking anybody or, you know what I mean, any harsh or, language that's going to get me a strike or whatever that is.
Let's
It,
not
We're
it
get
has
you
to
cool.
be.
We're cool.
demonetized.
Yeah, no, let's
We're
not do that.
cool. So, like
It
I
has to
said,
be
this
recognized too
floor is
that
open.
it has to be recognized too that you know white people were a large reason why the civil rights movement was successful. I mean,
Yeah,
of
true.
course, there were a lot of black people that had to step up. There were a lot of people that had to, risk their lives and lose their lives to get where we are today. However, there was a large segment of white people in this country that, they put their own lives on the line and they stepped up. So that always has to be recognized. At the same time, you know, it it it's not it's not over. We still are not in a place in this country where, we're on safe footing. I mean, we're in a precarious place right now. I mean, with what's going on in this country. I mean, there's some interesting phenomena that's happening right now that hasn't happened before in this country when it comes to who's in office in the presidency. So, I mean, hopefully, those people or those descendants of those people that were there during the civil rights era will be there today and step up and you know not allow this stuff to happen, not allow us to move back into those days where we had all these issues that we had overcome. It has to be a group effort. It can't just be one group or this group or that group. We can't have people sitting on the sidelines. I mean, it's okay to take a break, temporarily and jump back in, but make it clear that that's what you're doing. Don't just say, I'm just going to go sit down and it's all on you now. I mean, that's way out there.
Yeah.
The T.
Icy says, Lady Logan, knowing how Blizzard abroad is, he likes to brainstorm. You are a very respectful lady when you express yourself and you know how to listen to. Yeah, I agree, man. We are, like I said, man, we don't live in a perfect world. But that don't mean we gotta be shitty people either. You know what I'm saying? Or Drip TV says, first in my family to open a business. Salute, brother. Or that's the way you play the game. I personally want to hear level-headed people to share how they view it, so we can have even a little glimpse of what it looks like to a different set of eyes. That's the point. Yeah, I'm loving it. Or Drip TV. I'm loving it.
Are you not hungry or nothing, bro? It's been 4.5 hours.
Yo, I
I'm
sit
like,
and
I've
look. I
been
sit and
looking at
deliver, man.
Grab. I've been looking at Grab aggressively for like the last 30 minutes.
Damn.
I know I look crazy.
Yo,
It's 3 p.m. here, bro. It's been
yeah,
lunchtime since before
it's
it was
it's
breakfast time when I got on here.
it's 4:02 a.m.
Damn.
Woo!
Hardest
So
working man on YouTube.
we good. I
Right?
sit and deliver. No breaks, no black screens, no nothing.
Oh, just bars. Just bars.
Hey, Blizzard, who was the guy
Yeah.
you were talking about? He has the team around him. Maybe you should just go take a nap. Me and
Oh,
TJ, Joe, we
oh,
got this. We got
oh.
this.
Right, yo, yeah. You just go sleep on stream.
We'll pull Icy up. We'll
Right.
all be good. We'll be
Right.
good.
Got
Yeah,
you.
that's what's up. Nah, I'm
Yo,
not gonna stay that much longer, man. Probably like 4:30 or something like that. I'm not gonna stay that much longer. I said I wasn't doing
hey,
6 tonight. But we'll see.
hey, don't let me say. Well, 5 would not be 6. Mm,
And Ray said, Ray says it's crazy that people can't have a convo like this in a public level where it's respectful. That's my goal, man. Let people talk, bro. No matter what, they're not gonna tell us what we could talk about. We could talk about anything, man. You know, talk about anything as long as it's respectful. Or a drip. Icy, did you hear? Or a drip said you was his future wifey. I don't know if you heard that. Nah, I know you was on
Wow.
background, so I just wanted to let that
You
be
so
known. I just wanted to let it know. So, uh, Icy says, I'm trying to catch you at Blizzard Bro. I'm trying to hear. Lady Logan, let me see.
Now, well, you know that I shot my
Bro.
shot at Icy. I shot my shot at Icy, and she turned me down. You know what she said to me? I said, "Listen, I want to come to Japan, and when I do, I want you to be my tour guide." She said, "Oh, she said, I'm not. I don't do tours because I work a full-time job, but I'll have my male tour guide do that." I said, "I'm no longer interested."
she with that mail. She with that mail.
Yeah.
Oh, she typed it, but her voice changed when she said the
Damn.
mail. She was like, "Yeah, I'd be happy to have my mail. Tour guides do everything."
So Icy asked how my checkup went. It went good. It went good. I don't remember a thing. I didn't feel a thing.
See, Icy's just being conscientious. She said she doesn't want to say she can tour you, then she can't. Being an OL is very stressful.
She named Icy
Oh
for a reason.
yeah.
She cold.
I don't know what to say. I could tell you. I can't. She ain't Icy for a reason. Yep. I'm just being real, Joe. Not personal.
Cold as ice.
Yo,
She said it was such a sweet. I was like, "Oh, she rejected me." I was like, "I shouldn't be."
Cold blooded.
Icy on YouTube. Told them I had to shoot my shot.
I
That's
mean,
from
she
Aura
called me
Drip TV.
tough
Personal
ass
trainer,
woman.
by
I
the
said, "What?"
way.
uh,
Personal
uh,
trainer, by the
see,
way, TJ. She
she said
corrected
that
you.
because I
What you
called her. I
call her?
said OL because OL is an office lady in Japan, and that's the
Oh,
default. That's the default
oh,
Japanese lady
nah.
profession. So she was correcting me to let me know,
Damn.
no, I can lift you, broski. Be cool. Understood. Was not familiar with your game.
Yeah, she don't play about that.
That said,
She
Wishy is
loves her
always
job.
down to be a fantastic Zamboanga tour guide if you'd like to see the
Yeah,
lesser travel side of the Philippines. The homie Wishy has very reasonable rates, very reasonable.
that's it.
So you have you
Not the cheapest in town, but she's not the but she's the best in town. So you gotta
so you've
decide
done
on
it
what you
before?
want.
So you've
No,
done
I don't go to
what
Zamboanga.
you so have you
But I'm
I would
perfectly
go
cool
there
No,
with you
one day.
going.
I would go
jokes
there.
aside, I just haven't made it out there. It's honestly just a I very rarely get south of what's the city south of Davao? Jinsan. That's about as far as I generally get in Mindanao. Just most of my travels take me north.
so she's
Ray,
southern
Ray
part
says
of
one thing I want to say is I think
Japan.
extremism, radicalism have taken over many topics in the media. It seems society wants you to be all the way on one side and not closer to the middle. Exactly. That's that's the problem I have. Like, 'cause I got you guys will see. The more you hear me talk, the more we talk, you're gonna be like, damn, bro, pick a side. I'm like, "Nah, I can't. My brain don't work that way. Brain don't fucking work that way,
Well, you know why the reason is because things always tend to get like this when the balance of power is shifting. You know, when there is no balance of power, when one group or one entity controls all the power, there's not a lot of strife and issues. But once that power starts to shift, that's where there's strife and issues, and that's kind of what's happening right now. I think is that,
man.
you know, politically anyway, there's a group of people who's always been here in this country. They've always been around, but they've always been in power, and now they're starting to lose that power, and so you're starting to see, you know, that strife kicking up. And like I said, there's a lot of people who have to benefit when they create division. So, you know, it's put out there a lot in the media.
Or
Trust.
Drift, she said, that's the spirit, bro. Keep shooting your shot, man. I see, like,
No, I'm one
That's
and
the
done, bro.
spirit's crazy
all
work.
good here.
One and done. I don't do
Icy's,
multiple attempts at
Icy's
anything.
words her bond. And then she says, I can hip thrust you, TJ, once I get my hand 100%. Yeah. Yeah, the
She's personal
polarization
trainer.
really gets clicks and views. Kuya Frank, long time no see.
Yeah,
If
that's
you
the
hip thrust, hold on, hip thrust me, you're gonna have to lift my girlfriend or whatever blunt object she could grab. All right, all right. Icy on YouTube trying to slide in that DM or Drip TV.
Bro, you get on her channel and you know you're not supposed to be like on there. It can
Icy,
be she be talking about anything. You just like she's just giggling. I'm like, okay, what am I? Wait, how long have I been watching? I got work to do. It's like she just sucks you in. I'm like, what's she even talking about? It doesn't even matter. You just talk about anything, something meaningful, something random. You're like, oh, okay, that's cool. That's dope.
Icy
Just
just a cool person, bro.
crazy.
Icy
She
just
is
cool
so
as hell, bro. Like for real.
she is a vibe.
That's why I said the other day, like I don't even want to see that part of her no more. You know what I mean? She just like a sister now. You know what I mean? We good. Um, I never shot
Each
my
other
shot.
good.
I never shot my
I
shot at AC because I know like what it is. You know what I mean?
I high key only know Icy from this chat. I don't have any other frame of reference for her, so I don't be knowing what the fuck anybody's talking about.
Yeah,
She just talks
bro.
wild shit, so I feel like returning the favor. She talk wild shit,
Yeah,
which is
she
great.
do.
It's a quality that's not often expressed in either the Japanese or the Filipina. So, for some reason, combining them together, I'm not hating on nothing.
Not
See,
your booty.
she be starting shit. See, I'm telling you, that's her
It's
main. I
fine.
don't. She's a habitual line stepper.
It's a
She
goat
steps
thing.
lines.
What's
Nah, I
that
just know
meme
what
with
it
the
is.
what's that meme with the little person that has a stick poking, poking? I think that's what's going on.
Poking the bear.
She said you started it, TJ. I don't even know yet what our little back and forth is about, man. All I seen was a hip thrust and all this other stuff.
Yo, I'm
Hip
telling you,
thrust.
I don't know. It was because Icy keeps thinking that I don't respect her profession, and it's that just that I have a slight fear of anybody that size that can lift me. That's the only. We're good. We like, yo, I don't want no smoke. We're all good.
I see.
You take Kanto, I'll stay down in Osaka. We are A-okay, buddy.
I see can be fun and funny in her live stream, but also she knows how to bring some serious, thought provoking topics to the table to get us all to ask ourselves the questions that we need to. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
She
she has
she
the
not just one of
talent.
those cute girls that just don't
Talk
talk
about
about
nothing.
shit. She actually talks about shit. That's what I like
Very
about
intelligent. I mean, I actually was only curious when she asked me the question she asked me last. I was like, what? I was like, wow. Not because, well, you, foreigner, being a foreigner and then having that level of thought, the intelligence. I said, okay. And so then you go and you look at her channel and you say, oh, she's like she got everything going on. She's fit. She obviously works on herself. She's funny. I
her.
mean, like, it's like, what, man? Come on now. Come on.
Come on, it's icy, bro. And she
Oh,
speaks like 4
it's
languages, bro.
cold. 4 languages?
Yeah.
Now that's insane. I'm still trying to learn just the one.
So
Cisco, you all right? Yo,
I
Cisco
just
actually
stay in
went
my
and
lane, bro.
Cisco realized what time. Yo, never mind. Yeah, my bad. You're right. You're right. That's not even.
I
Bro,
just
so,
stay in my lane.
what? What,
Hey,
Cisco?
but
What's going on, bro?
yo,
no,
you
but I
say
did want to know.
Got quiet as hell.
No, you know what? I'm a good wingman. But hey, um, where is rose-colored
Hey, yo.
glasses from, and where is Aura Drip TV from? I don't think I know where those two are from.
You mean country wise?
Country, state, whatever.
Oh no, Aura Drip is from the US. I don't know what state he's from.
word, let's
Rose
see.
Lady Logan, if you don't mind, what country are you from?
Yeah, if you don't mind,
I
I
think
don't
she
want to get.
said she's in the US.
I don't want anybody doxing themselves or anything. I just was curious.
She's from Boston.
Oh, Boston, Mass.
Oh,
Right on.
She's from
Go
Boston.
Seas, go Pats.
She's from Boston.
Oh, hell no. Go Raiders.
Right up the road. That's 2.5 hours away from me driving.
Ah, I miss it. It's been a
yeah.
long time. Most of my family from that part of the world has moved out of Roxbury and or Jamaica Plain. I live.
Go
Hey,
Broncos.
fun fact.
Go
I see my dad
Broncos.
coached for the Broncos. He was a D-line coach for the Broncos for a few years.
Say word.
Nice. Nice.
US. I've been to 40 states. I mainly lived in New York, California, Pennsylvania, Florida. Moving overseas though.
Wow,
One of those
that's impressive.
bi-coastal elites that I used to hear about in the news when Biden was running.
For real. Broncos. Go Broncos. Or go Patriots or
Not the
49ers.
Patriots.
I'm not
Not
a
the
Patriots
Niners.
fan.
It's all good.
Yeah,
Thanks, Joe.
he was with the Saints for a season. He was with the Chargers for many, many seasons, and he was with the Broncos and he retired.
Nice.
Can you let me see the PS2? Joe. She want to see your PS2.
What is that?
Oh, only PS2 I know is PlayStation.
That's
Yeah,
what I
I
was
don't
thinking.
know.
Damn.
For some reason, she reminded me that I have a what's his face? I thought she was talking to
If
me
that,
for a second. I was like, I have a Sega Saturn in the background. I
I
think
don't
it's
think
off
that's
screen though.
I mean, if PS2 is COVID, the answer is no. What is your father again? Who is your father again?
What you talking about? What you
What?
talking
Yeah.
about, Icy? What did I miss? What did I miss?
Oh, she's
Your father
talking to
raised
Wow.
you.
you? Oh, she must be talking to someone else.
Oh, that was Cisco. Cisco.
Because Cisco and Joe don't have name tags.
Oh, because I keep putting up this.
I was confused. I was like, huh?
Nah, she know who Cisco is. I think she
Who
just
is your
got the
father
voice
again?
mixed up. No, the
This is
Ah.
lying.
Cisco father was the coach. It's Cisco's father that was the coach.
Yeah, not Patrick Surtain. No, my dad's name was Wayne Nunley.
Dang.
He was a D-line coach. He's passed now, but yeah, he was about 17 seasons in the NFL.
Dang, that's a great career.
It would be pretty wild if your dad was Pat Surtain, because age-wise, I'm not sure that would entirely shake out.
I
But
don't think that would be
Nah,
possible.
he probably older than
y'all
Pat
are around the
Surtain.
same.
Cisco
Y'all
older
are
Damn,
than
the same
Blizzard. Thank you,
age.
Blizzard. You're older than dirt, Cisco.
I didn't say all of that. I was trying to leave some room
Respectfully,
for nuance.
respectfully.
Yeah, respectfully. As long as you put respectfully on the end, you gotta let it pass.
You gotta let it cook.
Oh, that's messed up.
I don't know
Against
everyone
American
here.
football? Huh.
I don't know everyone here. Who is the gentleman who asked where I was from? That's Cisco.
That's
Yeah.
Cisco.
Cisco asked that. Yes. I gotta remember to take the comments off so we can see names up here. She says, oh, okay, I know it's personal, but ooh la la, I want to know who's that coach.
Oh, she wants that bag. What do you? She wants. That's her
Yeah,
father.
yeah. His name was Wayne Nunley. Nunnely. You can look him up.
Yeah, I looked him up before.
So that means that he was in the he got some rings then.
No,
No,
came close, but no.
Did you not hear him say spent majority of his time with the Chargers?
And crazy enough, that's where he got closest. He made it all the way to the AFC Championship, and they
Oh,
lost
he
to
was there
the.
during the LT generation?
Was that?
Was he there during LaDainian Tomlinson?
Oh yeah,
Ooh, that's a
yeah,
bad
yeah,
man.
yeah.
Bad man.
Junior Seau,
Mm-hmm.
Marcellus Wiley, all those. Yeah,
Man, all them cats are commentators now. That's crazy.
yeah. They should have won. They had all the talent, but
Yeah,
yeah, that's why they play the games.
True
yeah,
that.
Nunnally, right?
Yeah, Nunnely.
Icy wants to know how you were born with the Raiders curse.
Well,
My
see what
sister's
happened
dad, man.
was, yeah, he wasn't an NFL coach when I was growing up. So when the Raiders came down to LA, I was living in LA, so I just naturally became a Raider fan. So
I feel it. I feel it.
I was a grown
Back
ass
when.
man with I was a grown ass man with a kid of my own by the time he got in NFL.
Hey, yo, it's a journey to the league sometimes. Shit.
Yeah, man.
Still made it. Still made it.
Yeah, it's a tough career, man. People don't realize it's a very demanding job. It's 16 hours a day, 6 days a week, and then a game on Sunday.
Ooh.
Right. It's a different kind
And
of
we
life.
just think about the players and how hard we know they work, but we don't think about the coaches and
Nah,
like,
coaches, man.
Oh, the coaches
man,
spend far, far, far more time than the players do.
Yeah.
wow. So I
Yeah.
guess at that level they would have they're being paid a lot of money. So it's like it's a lot of stake, I guess, in terms of like expectations. And if you don't do your job, you get fired real quick.
Yeah.
It seems
I
stressful.
mean, they're doing all right by our standards. They're not like,
Yeah, true.
usually you gotta be a relatively high profile coach to really get paid. I've met a couple
Mm.
coaches in the NCAA line that we were making around the same, like, 100 whatever at that point in time, where it was like, damn, you work for, like, an actual, a Power 5 contender, and they're like, yeah, bro, it's a bunch of regular, middle career, senior career
Yeah.
cats that work in those offices, and a lot of coaches, if you're not, the head coach for your group, you're spending a lot of time just at a desk, like a lot of
Yeah.
time
Yeah.
at just studying your ass off.
I mean, that's one of the reasons why he left the Chargers, because they're historically very cheap. So they didn't want to. He's always been one of the top D line coaches, and they didn't want to give him what he's worth. So he ended up going to
Yeah.
Denver.
I only
True
coached.
that.
My highest level was high school, and the amount of time put in just the high school, I can only imagine, man. College and
Oh, definitely.
like, I mean, I know some college coaches, and like they work their ass off. They don't get paid shit.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah,
Thirty
that's another fun
thousand,
fact.
forty
That's another fun
thousand. They
fact.
don't get paid shit, bro.
Yeah, that's another fun fact. He coached Suge Knight at UNLV.
Wow.
Suge Knight, Icky
Yo.
Woods,
God,
yeah,
He
Randall
paid for my
Cunningham,
ass.
yeah.
Yo. I was gonna say that might be an even crazier story than the Chargers or the Broncos story, being at like the running Rebels and like the high, like late '80s, early '90s. What that'd be?
yeah,
What, early
UNLV.
'80s, mid late '80s?
Yeah, mid '80s. Yeah.
Yeah, that's like
Yeah, nice story,
Sin
man.
City. The mob still got a little bit of a finger in UNLV activities. You partying wild, everybody in the city knows you. That's whew. Them cats be
Salute,
That
going
that's
through
how
salute.
it.
he ended up getting the head coaching job, because Harvey Hyde got fired for some shit, and when he got made the head coach, he was actually the first black head coach on the West Coast. So it was a big deal.
Definitely. Oh, I'm telling you, Harry is just crazy.
But yeah, those Western women and Asian women, it's a thing we need to talk about.
That was, you know how we do it here, man. 2 hours on topic, then whatever the hell after that, anything goes.
Man,
Yeah, we
it's all
stayed on
right.
topic
We
for a while, man.
But yeah, hey,
Hey,
thank you, Icy. I appreciate that. He was a good man. He was a really good man. Good dad. Good man. Good husband. He was a really good man.
Yeah, that's good, man.
That's
Or
what's up.
says, I like how you can go surfing and snowboarding in the same day. California was my favorite state as long as you stay out of trouble. Yeah,
Yeah, I agree.
great career.
yeah.
Agree.
And
Shady
have
lane.
and have money, because it is not for
Yeah,
the faint of wallet.
That's lovely.
it is a
Lovely.
son of a bitch.
Got excited
California.
talking about the Broncos. The Broncos. Like, why?
Yeah, you see, that's like,
To each his own. To each his own.
well, you got to realize she lives in Japan. That's like you
They
don't
did
pick
better than my team.
a team based off your region back then. You just you
Nah.
pick based off of vibes. So
That's true.
that's them Orange Crush jerseys is pretty ill. I bet you who knows. I'm just saying, yo. It's entirely vibes. It's like
Luckily,
how Americans pick a European football team. It's 1,000% vibes or whatever they were playing on Univision when you were a kid. That's
is
basically
that is that how you pick the Broncos, Icy? The
Yeah, why the Broncos?
color of the jersey. Orange.
did you pick them for the drip? We're about to find out that Icy is like low key like the biggest John Elway stan on planet Earth. Or like her entire workout routine is modeled after Shannon Sharp's time as a tight end on the Broncos, and that's just inspired her ever since.
If she says I just like horsies, I'm gonna be pissed.
I hope it's horses.
Ponies.
Uh, he says, Icy, Aura says, Icy on YouTube, Broncos, I'll take a shot for you. Up for your imagination. Come
What the
on.
heck?
Yo, no, wait. Nah, look, I'm gonna pull you aside and tell you why that's out of pocket later, but you just take my word. That's not how you
Elway.
meant it.
John Elway.
Oh, when yeah, Peyton
Peyton
Manning was
Manning
there.
is one of the greatest of all time.
Man, she's talking facts. I mean, that's
Oh, you're a late stage Broncos fan. So you had like a
Right after
choice.
my dad left,
oh,
and then they won a
Icy.
Super Bowl.
Wow.
Damn.
Right.
Okay, that's when.
How about
That's 17 years, and then that's what a year or two after he left, and then
No, I
suddenly,
agree.
boom.
Peyton was one of the greatest of all time. One of
why
the
not?
top
Milwaukee.
Why not?
100.
Nobody's arguing that. Yeah, nobody can argue that.
Can't.
Shout why the Broncos though? I see why not the Colts. That's more who he's
Who's DT?
but
Demarius
wait,
Thomas.
oh,
Who's
okay,
DT?
Devarius Thomas. I thought she was going to say a defensive tackle for the Broncos was her boyfriend. I was like, oh wow. No, I think you're right. I think she's referring to Demarius Thomas. Yes, correct. Okay. Although again,
Damn,
if her
American
boyfriend
football.
was a defensive tackle on the Broncos, that would again also explain the stringent commitment to working out. You got a dude in your house out here benching 1,000, then yeah, you got to start and make you a little more self-conscious.
I think
Yeah.
he's a bigger football fan than I am, and I don't even. That's crazy.
Yeah, Demarius Thomas.
That is crazy.
Yo,
Who is
and she
Demarius
spelled
Thomas?
Demarius correctly. Yo, I know
What happened,
football.
Cisco? You
I
got
know
dropped or something?
Broncos fans that can't spell Demarius.
Well, I got another Cisco.
I can't spell Demarius, and I'm looking at it. I mean, like, who spells it that way? So the fact that
Yeah,
she spelled it the way,
specifically Demarius Thomas.
and it's with a Y, it's crazy. Oh my goodness, dude.
Demarius Thomas dead?
You know, that reminds me of
Okay,
that.
never mind. You're saying RIP to Cisco.
It reminds me of that Key and Peele sketch with Demarius
East
Thomas.
Westfall.
Shakalaka Mukulaka Thomas. Ah, la, 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 la. I mean, like all these random names.
Yeah, man.
That's wild. I had no idea that Demarius Thomas had passed.
He did? When?
Yeah, 33?
Wow, what happened? I missed that one. What the hell
Holy
happened to
shit.
him?
He had a seizure. Apparently, he had epilepsy. He'd been dealing with seizures following a 2019 car crash. Damn, Icy is literally more of a football fan than we are. Okay, well,
He's more of a
established.
Demarius fan than you
Well,
are. That's
I mean, everybody's a bigger Demarius Thomas fan than I am. Like, what are
2021.
you talking
Wow.
about, bro?
I don't know how I
I'm-
didn't. I may have heard about
Uh,
that. I just don't remember it. But I don't remember it.
I mean, we were going through a lot in 2021, bro. You can be forgiven for anything that you don't 1,000% remember from that time period. You know, like
Yeah.
we were worried about some other shit at the moment. It's cool. I didn't catch everything that dropped album wise that year either. We got an excuse.
Ray says he hates.
is he a Seahawks fan?
Nah, I know who his team is. I don't know. I don't know why he hates Peyton Manning.
I got no problem with Peyton Manning. Fucking Eli
either.
though. I hate Eli.
Either.
Eli
He stayed in the AFC.
I hope Eli.
Eli is
never
trash.
gets
I
into the
can't
Hall of
stand
Fame.
Eli, bro.
Never
Eli.
gets the road 2 miracle catches to Super Bowls. I
Yeah,
don't care.
exactly. And they act like he did something. Like he's a whole garbage pail. The whole garbage pail.
If his name was Elon, Tucker or Eli, Wright, we would never even be in the conversation.
He a Ravens fan. Yeah, through to living on a prayer, passes, and a good defense and a good run game. One of those 2 Super Bowls.
I'm not just saying that because both of those passes were against my team. 80%.
I can't stand him.
Right, so y'all hating on
What do you guys really think about him though?
He's a bum.
Y'all hating on a quarterback that won 2 Super Bowls.
He didn't win 2 Super Bowls. He didn't win 2 Super Bowls.
No,
the team
he was
won
on a Super Bowl winning team twice.
Team won.
Well, hold on. Okay, let me get this straight, y'all. So you're not golfing. Golfing is a solo sport. Tennis is a solo sport. So of course he's going to be on a team that's winning. If he's a part of the team, that means he's going to win. How can you? Did you want him to win by himself?
He's a bomb, bro.
Like, because if you didn't have a good team, who's going to catch the passes? Who's going to?
No, he had a good team.
When Google IPO'd,
he got
did everybody
carried.
get the same amount of shares? You got Sergey Brin, and then you got the dude that got a few shares because he worked in the Google cafeteria. We're just saying
he's still a
that
billionaire.
that's fine, but we're not about to put him in the Business Hall of Fame for being in the cafeteria at the right place and time. There's just saying on the scale of Sergey Brin to cafeteria guy, we're just arguing Eli's a little closer to cafeteria dude. That's all. He could still be a 2-time Super Bowl winner.
Bro. He's a bum.
He can still be a 2-time Super Bowl winner and a bum simultaneously.
PJ lost a hell of a lot of money on Eli Manning somewhere along the way.
I was in Vegas with my Tom Brady jersey on the ground, screaming and stomping. I think they got to keep the deposit for that room. I was not in a good place. It had happened before. I had already seen it.
Hold on. We're gonna go back. Screw that. We're gonna go back to this real quick because if let's just say they had a perfect team and Eli wasn't on the team. Do y'all think any one of y'all would have just replaced him and said, "Oh, I could have thrown that lucky pass and then won those 2 Super Bowl rings"? Do you think the same circumstances of any other quarterback, including yourselves, would have made that work?
Me, no. Any quarterback in the NFL, yeah.
Too short.
Yeah, any quarterback in the NFL, definitely. No, I throw sidearm. It's not very good for a quarterback.
Bro, it was a prayer throw. Like we all seen it.
Unless you're Patrick Mahomes, then it's all good.
It was a prayer, bro.
Right.
There's a lot of prayer throws.
He didn't even have his eyes open when he threw that.
Not
pass.
like that, brother. There's a reason that both of those catches regularly make the top 50 throws in NFL history. Not just recently, not just history. Think about that. There had to be less than 49 throws better than your throw in the history of sports.
He got the pass like
rose-colored glasses. Nice meeting you.
His helmet. Come on, bro. His helmet. Come on.
How many perfect passes have been?
Nice meeting you.
Hold on. How many perfect passes have been thrown? How many perfect passes have been thrown and was dropped? How many How many perfect, if you're talking about luck and skill, how many skill perfect passes were thrown in the Super Bowl game and was dropped, even though it was a perfect pass directly at the person, got butterfingers? Sometimes people just
Yeah,
catch
because those
the
get
bad passes.
thrown at bums.
Sometimes they
Because
miss the good passes. That's football.
receivers are a bum.
Oh,
It's
Lady
Sometimes
still
they're a,
Logan,
y'all,
you're
man,
welcome
y'all
back here
crazy.
anytime. You're welcome back here anytime. I appreciate you coming through. All right, have a good have a good morning. As you,
Patrick
300,
Mahomes top 3
300,
already.
320, no, 244 interceptions.
244, bro.
Who?
Like,
Who had
what are we even
244
talking?
interceptions?
Eli
Who?
Manning.
Okay, and how many have you had?
I'm not
It
an
ain't about
NFL
me. It
quarterback.
ain't
I'm talking
about.
about
We
what
comparing
does
him
that
to
have to
other
do with?
NFL quarterbacks.
But
Yeah,
he's
he's
still a
not going to make.
champion winner.
But is it the champion winners okay dudes Hall of Fame, or is it the NFL Hall of Fame? Is what he did reputable or worthy of repute amongst the greatest players that play the game? And if you look at the stats and you look at the eye test, it's not there.
But it's not all about
The
the
fact
stats,
that
is it
he
now?
was the quarterback when they won 2 Super Bowls is going to get him in the Hall of Fame. Period.
No, I don't think. I don't know.
Period.
Maybe.
You're asking a lot.
No, it's
I
going to get
think
it. His numbers are good enough. It'll get him in.
I I do not. If it
And his
happens,
dad
it's by
is
no
Archie
means.
Manning.
I was gonna say, there we go. There we go.
Right? Right?
There we go. There we go. Yes, he will get in, but we're not going to pretend that it's because of numbers, and it's not going to be first ballot. He's going to get in at some point down
Too
the
fascinated
line
with my
because
Broncos.
daddy is Archie and big bro is Peyton, and they're both in.
What?
So,
I see.
wow.
Damn, that is a
That
hard take
escalated
right there.
quickly.
Hey man, go ahead and block her
Icy,
right now.
Icy turned into an Eagles fan. What the fuck?
Oh man,
Wow.
no, they're in the same division. The Broncos and the Chiefs, man. So
He was on demon time for a second, though.
She lost her mind.
that's
Go
funny,
ahead and
man.
block her.
Who
Block
says
her in the
that,
chat.
man?
We can't
Block.
tolerate this behavior. About
Yo.
homo. How
Yeah,
dare she?
that's wild, but also saying
Won't even
Patrick
watch
Mahomes is
sports
top 3
anymore.
already is also
I'm
pretty
starting to feel
wild.
the game is rigged.
It's wild. How is it wild? Oh man, you go hate on
Uh,
him too? How many of y'all go
Saying
hate on tonight?
top 3 in the
Tom Brady.
top 3 in the league or top 3 ever? Because there's been a lot of quarterbacks, bro. Patrick Mahomes' book isn't closed yet. We can't really top
But
3?
if it closed today, he would be in the top 3. How about that?
No, it wouldn't. Not
No,
the
he
fuck at
wouldn't.
all.
No,
No
he wouldn't.
way. How old are
Let's
you
see.
for reference?
I will not say.
All
I
right,
am.
fair enough.
I am
You said
of a
already,
certain age.
bro. I know how old you
What?
are. You said it last time.
Oh, you
What? What did I say? I don't.
I
I
pay
didn't tell you.
attention. I pay
I didn't.
attention.
You
It's in
tell
the
me. I don't
threes.
know.
It's in the threes.
3.
okay? All right. We're
Yeah.
similar age then. We're similar.
Y'all
I was
about the
just, I was
same
just air
age.
checking.
Yeah,
All
y'all
right,
about the
all
same
right.
age, TJ.
I was just heat checking. I was heat
Y'all be
checking. That's,
remembering.
I mean,
It's
I ain't
yo,
gonna
crazy. I don't
say it.
remember
I
saying
ain't
it.
gonna say it, but I remember.
Man, because you don't know. Because you
I
assume.
remember.
No, go ahead and say it.
I think
I tell you what. I tell you what. Hold on. I'll make.
you said you was
Wait.
30.
I'll give you. I'll make a bet. I'll make a
wait.
bet. I will make a bet. $5 right now, cash app. If you get it right, I got you right now. If I get it right, if you get it wrong, then you send me $5 in cash app.
Nah, because I'm not gonna get it
All
direct.
right.
I'm not gonna get it right on the head. But I remember
Wait,
you
get
saying you
what
was
right or wrong?
Or you might get it right.
Yo,
the exact age.
you got a 1 in 10 chance.
He said he knew it.
You got a less than 1 in 10 chance.
I think he said he was 37.
Wait. We don't promote gambling on this stream. Actually, I'm not trying to get my bro demonetized. Wait. That's
This is
save
how you
that
get
for Jake.
monetized. Because
Save
I'm
that
giving
for Jake.
exchanging the money.
Wow. My bro said work with your third
I'm
eye.
good. I'm good. I'm
Work with
good.
your third eye.
Nah, I'm good. I
This
don't
is
need
how you
because
get
I can
monetized.
have my cash app tag up there right now, but I'm just chilling. I'm good.
Because you don't know it. Man, I swear I would, man.
I know you in your 30s. That's it. I know you. I remember you saying you in your 30s. I thought you said you was 37, but that might be wrong. But I know it's close. I know it's close. Because I was like,
Okay,
damn,
it's
you
a
young.
chaotic
Nah.
kind
Young
of
as hell,
afternoon.
bro.
You piggybacking off of Cisco and what he just
Nah,
said.
you
Now you
said
trying to
you.
like.
Nah, I was gonna say it first. I started to say 37. That's what. But it is what it is, man.
Yeah,
You
it's
need-
36 or 37. I know that.
It's young. It's young, regardless. You're still young, bro. Shit.
Wow,
Cisco almost
yo.
got you by 20 years.
20?
Damn, here we
Whoa.
go. Here we
Oh,
go
that's
again.
right.
What? Cisco just be minding his own business, bro.
God damn. What did I do to you,
Cisco,
bro?
Cisco just be you be really having Cisco like 50, like, hey, why you say
God damn.
Nah, I'm
no?
right behind Cisco. I'm just making fun of you, bro. I'm right behind you,
2
bro.
decades, bro.
I'm about to
I
be
can't even.
47. I'm about
Let,
to be
let's
47.
let's round 15 up
No,
to
you're in the
20.
moon. Wow, he said 45, 47.
Yeah, I'm right
45,
behind.
47. Do, 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 do,
Do, do,
do.
do, do. Yeah, I literally thank you because I remember as soon as I said that, I realized that that's now a reference to Donald Trump. And I'm like, damn, did
Oh,
we just
that's
lose that
funny.
meme? Did we
That's
just lose
good.
that meme?
That's got to be a meme, dude.
Top 3
What
without bias.
They got to
top
take that
three
straight
without
out of
bias?
All About the Benjamins.
Top
Brady,
three.
Manning,
All about
Elway.
the Benjamin. Fantastic.
What?
But here's the problem. Here's the problem
Brady,
about ranking
Manning,
people.
Elway. I'm not,
Here's the problem about ranking people all time. The game of football when these guys all played was different. You know, I mean, the game is different now with Patrick Mahomes playing than it was when Elway was playing, even
exactly.
when Brady was playing. You know, the quarterback is so protected now. It's a pass friendly league now. I mean,
Mm.
it's hard to
You
compare
actually too long to hear
eras
from.
like that.
He
Like
said Elway.
Joe Montana will be in a conversation, but he doesn't come anywhere close to any of these guys' numbers. But he played in a different era, so
I mean, when you look at
Oh,
wins, though, you look at rings. Joe Montana, Steve Young. You got to
yeah,
make
he
those arguments still.
33.
Wow, you really went back all the way. Did you have a second screen open so you
No,
could
I didn't go back.
rewind back? Okay.
No, I didn't
I
go
thought
back.
no, he said 46. He was just playing with you. Actually, I don't
oh
even know
wait, I think
anymore.
it was Aura Drip was 36 or 37. That's what I
There
was.
we go. All right, I was about to say,
Oh
yo,
wow,
you
okay.
you deny my brothers some
They
graceful
almost
aging.
banned the tush push. Yeah, like Cisco's
I've
talking
heard
about,
that.
man. You can't. That's why I don't really get into those debates of who's the
You don't get
greatest
into
of
the
all
LeBron
time.
MJ argument. I'm an MJ
Nah,
homer,
it's
and
two
I don't
different
even like
eras.
getting into that argument.
It's two different eras. Like I
Yeah,
recognize it in basketball because of football. You know what I mean? I don't watch that
Oh,
much basketball, but it's my favorite quarterback of all time is Joe Montana. I'm a 49er fan. I remember
Really,
a
Sifty's
game.
a Warren Moon dude.
I remember when he would throw for 28 passes a game, but he would complete 24 of them. You can't
dang.
in those numbers, and he was still throwing for 300 yards and 4 or 5 touchdowns a game. You can't compare that
Wow.
to what they're throwing nowadays. They're throwing 45 times a game, man.
Yeah,
Like
it's
it's a
and there's just
different
so many.
era. So when a
And
new quarterback comes out and breaks Joe Montana's record,
That's not a
but he
fair.
threw the ball 2,000 more times than him, you
three
know,
additional
Not a real.
games.
Yeah.
it's like,
Oh, okay.
But it's like you can only. But that's the other thing. I feel the other side of that
it's
too is
different
you can
eras.
only play in the era that you're in. So it's like people are going to compare you, and you're going to obviously you're going to think about, and the people around you are going to think about where you sit in the pantheon of greats. 'Cause that's just human nature. Comparison is one of the most natural human traits to evolve from monkeys with thought. And
But we can
you
objectively
know,
see what's
yeah,
the best era. Like, I don't think
but
people should be that delusional. Like, oh yeah, it's just our era, so it's gonna be different. We know NBA sucks now compared to the
Yeah.
'90s. Everybody agrees with that, even if
But
he
you
but
wasn't
had to
you
even born
know,
in the '90s.
you had to watch it.
30
You had to
years from
watch
now, people
Jordan.
might be having that same argument, though. That's what I'm saying. We could be talking 2055. People are like, everybody knows that 2025 was the peak of the NBA and this new overly defense, 6-person league. It doesn't make any sense. It's just not the way it used to be. So it's, again, comparison is it's also
Yeah.
the
Here we
enemy
yeah.
of
go.
comfort.
Somebody's gonna beat Steph Curry's record because they had a 4-pointer included in the game now. So
Right.
Yeah. You can't like it's like me trying to explain to my nephew, he's in the chat, how it was to watch a Jordan game. He could go back and watch the games
No, it's not the
on
same.
YouTube.
but
But
it's
you
not the
cannot
same.
recreate that atmosphere, what
The
he
live,
meant,
the magic.
and what he meant to the game, though. Before Jordan and after Jordan, it's just
Because you're
two different.
experiencing him as
Yeah,
he's happening versus those who came after him. They're looking
yeah.
back and say, "Oh, that happened."
I
It is
can't.
different.
Yeah,
It's
I can't
experience.
explain how the buzz in the air felt. You know what I mean? How my
Yeah,
Exactly.
but
the
and then on the
the
flip
hairs on
side
my
though, it's
arms
like
stood up.
it's different because for me it's like I can only give so much of a biased view because of my age. I only got to see Michael Jordan at the peak of his powers. I I was -5 in 1984. I really got to see the end of like Michael Jordan's greatness. Like I was lucky enough to go to
Yeah, the
a
Wizards.
Bulls Kings game in like 99 or like 98 or
Uh,
something like that.
Man,
So
look.
it's like at that point, Kobe was, the player around my generation, and people used to have the Kobe
Mhm.
MJ argument the same way they have the LeBron MJ argument now.
yeah,
And I
Nah,
think it's always gonna go back because I remember my OGs used to have the argument of Magic versus Jordan, who's the greatest of all time. So it's like you're always gonna have that comparison. They used to say the same thing. Jordan's playing with Jordan rule, or Jordan played against the Jordan rules, but they also played in a generation where the refs were a little more lenient to him when he was at the top of his game, right?
Well,
You've
you
seen
know,
the old,
hmm,
you've
yeah.
seen the
He was
video
getting
though,
that
like of
foul was
Mike.
getting called no matter what.
You saw the video where bro was like when Mike's like, that's a foul to the ref, and the ref's like, what, are you sure? He's like, yeah, and he's like, all right, I didn't see it, Mike, but it whoosh, whoosh. Like
damn, that's crazy. Hold on,
that that's the actual YouTube video, bro. That's a different power. That was one man controls
that's
the
crazy.
face of American sports at the moment. And like, are you going to argue with him, random dude referee number 38? Or are you gonna keep it pushing so you can stay in his airness's good graces? Like,
Yeah,
yeah,
Like
but you
saying
you
is
can't
there.
you can't make these
everybody seems to
arguments
throw
though.
goat very easy at these times. Any thoughts? Yeah, yeah, because
Yeah,
people are
my thought
subjective.
on that is it's hard to say GOAT
Subjective.
because everybody's standing on the shoulders of everybody else. You wouldn't have
right.
a LeBron without a Kobe. You wouldn't have a Kobe without a Jordan. You wouldn't have a Jordan without a Dr. J, and so on and so forth. They observed all these guys that came before them, and then improved upon their game. So I mean, if you didn't have those OGs back in the day, you wouldn't have these new guys.
Yeah,
The same thing is, I'm a boxing fan. I used to box, and it's the same thing there. You could, say, oh, this guy Muhammad Ali, it's this guy, it's that guy. Muhammad Ali studied from somebody too, and those
Yeah.
guys studied from somebody
That,
too. It's just complete. It's apples and oranges. It really is. But it's fun to argue about it.
hmm
it's fun to a certain point. To a certain
It's fun
point.
until it's not
Mm.
fun. It's fun.
It's
It's
fun until
fun to
somebody
have
says
fun
they like the
arguing
Broncos.
about
Then
it.
it's the end of the conversation.
Yeah, that's wilding. Yeah, that's living a crazy life. We can't just be out here saying everything.
Yeah, the
With
Raiders
all due
and
respect.
the Raiders and the Broncos have a rivalry. I know they used to like. I remember hearing a story of the Bronco fans putting batteries in their snowballs and hitting the Raider fans with them.
Oh yeah.
That's crazy, bro. That's
Bro,
diabolical, man.
the for one, the Raiders have a rivalry with damn near everybody in the AFC,
Pretty
and on top
much.
of that, the Niners. Because I will tell you, no crosstown, none of them Broncos get
Yeah,
nothing ever got as bad as those preseason games or end season game versus the Niners. You just stayed out of Oakland or
yeah,
that
they
part of
fight.
San Francisco if that was happening that day. Like they're actually out here swinging.
Oh man,
Like it's
take
never
that
been
off,
that serious, bro. The team does not pay me a check.
Well, I'll tell you
man.
what else. The Raiders are the only team. Not only do they have rivals with all the other teams, but they have a rivalry with the league itself. They're the only team that has a rivalry with the league itself. This is the only
Shoot,
team that the
don't take
league
it too personal.
hates to this point.
I mean,
Oh,
that's because of Al
The
Davis and his son,
Raiders.
little
the
bull cut.
Raiders.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Why?
I don't think
Okay,
anymore because they sucked for the last 20 years.
Well, that's the whole. That just proves my point.
why was they hated though?
Yo, my man, the Raider conspiracy theorist.
I don't think
Oh
Kobe.
man.
Oh, now see, you got to ban him, block him,
Yeah, Ray says
block
I
him.
don't think Kobe or LeBron ever did for basketball what Mike did for basketball. Yeah, he
Kobe
changed the game.
elevated.
He
Kobe
changed the
elevated
game.
what Michael
No,
did. So
No,
he
I
didn't
don't,
change.
I don't
No
think
one
so.
can ever change the game. Michael made basketball what it is today. That's just set in stone forever. No one can go back in time and say, well, Kobe elevated. He took it. He basically took the mantle and ran with it, the baton.
Negative,
And
negative. That
I think Kobe
wait.
just played
Calm down.
basketball.
strongly
He didn't.
disagree.
Nothing changed
Strongly
after
disagree.
Kobe though. Nothing changed after him.
Strongly
Well, if it
disagree.
did, it changed, and we saw
Right.
how much it changed when it
Right.
changed, and we saw how much it changed when he passed away. That we took for
Nobody.
granted how much. Wait, we took for granted how much change, how much elevation he brought to the game, the seriousness, and then we have LeBron James come along, who became the flop master, who became the traveler. That's what he does.
You had me in the first half. You had me in the first half.
Okay, but
With
here's the real.
Man.
That all sounds good. That all sounds good.
It's
But
the
here's
truth.
the reality.
It's
Here's the
true.
reality.
It's true.
Nobody
Yo,
was
you're right.
watching. Nobody was watching basketball before Magic Johnson started playing for the Lakers.
That's
Nobody was
true.
watching basketball.
Okay, that's fair.
Nobody did more for the game in the modern era than Magic Johnson. Nobody was watching the NBA before him.
Yeah,
Who the hell
That
was
said,
watching the NBA before him?
that's because the NBA had never had a unified television deal until like 2 or 3 years before Magic started. So let's put some context on these things now, because I
so
feel like
specific. That's
we get a
crazy.
But
little too deep in
it
the
doesn't
weeds with
change
this
but
idol
it
work.
doesn't change the
But
fact though. It doesn't change. It
here's
doesn't
the
change the
thing
fact
though.
though.
Yeah, I don't know. I
Michael
never been a
Jordan is
huge
the most
basketball
popular.
fan. So
Yeah, MJ is the most popular athlete in that time because at that time the world was getting introduced to basketball. The 1992 Olympics was the first time
Marketing.
that people that weren't from the United States had enough time developing the game in their respective countries to really present some sort of challenge. Kobe came during the
Oh,
globalization of the game. Despite what you might feel, whatever we might feel, for the rest of the world that's not American, doesn't have red, white, and blue flag pajamas, Kobe's an extremely important part of the game because he globalized the game. A lot of players that you see
that's
that
it.
play right now in China and Taiwan and the Philippines, across
Philip.
Asia and a lot of Africa, and these leagues are developing and like developing countries. A lot of these cats will tell you that that's the generation that they model their game off of. That ISO
yeah,
ball, Mamba
Kobe, you're right.
mentality,
Yeah,
not
you're right.
passing
And
for
with
shit.
all that being
So
said,
for
none of
15
that's
pump
possible
fakes.
without Magic Johnson
right,
bringing it into the
I
forefront into the mainstream in the
and
United
you can make an
States.
argument that Magic Johnson never gets anywhere as far as he did without Bill Russell on the Celtics breaking that barrier for him and allowing a black man to be famous and in the spotlight. You see what I mean? We could keep
Yeah,
going
but
all the
We
Cisco
way
go
said
back
back.
and
it.
forth. Yeah,
One
But
exactly.
stands on the shoulders of the other.
You're
One stands
absolutely
on the
right.
shoulder of the other.
You're
Thank you,
absolutely right.
yeah,
Icy. Thank
exactly.
you again, Icy. I hooked up the Nightbot. Nightbot did not bug out all streams so far. So yeah, thank you. Icy's the one that she sent me her the parameters, how she sets hers up. So I appreciate it.
So you got about 40 minutes to avoid your destiny.
Yeah,
41
nah, I'm
minutes
about to go
22
now. I'm
seconds.
about to go in 5 minutes. I'm tired as hell.
Nah.
Yeah, I'm tired, man. Yeah.
Oh,
What
yo,
we
you
got?
said, yeah, I'm not about to go 6 hours tonight. 5 hours and
5
15 minutes
hours.
later.
Yeah. You know what? Because it is like we just be sitting here chopping it up, man. I enjoy it.
True,
I
true.
really do, man.
No, it's good times. It's
No
good
complaints
times.
I
here.
really do, man. You know.
And
Yeah,
again,
yo.
Go.
it is worth noting, man, once again, that I think all of us in here have very differing opinions on some things, but man, it is really, really nice, refreshing to see people, you know, respectfully disagree with
Right.
intelligent conversation, not a bunch of name calling, you know, smears, very much appreciated. That's why this community is, man, awesome.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah.
none of this,
I appreciate
throwing
it.
mudslinging or throwing dirt on people's names, or you a boo boo head, and all these other
Yeah.
stupid insults that people use because they don't know how to use the English
Right.
language properly and they don't know how to communicate. It's like, it's embarrassing. So that's why I'm on here. I enjoy
Yeah.
it.
It's
Like
good for the
mentally
soul,
stimulating.
Blizzard Abroad. These blizzards last 5 hours long. I'm getting used to it. You're doing a lot of good to the next
Haven't been to
generation.
Detroit.
Shout
Hopefully,
out
They
to
this
lasted
everybody
a
in the
month.
chat
quarantine
too, man, for
they can be
hanging in there.
open-minded
Holy
and
crap.
get to understand that we don't have to attack each other. That's it. That's what it's all about, man.
Right.
You
Yo.
know, I'm not gonna stay much longer. Anybody got anything they want to say before they get up out of here? The floor is open.
Shout out to
Floor
the
is open.
chat. Shout out to the chat
I've
for
been
hanging in
trying
there.
I've been trying to decide if I'm gonna eat an enchilada in Vietnam for the last hour and a half, and I haven't gotten any further. So yeah, thank you for putting me out on Front Street. I just want you guys to know, there is a reason that people are into that LeBron James already. No, put me back on, put me back
Hey,
on.
Put me
that's
back
No,
on
good.
there.
LeBron James.
Oh, you like?
No, all good, all
Let's
good.
go. Let's go. The outro.
Yo, shout out to everybody.
He
I
said there's a
love.
reason why LeBron James flops his why he flops and throws himself around for
Wow, you
Is
see,
that what you
I just want to say, even though we don't have, we're not locked up in agreement, I have respect for all three of you brothers, and I think that's what makes it important. I have respect for everybody, even Icy, despite being a Broncos fan in
Oh,
2025 on
She looking
purpose,
at you.
which is
She looking.
crazy. It's wild. You understand that, right? Icy, you can see me. There's only me on the look. That's not reasonable. You have to pick another team. There's so many out. They are not going to win anything until you're far removed from, until YouTube is something that they put into your contact lens. Pick a different one. It's okay for you to be a fair weather fan. You don't have to be a Denver fan. All right, you can take the screen back. That's all I
pick the
want.
I
Raiders.
think
We're on the way up. We're on the way up. We're always on the way up.
Yeah.
the only
Damn,
solution,
the silence
TJ,
was deafening.
the only solution, TJ, is for you to become a billionaire so you can buy the Broncos and simultaneously destroy it. That's the
Do you
only
know
way.
how
Blow it up.
upset I would be if I woke up and found I spent $1 billion on the Denver Broncos?
Waste of money. I get it. I
Ah,
understand.
No, they're
Total
pretty
waste
yo,
of money.
profitable. They're pretty
I mean,
profitable.
everything's profitable, but you have to go to Denver as a point of consistent
Oh,
business.
I
yuck.
mean, Denver's cool.
Pass.
It's
Small
literally,
doses. Small
literally,
doses. Yeah, it's literally quite cool.
it's a
It's
hell
quite silly. You're not wrong.
cold day in hell.
Oh man, nah, it's all good. Yeah, man, you really are you just trying to stretch it out to 5:30 now? Is that what we're
He
doing?
said buy Broncos for
Uh,
me. Buy the Broncos. We got
Yo, buy the Broncos, please.
Walmart. Buy the Broncos and Walmart.
Yo,
Walter Mark.
I don't. Yeah, that all good. I see. I'm gonna make one of your streams these days just so you don't think I'm actually hating on you. I promise. I'm just y'all just it's Asia time over. It's 4 p.m. Y'all be trying to come on stream at like
If
during
you.
nap time.
You complaining about waking up after night time. We about this is way past our bedtimes. Most of us are like in our 80s and 60s.
Y-
What you say is two decades
Yeah, I
younger? Some of
know.
y'all gotta go to sleep.
I know. I
Wait a minute.
understand.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a
Uh,
minute. Baby's
I know at
coming
the age
June.
of 9.
I thought you said June 15th, nephew.
Oh, wait.
June
Word?
2nd now. Yeah, I was talking to your pops and he told me that the day got moved. He did tell me that the day got moved. So June 2nd. That's my birthday. So
Oh
yeah,
man. Well,
Nice.
congrats,
that's
Ray.
what's up. On my
So
birthday.
June
So then we're gonna be two blessed babies. Because they're being born on the best day of the whole year. Yeah,
Ray,
That's
is that
what's
your
up.
first?
That was a good question.
yes,
Well,
yes,
you would
yes.
know, right?
No, he has it. No, that's not his first. That's gonna be his second and third.
Wait, it's gonna be a second and oh, they had twins?
Yeah.
Oh
Yep.
shit. Oh, babies. Damn, I didn't even see the S.
Whew.
All right. Good luck. Man.
Yo,
Twins.
shout out to you and the
Twins. That's
missus.
what's
Man,
up.
congrats, brother.
Right?
That's what's up. All right, guys, man. It's been fun, man. I appreciate you guys for holding me down, man, helping me out. And just allowing me to, have a successful stream, man, have a good conversation. Like everybody else said, without all the bickering, without all the back and forth, fight and bullshit, without all the bullshit, man. You know,
Sure
it
will,
means
brother. We
it
just
means a
living
lot,
in it.
man. It means a lot, man. It really does,
Man,
bro.
yo.
To find people that I could connect to, man. It really does, man. So I've been grateful ever since I started YouTube, man. Because you just connect with people all over the world, man. And I don't think anybody understands how powerful that is. You know, a lot of people don't understand how powerful that is to connect with people all over the world, man. People, I mean, I have met everyone here, you know, but we have something in common, you know, and it's important. It really is, man, and it means something to me. You know,
But we
I ain't
take
trying
it
to
for
get.
granted, right? Because we take it for granted because, well, I remember when we didn't have this. And so there was
Right.
no connecting with other people across the borders unless you went across the borders, unless you took a plane out with a passport. So now you can do it in this way and get different perspectives and different ideas from different people from around the world instead of just people in our own backyard. That's pretty dope.
Yeah, man, it is.
I concur.
Uh, I'm enjoying it, man.
Magic of the internet.
I'm enjoying it.
It
I'm
is magic.
embracing it, just like I'm embracing AI.
Oh
Hey,
man,
I don't know about
one of
that.
these days, I'm gonna tell y'all
Yeah,
a
I'm
crazy story about
embracing.
AI.
robot overlords are coming.
I'm embracing AI, man.
Y'all
You gotta,
joking, but that's
you
when you
gotta
said
use it or
robot
get out the
overlord,
way. You gotta
that's
know how to
serious.
use it. But
No,
yeah,
I'm
If
not
y'all saw
joking at all. What do you?
iRobot,
you need, you need to
Bicentennial
see
Man,
it,
it's coming.
embrace it.
Oh no,
Yeah,
no argument. It's an eventuality, unfortunately, but
yeah.
Minority
hang in
Report,
there
these
till
are
then.
coming. Hang in there too.
I got AI fatigue. Let me stop. Let me stop joking. All right,
Damn.
guys.
Wow, AI fatigue.
Let me get
AI
out of here,
fatigue.
man. Hey,
All
everyone,
right, brother.
enjoy the rest of your day, evening, morning, whatever, wherever you're at, man. Just know you got a community that's here for you. Every Friday night, you know, we'll have a different topic. We'll check out Icy. Icy will be on in a few hours. Matter of fact, it may not be. I gotta share that. Matter of fact, but I'll share it right after this. Icy's live stream is coming up. So TJ, you said you was gonna catch a live stream. What time like the
Uh,
president? What time like the president?
yo, I didn't realize when I said that
No
there was
pressure,
one
no
we
coming.
pressure.
rolling, we
That's
rolling,
fine.
man.
It's
From
cool. Lunch is on the way. I'm
from
gonna make it
Calvin
happen.
to Blizz to Icy. Wow, that's a
It's a
long
full
day,
work.
man.
It's a full work day, but the check's a little empty. Uh, it's
Felipe,
all
Felipe, peace out. Yeah, we out of here now, man. Cisco, Joe, TJ, I appreciate you guys. Felipe, Icy, Ray, Aura, everybody that came through in the chat. Rose colored glasses, Poots on Boots, Manny, Miss Wishy, Frank Tate. I can't remember everybody that was here, but what time is it travel? W Secret to Success. Calvin Sunshine Shoulders. Thanks for the alley oop. Hope I dunked it like I was supposed to dunk. Um, you know, we'll be
Oh yeah.
here. I'll be dropping another video probably the beginning of the week and then live stream on Friday. If you guys want to check that out. So we'll roll right into Icy, man. But I'll see you guys there. Thank you guys, man.
Hey,
Appreciate it.
peace, everybody.
Yeah,
Respect.
peace.
Y'all be
Peace.
safe.
peace, peace, peace,
Take
peace.
care.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. We out.